gonna win the game.
What is this?
The greatest game ever made.
This is modded Fortnite.
Can you guys please ready up?
Give me 1 minute, dude.
Oh my god, man. Bill, this is a thing for vague questions.
All right, I'm ready. I think.
Are you, Jared?
I am
Because
now.
I'm looking at
Okay, what's the ready up button?
you never the greatest, most easiest to decipher button.
What? Okay, that opens the Steam community thing. How do I ready up?
One of them.
Go to prep complete.
There is something on the screen right now that Zach
Preparation
just
complete.
did. That
Okay.
yeah, that might show you exactly how to ready up. Yeah, Zach. Wait, oh, you can send in a loading screen. Oh no way.
All right, get him, Jared.
Hold on, guys.
Is their team killing?
That's me.
They'll never-
This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Instantly killed him.
Hold on, it's so loud.
This red decoy.
This is not Fortnite.
This is
It's
just
the new
like
update.
Fortnite. Okay, there we go. Well, I need to add it to
so
OBS
my gun
as well.
sucks, dude. Hey
Guys,
Zach,
would
watch
you believe
out.
me if I said I once again have another garbage weapon that shoots one bullet at a time?
Your health bar is gone.
I had to revive Jared.
I wonder why.
I'm so slow.
You
Is there a
shot
sprint
me.
button?
Maybe there's a
No.
roll. You can dodge a roll.
Yeah.
What's the dodge roll button? Dude, this is... Oh, wait, right click? Of course it is.
Hey,
Wait, was it even right click? Was it...
No,
I don't know. I
should
did
be
it somehow.
space.
Space is...
Space?
Jump sideways. Hold A or D while hit.
Oh,
and then
okay,
hit
there we
space.
go. That's how I
Yeah.
did it. Yeah, I really wanted to roll sideways.
Yeah, you need to do that.
It's a speed boost.
Where you at, Jared? Come here,
Are
Jared.
these people with jetpacks enemies, or are they...
No, those are friendlies. You can tell
Can
by
I
the
kill
fact
them
that
anyway?
they're humans and not gigantic ants.
Okay. This is...
Come here,
I,
Jared.
guys, I don't think I'm...
Come here. Come here. Come here,
Oh, wait,
Jared.
that's
Jared,
Zach.
that's not me. That's not me. All right.
Hey, wait a
All right,
minute.
they're
That's
right.
looking at.
It's you're right.
Go get
So
him,
you
Jared.
made me a suicide bomb. I'm
no.
noticing.
Go get him.
I'm so slow.
Remember, you're
You
one of
gotta,
the
you gotta
fastest
roll,
classes.
man. You gotta at least roll.
That I don't want to go sideways. Okay, I guess I'm
All right, jump in there.
all right.
All right.
I'm in. Blow me up. This
worked.
game's awesome.
I don't think it killed a single dude. It might-
Yeah, I'm
actually, it might have
under a
killed
lot
somebody.
of people now.
Zach, I know you want to revive him.
There
Oh,
was. I
Zach's
don't know what
dead
even
too.
killed me.
I think I might have killed you, actually.
Do I not respawn?
No,
About that.
Oh,
you're dead.
Yeah.
okay. You're dead too.
Well, I was about
What
to
am
say
I-
he's dead because I killed him.
What, dude? I can't even get the move,
Zach, I might have killed you again.
dude.
Hey, Jared, welcome back, buddy.
Guys, this is not. Guys,
What?
I need some equipment, or I need.
No, you'll
I'm
get
not
some.
prepared.
You'll get some. Don't
Is
ask how
this,
long it's gonna take. You'll get some.
Is this an enemy?
This thing is, yes.
That was all me, guys.
I
Zach,
bet.
can you stop picking up the armor that's on the ground?
You get it too.
Oh, I do. Okay.
Yeah, we all share what we get.
Except health.
Except what?
Health.
Oh. Yeah, no, that would be funny.
That would be helpful.
What the fuck is this game? This is.
All right,
What, do you
Jared,
not
come
know?
here, Jared.
Oh, are you gonna make me a suicide bomb again? Because you
No,
spawned
we're
me
gonna
in
be,
it.
we're gonna be even more awesome.
Where? Oh, you have a tank. Okay.
Yeah. You can
Where
get
did you get that from?
The sky.
the sky. I asked
Oh.
really nicely.
All right. What do I? How do I get in this?
One of the blue circles and you hit
Press
E.
the V. Okay. It'd be really cool if
Hit
it just
E, hit E.
It's E. Just hit the button you think it would be.
Hit it.
Sometimes is what you. It's sometimes right.
Most of the
Dude,
time, it's
well,
what you think it is.
the arrow keys fucking open the communications menu and not navigate through
Jared,
shit.
shoot that
so
thing right there.
what thing? What thing am I shooting?
That thing right there.
I can't really. I can't look any further left.
There you go. Hit it. You killed a thing, Jared.
Let's go. I'm goated.
You did
Easiest
it.
game of my life.
Also shoot those things, yeah. The things that are actively killing Zach's health bar.
Nah, I'm not helping.
I respect that.
Shoot Zach with them.
I was gonna say, I think you might have shot him right there.
I'm gonna blow your tank out if you keep shooting.
Good
me.
luck with that, buddy. We got 6,000 health. Stop shooting our tank.
You said good luck.
Zach, can you kill this? We're too slow.
You guys are useless.
No.
Can you shoot the bees in the sky?
Oh yeah, yeah. Do you think we can, man?
Can you do anything?
I might be able to.
No. Why doesn't the camera move when I move the thing up? Oh no.
Hold on, Jared. Stay there for a second.
Oh, okay. Can I shoot when you're not in it?
Yeah. I just want to get that spider off of us.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't think I have any more
Hey,
stuff.
Jay, can you revive me?
Yeah.
No. See, I needed you in this because now I can't do anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I was out of whatever the hot wiser shit or whatever.
Howitzer.
Yeah. I just saw it start with an H. Oh, this bee's gonna kill me, Zach. I don't think I do
No.
like any damage to it.
No, but just help me.
What's the revive button?
E.
You split your health bar though, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Hope you weren't using that anyway.
Um.
Who needs that stuff? Alright, guys. Decoy Red will save us.
Decoy red doesn't do anything.
Decoy Red is taking so much. Okay, they popped. They popped almost the second I set them down.
No.
If I actually do any meaningful amount of damage if I shoot this guy with my gun?
Yeah. Well, use your other guns. Don't you have another gun?
Oh yeah, Stingray M1. No way. Check this out.
I'm dead. Jed died.
I'm done.
Does the check
There's a lot
this
of
out
spikes
and
in
then
me.
him dying? Are they correlated?
I shot you
I'm
with the
thinking it
rocket
might be
launcher, but it did a
correlated.
lot more damage to me than it did to you.
Yeah.
All right,
Whoops.
so About the whole reviving you thing.
I'm gonna revive.
I don't have enough health to revive you.
There's a bee here.
Oh, is there? That's a good thing to note. I'm glad. Thank you for telling me that.
There's a lot of bees in a lot of places.
Again, good to know. Always good to know, guys.
You're welcome. I'm useful.
I can only kill 2 at a time, so this is gonna take a long time. And that's
I can
assuming
only-
I hit both shots.
I can only kill them if they're close enough to me.
That's great, man. We make an excellent team. Okay, so I missed both shots.
Trump mogs you? Inaccurate. He did kind of mog Biden, though.
And he's like, where'd you get all that health from?
The ground.
Maybe you should use some of it to revive
Nah, he's
the
good.
certain person that's down. Hey, I might have just made a
Um,
big mistake right there. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Wait, hold on. I'm fixing
You
my
see those
Rumble.
red ants?
Why are they all coming over here?
I misjudged something. Made fatal miscalculation.
Tank.
Thanks, man.
You shouldn't have been standing there. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I haven't moved. You just shot me.
No, you're lying so hard right now.
I don't even have a gun. I'm not even in a tank.
You should be thanking me because I helped you out there.
You killed me.
Did I? I don't
Yeah.
remember that part.
That's the only
making
part that
stuff up.
happened.
I don't remember that part. See, I'm thinking you shouldn't have been standing there. Guys, help. Help me. Help me.
What? How are you over there? What?
I am never going to get back over there, dude.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Jared's got it. It's fine.
That's
Jared's
fine.
coming.
I'm doing so much damage. Okay, I blew myself up.
You got it, right, Jared?
Yeah, no, don't worry. I got. Oh,
I
I got
bet he
it.
does. That's the
I think his
sound of
mic's
confidence right
I
there.
think his
How-
mic's muted.
That's the sound of confidence.
Um,
Guys,
my mic is muted on Discord. I forgot I muted it.
the tank stuck, guys.
Oh shit!
You got shot so
I think
far
that
away.
Twitter college Palestine people like Arafat. Of course they do.
I'm glad my ending screen
They
gets to
probably
be
think-
the tank stuck.
Actually, I don't even
He
know
flew
for sure if Arafat
across
was
the map.
assassinated by Israel or not. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. It wouldn't
Oh,
be
satellite
completely.
blaster. Okay,
insane
that
to me.
sounds fun.
But yeah, of course they do. Because they think Israel is the one that did everything wrong in all the negotiations. So, guys, how do I get stuff?
You pick up
You
a
get
weapon
lucky.
on the ground. You just got
Also,
a bunch
there
of stuff.
might be a little bit of a memory leak
Okay,
in
then-
some of the menus.
How do I? Yeah, cool. Do I have a ranger? Oh my god!
It's an ever so slight memory leak.
It's so.
Doesn't hurt anything at all.
Oh my
One minor problem. I am at 5 FPS.
Yeah, I'm at 8.
I have 15 guys. I don't know what the big deal is.
Oh
Damn,
my
if I had a good computer like you,
god!
man. If I had a good computer like you, I might be able to hit 20 someday.
I have 15, sometimes 60.
Okay.
What? All right. This
Guys,
might be
they're
really
easy
funny.
levels.
These are the easy levels.
Right.
No, we're past 40 levels.
How do I?
Yeah, you'll be fine, Jared. I wouldn't. We wouldn't be doing this if you wouldn't be fine.
I think people have conspiracy theories that Israel did some plutonium poisoning of him. I don't know how conspiratorial they are. Because they, like you said, obviously to kill air followed. How do I... Is this really... I did not get any new weapons.
You should have.
I just have the AF-14 and the Stingray M1.
That's not right.
I can be a different class. I'm gonna be a fencer.
Oh, the most complicated class in the game.
It's not
Okay.
that complicated.
It's so complicated, dude. You'll never be able to play this class.
I don't... In 2004?
Class is not for the noobs,
You
bro.
cannot play this class.
You
2
cannot
guns
play this class.
I would
and
assume
2
not
movement. No.
that much. I don't think it would.
It is
really.
impossible,
benefit them.
dude.
But I wasn't like... But I was after all the negotiations ended, right? So... Alright, guys.
Oh,
All right, guys.
enemy transport ship.
Game's easy.
This game is so easy.
I made this game.
I'm gonna open Wiimote and turn on unlimited. What?
Honestly,
Watch
it
me.
might not really. You have unlimited.
Does unlimited armor not give me unlimited health?
I mean, yeah, that would, yeah. All right, guys.
Oh,
I don't know what this does, but we're about to find out what this
Satellite
does.
blaster A.
does my gun even do any?
Okay.
Oh, I have to hold down. That makes sense because it's a big minigun.
Hope that's killing stuff.
Oh, I have a jetpack. I'm opening Wiimote and turning on unlimited jetpack.
You're hitting me with it?
No, oh, I just got launched off the highway.
Good one.
Free tank.
Dude, you can't drive it. Only Jared can drive it.
And he's the
All
same
right,
class
Jared,
as
go
me.
drive the tank.
Well, how come he can drive it and I can't?
Because only 2 classes can drive it. Rangers.
Okay, well,
and,
he's a fencer.
Oh, well, that's just.
Well,
Can
okay.
you knock
I
it
guess
off
I'm
the
not driving
highway?
it. What is the big purple?
Guys. I want my tank back.
Come back up here.
I launched
Ow.
myself off the highway.
Oh my god, guys.
Guys, I have a
There's
solution.
a lot of ants
guys.
down
Hold
here.
on, guys. Give me a second.
Host
guys.
that's
You
choosing to
gotta
retreat. Okay.
You gotta trust me for a second here, guys. No, oh my god,
Hey,
the
what
lag.
happened?
You gotta trust me for 1 second here, guys. 1 second, guys.
Who is Jackson? What do you mean according to Jackson?
Just one second. 1 second. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, I got it this time, guys. He's not uneducated. He's a Russian propaganda shill person. All right, this
guys.
time for sure. Can I
All
get
right, guys.
closer to the enemy?
Don't stand there. Don't stand here and don't stand there. Okay,
I'm standing
listen,
here.
buddy, you're destroying the highway.
No, we can. We
Can we?
still-
Can we? Tell me how we can. Do you oh. There's missiles coming.
we can still get there. I'm sure your turrets are shooting the wall.
My turrets are shooting
Hey,
me.
guys.
They're shooting me.
I don't think we
Awesome.
can get there.
No, we can get there. We can make it. We can. I have 40 health.
So I don't know if you saw even more of it
Jared,
blow
don't
up.
turn around, Jared.
I'm dead.
Well, you're dead anyway.
We might need to restart.
Let's go,
say that.
guys.
The whole bridge is gone.
What? How could that have happened?
I didn't know I
How'd
could
that
destroy.
happen?
I didn't know I could destroy.
Jared, you know how that happened? That's crazy, man.
That's why it must have just like weirdly. It must have been the enemies, you know,
Yeah.
that did that.
They should make the roads better, man.
Don't turn around.
Zach.
What?
Can't blow it up again.
It's about to get real bad if you're standing near Zach.
He's chasing me.
Hey, Jared, look at Zach.
Oh
the
my
bridge is gone.
god! No, I was standing on that.
Guys, even more of the bridge is gone.
Where'd the bridge go this time, Zach?
The bridge is gone more than when I did it.
Okay, but where'd the bridge go? Don't, please don't.
Do it again.
I beg you mercy, please.
Oh my god!
Three of us down.
We can,
How? That's a
It's
really
fine.
good question, Poland.
Everything's fine.
I
What
think I
is-
can get up there again.
No, you can't.
Sure, I can. I have a jetpack.
That's just to jump. How
Dude,
did you
I
jump so high?
would really advise
Jetpack.
moving.
See, look, I made it up. Okay, well, it
That's
doesn't
not-
matter because you blew this part up too.
I told you to move. Did I kill you? I might have killed him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. I may have killed him.
I'm not saying I did, but I'm
He
not
might
saying
be
I
dead.
didn't. No, I think you're lying right now. Is what you're doing.
Can there be a sprint button?
Yeah, it's called hit. It's called hit 2, and then hit shift with 2 equipped. Now hit space maybe.
No way.
Zach, can you help me?
I can't. Where are you?
What do you mean? Where am I?
I'm gonna blow your thing up.
I'm gonna die
Don't do
again,
that.
guys.
Jared, dude, it landed on Jared.
Dude, chat. Was I supposed to be in here?
Were you supposed to walk under the crashing ship?
I didn't see it. I wasn't looking.
What's the thing right up? I'm gonna die.
I need a
And there's
revive.
robots here.
Oh,
Oh.
for real?
I have 9 health.
But I can
And by that, I
revive you
mean
in
I'm
the tank,
dead.
maybe.
So
Yeah, pulling
All
at
right,
time.
guys.
I can't.
This
Can I even
time's
run
a-
ads? I can never. Oh wait, I can run ads.
let's go squad. Let's go team.
Please do not drop the bridge.
Let's go team.
Hey, you know what would be really funny?
If I hit 2 and jump and shoot.
Can I break the bridge?
If you shoot it enough, maybe.
Okay, I don't really like this super thing.
I don't
Looks like
need to
Josh is
alarm you
breaking the
guys.
Bridge. That's crazy, man.
Oh my god.
I didn't listen. I got knocked over mid shot. I couldn't help it. Dude, there's enemies hidden all the way in the corner of the map. I'm gonna go kill them. So you guys have fun with this.
I'm gonna die.
No, Jared, don't do that.
It's real hard not to do that. Oopsie daisy. Oh, I can make it up. Hey, the crashing ship. I'm dead.
Is it crashing? No.
Now it is.
Zach, I need a revive.
I might get crushed. I can't revive you. I have 30 health.
Oh my god,
It's
guys.
dinner time, guys.
Oh my god.
You and Jared got this.
Alright.
Um.
All right, Jared, we got this.
All right. Now
I'm
that
also
Zach is
gonna
in
be
here to
giving
blow
you
up the
time after
bridge.
this, though, but this time we've got this. Hold on. Let me do something first.
Right.
I need to set these up near you, so kind of just stay here. I would start shooting now, though.
Why didn't it? Hello, switch guns.
Okay, you have fun with that.
Yeah, I don't. See, I'm a little underpowered for this stuff. So
No, you just gotta shoot them. Just keep shooting them. We're gonna be so fine if you just keep shooting them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't really know how to fix that. We're just gonna wait till that fixes itself.
I don't know if that is gonna fix itself. Also, I'm gonna die.
No, it'll fix itself. I made the game. You might want to start moving though.
Okay, well, I'm dead.
Well,
Jet,
hold on.
jet.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. It's Jover.
Oh no!
All right, guys. New plan this time. New plan this time. New plan this time. Oh my god, the FPS is so low in this menu. All right, guys. Hold on a minute, guys. All right. We're going to win this time.
Right.
Yep. I don't know what you're going to do. You just do you. Stay alive, though, ideally. And we're going to win so hard.
It's a little hard to stay alive.
You got this, man. Just believe in yourself and then believe in the others around you, of which there will probably be none for most of the mission, but you got this. Yep. I mean, if it would have let Zach stay and let me switch classes, Zach would have been there, but he'd just kind of be standing there. But we got this, man. You don't even know how hard we got this right now.
I don't even know what we're really supposed to be doing.
Neither do I. I think usually it just is kill everything, and then if they start saying a lot about a certain thing, it means kill that thing. But I don't know what half the things in this game are, so... Watch out, because they're coming up behind you as well.
Oh, awesome.
Waiting for this thing. Okay, watch out again, because there's stuff in the sky.
No, oh no. Chat. I jumped. No, I'm not quite off the highway. Ooh, I'm fine. It's fine. We're chill. We're good. Everything's fine.
Fine right now, dude.
I'm so fine. I'm so chilling. I'm being chilling right now. Okay. I'm at 15 health.
You're
I'm
so
dead.
fine right now.
There's a health thing right here.
You're lying so hard right now.
I'm gonna die again.
Nuh-uh. You're just
I'm dead.
believe in yourself.
Right.
Come on, come on. Just
How do you
believe
break the big ship things?
so that when they open up and enemies start falling out of them, the bottom of it opens and you go into the bottom. Or you don't go into it, you just shoot into it, but I have to go into it because of what class I'm playing.
My weapon is powerful enough to break it still, right?
Probably. Any weapon really is, you just shoot it.
I'm gonna die immediately. Josh.
I'm probably also gonna die. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know where a single health thing is.
There's one right here. There's don't come here though. There's so many ants and flying things.
Well, there's a lot of those everywhere.
Yeah, I can see them all chasing you.
Uh-oh, I'm at 1 health.
You got this.
Ah,
Uh-oh.
come on. All right, maybe we should do like level 1.
Yeah.
We'll do like level 1 and level 2 or something, and then I'm gonna go eat.
Boo.
Treat. Boo. Oh my god, the lag. Oh, I can't use anything because it's too high level.
Sick. Why would they do that?
That's not fun. Boo. What does this say it does? I'm gonna use this actually.
Oh my god. This menu sucks.
It's bad, man. It's real bad.
How did they do this?
The worst we've ever had it was because it gets worse and worse the longer it keeps going. We had it at one point where I was getting 2 FPS in that menu.
I don't. How? How did they mess up that bad?
I love Japanese games. Woohoo!
It should not be able to mess it up that bad.
It's awesome though. I'm not even sure what this mission is. I don't remember this mission at all. Okay.
Can I kill these people? Boo.
No, but yeah,
Oh wait, I can.
they're
Get
building
fucked.
up.
Can I kill the civilians?
Probably. I'm gonna try right now though.
I don't think I can kill the
I
civilians.
can't. Boo.
Why? They're giant insects.
That's the best part about the game, honestly. Just the stupid voice acting.
And this level's easy.
It's so easy. There's
Seeing all
only
the fam comments,
one
it
type of
feels
enemy.
like we're all fam. My Trovo viewers really love this game. Oh look, weapons.
Free, and you'll actually get stuff probably that you can use because you probably were getting stuff that you were too low level to use.
Yeah. I'm not dead. Am I alive? Can I not use them until afterwards?
Yeah, you can only use them after the mission.
Boo.
Also, there's been times where I've picked up like 10 weapon boxes and I haven't got a single thing new because you can get duplicates. It doesn't. I don't think duplicates do anything in this game. It might, but I think that's all the next game.
I'm glad when I roll I can break the guardrails.
It's awesome. There's even a loading screen hint to tell you that. You got a strong head, dude.
Little liberal playing EDG. You're supposed to be playing Life is Strange. True.
Man.
I haven't seen giant insects in 7 years. What if I kill the commander? What are they gonna do then?
There's only one way to find out.
He won't die. Shot him with 2 rockets. Okay, I think he's dead. They're still just doing what they were doing.
Oh, no, Jared, help me, help me, help me. Jared, help me.
You're fine.
Me.
Your health is not going down.
Eating me. I didn't do that.
Where am I supposed to be going? Supposed to be
That
playing,
way.
I mean watching the 3rd remaster of Last of Us. True. Is The Last of Us liberal? Is it woke? It's woke AF. Sick. Can I hijack our team's tanks?
Sadly, no.
Boo, boo.
Also, I'm not even. If I was playing the class to spawn you one in, I'm not even sure I can because of how low the weapon level is. Dude, they are not hitting a thing. Oh, there they go.
Can we take a break? Our stupid teammates are awesome.
All right, Jared, go kill him.
Am I killing?
All of that.
Keep
Go
it-
kill every single one of
there's a
them.
lot of them.
You got this.
Don't worry, I do got this, bro. Hold on, I gotta reload my rocket launcher. Okay, well, or you can just do that.
Well, I can only do that so much, so don't worry.
I'm dead. By dead, I mean I took like 20 damage.
Yeah, man.
They shot me. I mean, bit me.
Ow.
They built
The
guns.
head shot me, Captain Howie. You stole that armor from me. I'm very, very upset with you.
No rocket launcher, you. I'm noticing. Does my ammo for this not good? Do I just have unlimited ammo?
You just have unlimited ammo, yep.
Okay, sick.
You guys pick me.
I'm playing level
I
1.
tried
right now.
a new plan and then it did not work at all. So you had to go.
Bring me back.
And I
Also,
go
we're
home
playing the
with-
hardest mission in the game right now. And Jared's killed everything.
Yeah, the hardest mission.
He's just killing
Mission
everything,
cleared.
dude. Like mission clear, he just cleared like mission 500, dude.
Mhm.
There are
Mhm.
500 missions in this game.
Probably, I don't know. There's a lot of missions in this game. He just got every weapon.
Got
in
a
the game.
lot of level 0 things.
He just because you're just a hater.
Man,
didn't
I
even put
really.
that. That's in the chat now.
Okay, how do I open the armor or the weapon stuff I got?
You get a class and equipment. Go to weapon 1. Hit enter. Deal with the 5 FPS. Choose something.
I'm not a high enough level for this stuff.
Awesome, man.
Awesome, dude.
I can equip the sniper rifle. I'm gonna be level 10 for this, level 12 for this, level 12 for that. What about weapon 2? I have to be level 9 for that. Level 10 for that, level 12 for that. I can equip Proto Reverse. What? Proto Reverser? What does this do?
Something.
Well, I'm equipping
Something.
Proto Reverser because it looks funny. The streamer's interaction with the audience makes me feel special, like we're together.
So I don't want to use my level 0 stuff.
Yeah, you do.
It's 2 things.
You know, I'm gonna bring a life vendor just purely because Jared's here. We're gonna need this.
What does a life vendor do?
It is a vending machine that gives you life, and you are never to walk more than like 5 feet away from it.
Okay.
Just plain and simple. Just stay beside it, and we will always win.
Hey, Zach.
Zach, are you really having to think about this one?
Everything's garbage.
Hey, Zach. Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
I think your mic's muted.
I think you're stupid and deaf and blind.
No!
I can't believe you'd say that, man. I honestly can't believe you'd say that.
I think you're stupid and deaf and blind.
I think you should apologize, man.
I think you should mind your own beeswax.
I think you got
Good
a fair
one, bro.
point, man.
I think you're deaf and blind. What a killer insult, dude.
I'm gonna blow you up.
You know what I think? Oh, wait. I don't have my rocket launcher. I have a Proto Reverser. I'm going to test it on you.
Nice one, man.
I would back away from him. Yeah.
I don't know if this is good at all. I don't think this is
Why'd
smart
you do that,
decision.
man? Why'd you do
Why'd
that?
you do that?
Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up, buddy. Blow. Aw. I'm glad we called. Uh-oh. This is not gonna end well, dude. Oh god, open it up, please.
I'm really slow, guys.
What did you call? Did you get a robot?
Why won't it let me reload? Do I just not? Okay, whatever.
Oh, because the Proto Reverser only has 1 magazine, so if you just spent the whole thing shooting at Zach,
Oh, I
good
did
one,
do
dude.
that. I don't, I
Well-
don't even.
I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not even sure what it does. So
Me either. Whatever it does, it did not kill Zach. That's all I know. So I'm never using it again.
that's fair.
Oh, the buildings have physics.
They do, but if too many of them explode at once,
It's
the
just a-
game does not work anymore.
How did you get that, Zach?
I
You're
have it.
stepping on our own tanks.
He's in my way.
This is like
Dude, the
Gaza
legs
if
of
it
that
was
thing
real.
look so stupid. Look at that.
It's
That might not have been a good idea.
Help me, help me. That's my impression of these stupid people screaming, help me.
Don't worry, bro. I got you. Where you at? Where you at, bro? Are you here? Alright, I see you. Stand still, stand still, stand still.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I got you, bro. Don't worry. I got you. Here, bro. I got you.
I don't. See, I was making fun of the people saying help me. See, I don't need any help.
Don't worry.
No. I'm good.
Still.
I'm good.
Stand still. I got you, bro. Don't worry, bro. Come here,
No,
bro.
I'm good.
Come here, bro. I got you.
I'm
You
good.
said help
No.
me. I got you, bro. Look.
No, see, I was just making
Stand
fun
near
of
that,
the
bro. I got you, bro.
other people.
Where'd my tank
See,
go?
I'm gonna kill you.
Can you stop pushing my tank away?
It's in my word.
Where'd it go? Oh my god, dude.
Were you using that?
I was using that, yes.
Where are you going?
Where are we going? Need to
What are you
protect the
hitting me
citizens.
for?
Me. Yeah. You can blow each other up.
I don't even have any ammo.
How did you
Are
even
you
get a
looking at
tank?
what's happening to my tank? Because I blew myself up before I got you.
No.
Jared, shoot him fast. Shoot him. Yeah.
Get fucked.
Uh-oh.
Is there a melee button?
No. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, Zach, we're going to do something really funny with our power here.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do something really funny. So you switched and you actually you can't use a single thing.
What if I bring like a guard post though?
Right. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me... Oh, I gotta go back in the menu. I
You
don't
like
understand
1
what they did.
I'm getting 60 FPS in the menu.
Oh,
in the,
are you?
in the
I
class
am
menu.
in the weapon menu.
No.
I am.
No. Dude,
What
I
do you
keep using
mean
the arrow
no?
keys. No, see, that's not, see, you can't
No, I
do that.
wasn't before, but I am now.
Oh,
No.
what'd you do to fix it, man? What'd you do to fix it? I need to
I
fix
don't know.
it. First
I
thing, I got the
rejoined
problem.
your lobby.
Oh,
That's all that happened.
so what you're saying is I should kick Jared actually,
No.
and that'll fix his menu problem.
I already equipped what I needed, the Air Tortoise 01.
Tortoise.
You're gonna love the tortoise, man.
I'm gonna blow you up with it.
Good luck. Zach, I make a proposition. How about neither of us kill a single enemy until Jared kills somebody with a tortoise?
I don't have a gun.
That's good.
Okay.
Always good. Really contribution to the team. All right, kill him with the tortoise.
No.
God,
You just blew up that guy's house,
you
dude.
knocked him all the way up there.
I need a revive. Where'd they go?
I'm not gonna.
What does this even?
Shoot me.
Oh wait, can I only shoot like? Oh, that sucks. Hold on, give me a second, Zach.
Did you just steal my tank?
No,
Killed me.
no.
No, see, that's my tank though.
What's this
That's
purple on
my
me?
tank. The part of that you're missing is that is my tank.
I don't
It's
know.
gonna
I
die
found it
anyway.
fair and square.
It's gone. I didn't even get to shoot the rockets.
Wow, this air tortoise really.
Dude, are you aiming
Hey,
at me?
chat.
Huh?
All right, revive him.
Do you guys know we're fighting giant insects?
No.
EDF over IDF.
Alright,
True.
use
Okay,
your
can you
air
stop?
Oh my god, dude. I'm not even gonna have the health to revive you.
There's still fletchets on me.
This is live IDF footage right here.
It's true.
EDF.
IDF. This is live
No.
footage right from Gaza. I don't want to revive you because you're gonna.
Did Zach? Did you
It's
blow
fine.
up right there?
Yeah, because you put
Oh, yeah.
red bombs on
I was
me.
wondering where the fifth one was at.
You put 3 on me.
I didn't do that. Would I do that?
How do you request stuff? I don't think I have anything to request.
You
But
can't as a ranger.
Yeah, you have to play as the
Boo.
narrator.
Are you under the map? What are you doing? Oh, what was that?
what did you request?
You'll see. I turned around and Jared was flying, dude.
He shot me.
Josh, can you revive me but not Zach?
All right, buddy.
Good one, bro.
All right. We got to get health to revive Zach now.
I can revive him. No, I can't.
Yeah, man. I don't know, maybe if you request a revive with the,
I don't know.
the
I don't
thing,
know how to do that.
Can you come rescue me?
but Jared, you have to. He asked nicely.
I need the
Question
hell.
mark and all.
All right, I'm on my way.
You're gonna have to kill that one ant there. I'm too lazy to turn around.
Oh, okay. Just shoot at the big guy. Gotta, yeah. I'll be a decoy. Hey, wait a minute. Blow me up, blow me up, blow me up. Blow me up. Do it.
Where's Jared at? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I
a
keep thinking he's
suicide
under the
bomber right
map.
now.
yeah.
Zach put a bomb on me.
Oh my God. Yeah, you are. Yeah, look at he's blinking.
No, he's good.
So when I go near these ants, you won't blow me up?
I might have just shot her with a rocket.
It's such a fucking dumb song.
Hey Zach, that's a pretty
Alright,
good idea you got right
Zach,
there.
Allah Akbar, do it now.
Hey, Zach, I like that idea you got there, dude. That's a really good idea. I think
Zach,
yeah.
right,
just
Zach,
a little
blow
bit
me
to the
up.
left,
Zach,
a little
blow
bit
me
more to
up.
the
Zach,
left.
please. Zach,
Yeah, there you go.
please. Zach, I'm
That's
being
a
eaten by an
really,
ant.
really
Blow me
good
up.
idea you got there.
Zach, you're really bad at your job.
I really, really like this idea you got here.
Sick.
Said to blow you up.
I said to blow me up
There we go.
a little bit sooner than you did.
No, I blew you up.
Yeah, we got you. Jared, you got all the bugs, dude. Good job. Zach, that's an innocent lady.
That was an
She's in my way.
I can't revive you.
Sick. Yeah, you're real low health.
My rogue, can you shoot that building?
Where?
Josh, I need a revive.
Yeah, Zach.
It's on the billboard.
I can shoot it.
Hold on, I need this right here, guys.
And man, you're shooting me.
My mech's gonna blow up. I'm goated. Okay, mine blew up too.
And we're both mine.
Yeah.
Well, the one I was in.
They were
Yeah.
both his mechs.
All I have is C20.
Yeah, man, good one.
Someone blew my mech
Can't
up.
live without it, honestly.
Someone
Man,
blew
who
my
would do
mech
that?
up, so...
Yeah, I might be able to call in a tank if you want it.
That's wild
I
that
lied.
the enemy would do
Call
that.
it
I can't believe they would blow your mech up like that.
Oh,
Zach, did you just blow yourself up?
maybe.
Yeah.
I have 26 health.
Wait, what's the voice line button thing? Was it not middle? I thought it was middle click.
Hold control, I think. Yeah.
Control, that's what it is.
And then you can do stuff with the arrow keys as well. Like, where you at? Actually, never mind. You've already seen the awesome dance.
I have seen the awesome dance. Emote.
Zach, is that yours?
Confusion. This shouldn't have happened.
You!
Good one,
How do I close the menu?
Fucking excellent work you did there.
I didn't even see it.
I don't have enough health to revive him. Oh, there's health right here.
Yeah, you get him.
I deserve it.
Most definitely. Without a doubt.
I deserve to be able to play the game.
Rescue 5 other players in co-op. I'm kind of a professional hero.
Three of them were me.
No. Game's easy.
It is pretty easy. Don't do that, bro.
I'm on the
God,
bridge.
you went flying.
The bridge blew up.
How can I become a super fan? I love the Trovo viewers. I met one other person, I guess 2 nights ago now, that also streams on Trovo.
It's
To
it's
exactly-
the next big thing.
0 real people. It's yeah. It's not.
Mm-mm.
No,
I
it's
don't
really
get 60 FPS in the menu anymore.
well. It was nice while it lasted.
I'm gonna bring a blowtorch.
Hold on, I'm looking at my phone.
This guy has nothing.
Zach, it's really not that hard, dude.
Blah, blah, blah.
Like, you got maybe like 3 things to choose from.
I'm bringing Caesar wire. I'm bringing the grape.
I'm gonna come to your house with a bat. Alright, so
Spider.
this I did not bring a single thing that's gonna work.
How am I? Oh, I thought that was me. I was really confused.
Help them.
I'm not helping them.
They'll be your girlfriend if you save them, dude.
What?
Go save them.
I gotta save them now. This
If
is
she
like
survives
Spider-Man.
me dropping a missile on her.
Oh, they're flying. They're good. Okay.
Oh, that's
These spiders.
unfortunate.
Oh no!
It hit the box as soon as it landed.
Oh my god! I'm really glad there's an overpass here.
W non-fun true. How do we break the webs? Can I just shoot them?
You just shoot it.
I don't think I'm helping as much as you guys are. Wait,
Well,
I still
Zach nearly
I
killed
didn't
the
swap
both
out
of us
my air
right off the
tortoise.
bat, so
No, it
he's
was
at
going to
negative
kill the
health, so
spider.
you're technically beating him.
This air tortoise sucks.
Nuh-uh. Don't you love how fast it flies?
I haven't been able to shoot it. How do I shoot it?
You just can you like blind fire it? Can you just left click and then right click?
No, it's got to lock on, but it
Okay,
seems to
come
take
here,
forever to lock on.
Don't shoot that. Don't shoot that. Let
Oh,
Jay
there we
lock
go.
onto that. No,
What? I did it!
Did you-
Wow, that was so useful.
Yeah, man, it's
I
awesome.
see why they call this the air tortoise. Okay, is this already dead? Okay, I blew myself up. It's
Good
dead
one,
though.
dude.
I'm fine. No, we're chill. I'm goated. W's in the chat for this one.
Is there?
Okay.
Oh yeah, there is right there.
I just realized they have red triangles above their head, just like the Hamas edited videos. Thank you for follow Panther Man 24. Oh, it's Panda.
I don't know where that went.
Isn't it? Again, he has another alt account.
The entire thing hit a little square right. Little park area, and you've ruined it.
You're welcome.
If you're actually not Panda and you don't know what I'm talking about, there's this viewer who says some unhinged things in my chat, and he gets banned a lot by Twitch, and he keeps having to make alt accounts.
Pick up those weapons.
Iron Panda. Sick.
You could say please at least.
Zach, I'm gonna take your stupid spider thing. It blew up. I'm dead.
Did you guys see that? That was crazy, dude.
Yeah, a rocket fell on it.
Yeah. Where'd that come from, man? Like, honestly, it almost hit me, dude.
Yo, what the hell?
What the fuck do
Dude
you
is
is that
gooning.
you?
What the fuck?
No, please.
What the fuck?
No, please. It does 1 damage.
Now is not the time to goon, bro.
Stop
Panda.
doing that to my tank,
They
please.
call me John Dark Souls.
Or even our enemies.
Over here.
Not a red triangle above it.
Guys, I don't think the wing divers are alive anymore.
What if you guys didn't shoot me?
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Don't worry about that. Don't come over here.
He killed me.
Don't come over here.
He's running me over.
Don't come over here.
Help me.
Dude, if I revive
You
you,
got
he's
a
gonna
pretty
die.
strong helmet, dude.
I'm fine, bro.
Did you destroy my depth crawler?
kill you.
No.
It's good.
Your
Would I
depth
do
crawler
that?
sucks.
You didn't, doesn't.
Zach, are you getting
How do I do the
Zach
second
from
one?
it? You're gonna
Why doesn't
die,
it-
dude. Zach's gonna die.
I don't know how it has me.
What happened? I can't. I don't
It
have
has
enough health to
Jared,
revive
too.
you.
It also
No.
grabbed Jared.
I'm fine.
He's being dragged away.
Don't
That's
worry,
like-
Jared. I'll save you.
I saved myself. Right,
That
so you're
wasn't you.
actually trying to blow me up.
Mm-mm.
Yo, dude. Got any
I
suggestions
love
for
how
this
this one
stream?
Marine followed us through this whole thing, and I turned around and shot him in the face. All right, this will be the final one I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Boo.
I gotta start
EP.
reacting to some stuff too. So
Boo.
the YouTube channel's popping off right now, though, so I have to. There's like 2 videos I have to edit, and then I'm gonna react to like 5 different things and upload all of them. I haven't said unhinged stuff for a while. What's your definition of a while? Hey, Zach? Wait, actually, I'm gonna be a different class. I'm gonna be. Oh my god.
What's wrong with it? I have a single gun for this class.
I'm being an
Play this as
narrator.
a single time.
Do I have any weapons for this one? No.
I don't have a single. I don't have a single weapon.
What is a... Dude, I keep... Oh my god, this game sucks. What is a
No.
E55-1 Gigantus?
It might be
Figure
a
it out.
tank.
Armored Vehicle Grape. This has Grape, so I think I'm going to choose it because Grape is funny.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Is it a tank or what is it?
It tells you, man.
It's got 4 wheels.
Where does it tell me?
I don't know.
4 people in an armored vehicle. Aside from the pilot, there are rear compartments. It doesn't really tell. It just says armored vehicle with 4 people. I'm just gonna do the
Oh,
Gigantus.
he's ready to fuck up.
I'm selecting my stuff, bro. Hey, Zach?
How are you gonna use Caesar? Yeah. That how?
What?
On spiders that sit in the building and never move?
What's a Caesar?
Why is my completion rate 0%?
The Caesar wire.
Who?
I think your mic's muted. I forgot I was doing that. Hold on.
You can't move. Where?
Honestly.
How do I do the second one? I can only do the first one.
You need to. I don't know. I think you have to hotkey it.
Boo.
Don't kill him,
What's the blow up button?
dude.
What? Why is this tank under them?
Dude, he landed on a car and flipped over. Come on, I needed.
Here, I
this.
can help. Did that work?
No.
Well, I made that guy a suicide bomber.
Help me.
What does this do? Oh, it's
Dude, come on. You can put it right on you. Stand under it.
Ah!
Why is the screen yellow, guys?
What is this do?
I didn't know what it did.
Hey man, you're in a web.
I am in a web.
That sucks. If my tank
does
wasn't
suck.
upside down and put you under the map when you used it, I could help. Alright guys, I can't help anymore. All of my stuff is on point cooldown.
Don't worry, I have a tank now.
I've never been so reassured in my life.
Yeah, because I'm goated.
It's true.
Tis an
I hope
ant
it flips
chasing.
over again.
That would be funny. You're in my way.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
It's a lot of buildings falling down.
It's Jared. Flipped over again.
Man, you suck at spotting. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. You suck at spotting in tanks, man.
I can't do anything.
Thanks for the help,
Man, I
bro.
was trying to write a mega article
welcome.
earlier to look
That's
up
all I can
America.
do.
It's such a pain to come and go with all the outline points and topics here. There's just so much. Usually, I'm a lot better
Oh,
at
that's a shame, right
writing
there.
the outline for stuff whenever I do
Yeah, right,
things and
yeah.
writing the actual thing itself. I try to do that.
Hey, Zach, I got
for
some
a few
bad
different-
news.
A few different things. I wanted to make a video on monetary policy. I'll do it eventually. And I have just.
I got some
no
bad
outline.
news, Zach.
Don't worry, guys. I'm here to save the day.
Are you?
No, don't do that.
You
I
don't
hope
need
it
it.
flips over again.
Let's go!
No!
His first action.
I knew he was gonna shoot me.
I wasn't going to that time.
That's not true.
You're right, it's not true. I was gonna kill it anyway.
The only thing you killed there was me.
That's unfortunate.
I'm gonna drive over you.
Uh-oh. No! You don't even do damage when you run over me. Hey, I don't think you can tell me if I just keep rolling. Uh-oh. 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 Hey, I need a revive.
What?
I'm noticing Josh is dead too.
You killed me. What do you mean? You killed me trying to kill him.
No!
You are the sole reason I'm dead.
Accidents happen, bro. Chill out.
It was a pretty big accident for all 4 missiles to land on.
Hey, Zach, I need a revive. I
Zach,
promise I won't blow you up.
I'm pretty sure you also missed there as well. But the splash damage pushed me.
Wow, this
We
game's
did it,
easy.
guys.
Oh, did we? Without your invaluable tank help there at the end, I don't know if you
Hey,
would've ever
I
got
would
that
have.
done.
If the first 2 didn't spawn upside down.
Get this guy out of here. Get him out of here. Ban this guy. I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry.
All right, chat. We're gonna start reacting to some fire stuff.
No, we're not. Chat.
Okay. What do you mean we're
What are we reacting to?
some fire stuff.
What's some fire stuff?
Some videos.
What are the videos? Here, can I send some videos for you to react to?
Well, hello everyone.
Hello everyone. My name is
I don't want to see you
Markiplier.
twerking.
Welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's.
How about you do the Prince walk? Hold on. I gotta pull up. I'm gonna change my title real quick, and I'm gonna pull up the title of that video. Oh, wait. Vegeta reacts Saiyan walk. Well, hello everyone. I forget the second word or the second sentence, but I remember the first one was hello everyone.
Well, hello everyone.
I wanna memorize the entire thing.
Well, hello everyone.
You should do
It's
that.
your prank.
Wait, what do you want me to add? You want me to add? I'm talking to my chat right now. Can you react to a video for me? Depends on what it is, maybe.
Who are you?
Of the motherfucking Saiyans, and I'm back again with another reaction
Think your
video
mic's
for
muted.
all of you, and this is a brand
Think your
new
mic's muted.
reaction. Oh yes,
I think you don't
today
have a
the
mic.
Prince of the Saiyans is reacting to the Saiyan Walk. Oh man, you know if it's called it's gonna be good. So without further ado, here we go.
This is jail.
Right.
Sorry.
Let's do it.
There's a video you will like. What? Oh, you've told me to react to this before. Hold on, chat. I gotta change all the titles. I spelled Hassan wrong. Alright. Why? I'm leaving that.
That is so sus, guys. I can't
Were
respect
you-
this. No.
I am. Who? What? Huh? Do I know you?
Hello?
Chat, who is this guy? Chat, do we know this guy?
Chat. What even is a non-vaunt?
Chat, what even is a Pig Lord 17?
Huh?
Yeah.
你把妈妈脸都抓破了。
Okay, this is a duck that makes me react
你还要跟我说？
react to stuff. Okay. Still ads, goddamn. I saw this. I didn't watch it. Well, I said some 55 minutes in. I skipped through some parts of it. I think I skipped to where this guy joined, and I just watched him yell at this guy. But that's all I've seen. I really wanna see this stuff. I need to pee first, though. What is there something I can Hassan leave on while I have an empty chair? Let's see. Okay, ads is over. Why am I actually? I think I know. I think I made my ads real long. Where's my ads manager? I can probably make them a little shorter. I forget what the minimum is. Oh, I don't think I can make them that much shorter. I think to have pre-rolls off, you need to do at least 3 minutes per hour or something. Yeah. I have to suffer so with everyone else. Wait, nobody here. What is this? Hold on, I already have a ton of shit to do, okay? Okay, you know what? We're leaving this on while I pee.
On the issue
Panda,
of
this is what you get.
the Oedipal story as the fundamental myth of humankind, and on the issue of the validity of the religious viewpoint. And Jung came down heavily on the side of the validity of the religious viewpoint. And he established that in a book called Symbols of Transformation, which was written in 1914. And that's the book that produced the permanent split with Freud. And that book, I would say that book's actually been written 3 times. It was written as 4 times, written as Symbols of Transformation, which Jung extensively revised when he was old. And then it was rewritten, in a sense, by a student of Jung's called Erich Neumann, who's also someone I would really recommend. Erich Neumann, I think, is Jung's greatest student. And he wrote 2 books. He wrote one called The Origins and History of Consciousness, which is a description of the development of consciousness out of unconsciousness, using the hero myth as an interpretive skeleton. So Neumann viewed the hero myth as the dramatized story of the emergence of human consciousness out of the surrounding unconsciousness in which it was embedded. The struggle of consciousness upward towards the light, like a lotus flower struggles up through the muck and the water to lay itself on the surface of the water and bloom and reveal the Buddha, which is, of course, what the lotus flower does from a symbolic perspective. And for Neumann, the hero's story was the story of the successful development of consciousness. And The Origins of Consciousness, The Origins and History of Consciousness is a great book. Interestingly, Camille Paglia read The Origins and History of Consciousness. She's one of the few mainstream intellectuals that I've ever encountered who read that and commented on it. And she believed that it would be sufficient antidote to postmodern denigration of literature. She thought it was that powerful a work, and I believe that. I think it's a remarkable book. Carl Jung wrote the foreword to that book, and he said in the foreword that it was the book that he wished he would have written. So it's sort of like Jung. He wrote, I don't remember how many volumes, dozens of very thick, difficult volumes. It was like Neumann was able to distill those into a single volume statement. And so I would also say, if you're interested in Jung, the best book to read is The Origins and History of Consciousness. It's the best intro into the Jungian world. So Jung's very difficult to understand. It requires a real shift of perspective in order to understand what he's talking about. And Neumann wrote another book called The Great Mother, which is a little bit more specialized in some sense, but it's also extremely interesting because it fleshes out the archetype of chaos and its representation as feminine. It's a brilliant book as well, and highly worth reading, both those books. Anyways, Jung was a very strange person and a visionary, and so that's kept him outside of the academic realm almost entirely. I mean, I was constantly warned as an undergraduate and then a graduate student and then a professor against ever talking about Jung in any way whatsoever. When I went on the job market, when I was at McGill, when I had graduated from McGill, I had done my scientific research on alcoholism, and I had a fairly lengthy publication record that was pure empirical research and really neurophysiological research into the pharmacology of alcoholism. And I'd established a reasonably solid dossier of publications, but at the same time I was writing this book that became Maps of Meaning, and so I'd split my time in graduate student school between these two endeavors, one very specifically neurological and pharmacological and really biologically based, and the other very abstract, religious, symbolic, psychoanalytic, the complete opposite. But I could see that the two things overlapped really nicely, and there was a number of scientists at the time that were also drawing the same conclusions, the same relationship between the biology and the psychoanalysis. Jaak Panksepp, who wrote a book called Affective Neuroscience, which is a great classic, is one of those people who saw the relationship between the neurobiology of emotion and motivation and the psychoanalytic insights. Never became a mainstream view, but I think it's too complex. I think that bridging the gap between the biology and the symbolic is too much for people, generally speaking. You know, it was certainly virtually too much for me because I got quite ill when I was a graduate student, I think, for a variety of reasons. I also would go out and party 3 nights a week, and so that probably had something to do with it. But working on those two things simultaneously was all.
Given your working definition of truth, and let's say within the Abrahamic religious tradition, would you say that the more perhaps mystical sects there, guys. And the
empty chair react. Let's go. Did you enjoy that, Panda? Are you happy that you finally got it? I don't know, by the way, I got a haircut, as you can probably tell. I don't know how I should be. I don't know what looks best on me. I don't know. I don't really like when it's just down, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. I enjoyed it, but too bad you didn't react. Yeah, I was using the bathroom and getting more energy drinks. I'm gonna watch the video I sent today. Maybe. How long? It's only 15 minutes or something? We can watch it later. A suspension. Okay. There's a few things I want to watch today. This Israel Palestine debate. This border debate, which I saw, which seemed interesting. Oh, the Ben Burgers Destiny thing. And as well, I don't know, the Piers Morgan Biden thing, which seems insane to me, that they got basically just 4 anti-Biden people. I mean, the meme is like literally Trump versus Biden, but it's just four people who all hate Biden until they got the TikTok influencer, I guess. All right. What are we starting with? I think we'll start with the border debate.
Never had to go through all.
Pre-watch, guys. Pre-watch the entire thing. No, I don't know how much of it I watched. Not that much, but very cis and real person, not DNC plant. All right. What did you ask me? Oh, it's super. I don't care enough. See, Jordan, hold on, Panda. If you say any super unrelated shit, okay, I'm just gonna ban you because otherwise the VODs of these videos that I upload to YouTube just become me like yelling at you or yelling at you through chat about just totally unrelated stuff, and like it's just not good. YouTube channel is popping off. Hopefully this gets. I'm assuming this will take off eventually, and hopefully that will too. I finally got access, by the way, to one of the features that lets you like A/B test thumbnails, which is really cool. So now I can upload 3 thumbnails and it'll automatically test them for me. See how this has 3 different thumbnails. So that's pretty cool. This is still getting views. Hell yeah. All right. The border debate, guys. We did a lot of research in immigration a few days ago. So I even though I definitely don't consider myself a libertarian, I'll probably end up aligning pretty closely with the libertarians on the border issue. Deport, yeah, I know. Pan, I don't think you were here for the immigration research. It'll be really interesting to me if any of these people, I'm assuming all libertarians probably will, but a lot of me true. It'll be really interesting to see if these people actually know how the law works. The Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank, I read a lot of stuff from there about immigration, and they do a good job going over the specifics of the immigration law. So the big issue is the 1967 UN Convention on the Rights of Refugees, or whatever, which the US has signed and ratified. It means you have to grant asylum to refugees, regardless of whether they come from a port of entry, regardless of whether they come in legally, regardless of all these things, right? So building a wall won't do anything, because the issue is that, and also secondly, our own domestic law requires the same thing. So even if that treaty doesn't exist, our own domestic law requires that asylum be granted, regardless of whether you come from a port of entry, regardless of whether you come in legally. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. Where's the law? Yeah, this law, the asylum law. Doesn't a libertarian supporter support liberty? Yeah, most libertarians are like pro-immigration, though. Okay. Anyway, it'll be really interesting to see if any of them actually mention the big issue right now. That's why building a wall doesn't do shit. It literally does nothing. Because the big issue is people can just come to the wall and claim asylum. And they have to be put through our immigration court system. And the immigration court system doesn't have the resources to process everybody. That's why the border bill, the bipartisan border bill, tried to give a lot more resources to the immigration courts, which would have helped somewhat. It wouldn't have solved everything. There's just no way the immigration court system could handle the amount of encounters that we have. But that yeah, that law is the big issue. It would have helped at least a little bit, but the Republicans blew it up. Libertarians aren't for complete immigration shutdowns. However, many of them are against open borders because illegals use public services. I think the little bit I want, so like the clips I've seen on Twitter, they do talk about the public services bit, where the libertarians mention, oh well, we would, we don't like that immigrants are using the welfare state, but even the Cato Institute also has good data. Okay, hold on. I don't want to spend too long on this, but a lot of the studies that show that immigrants use more welfare than native citizens are not good studies. Most good studies show that immigrants use about the same or less public services, less like Medicare shit than the native population. I'm trying to find... Fuck. Oh, I hope I still have it somewhere. Fuck. Oh wait, here's one study. So a lot of the studies either what they'll do is they don't count the children. Or sorry, no, what they'll do is they'll count the public services that children receive, but then they won't count the tax revenue that those children will eventually make, right? So it's possible that a immigrant comes over and receives public services for their children, right? And they end up costing more than they take. But then those children also later grow up and pay taxes and eventually contribute all of that back. Anyway. Oh, also, I think the audio for some of this is fucked.
Immigrants actually improve our economy.
Communities are stronger because of the...
Hold on, I wonder, just real quick, I wonder if the Rumble VOD is any better, but I don't think it is. But we'll check.
Immigration, to paraphrase Hillary Clinton, should be safe, legal, and rare. And hopefully one day it will be.
I'm Bruce. Immigration, good, bad?
Well, I am somebody who supports immigration. I support the economic...
Okay, this video looks like shit too. Okay. I don't know if the audio is any better.
Perpetuating some violent crime.
They're very content to remain broken.
Other nations do not like mass immigration.
Let me just go see if the audio is this bad in the Rumble VOD.
What am I anti? Fridays?
Communities are stronger because of...
Yep, okay. Sorry, nothing I can do about it.
It's going to be built.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. From Zero Hedge, this is The Border Presents. I'm Emily Jashinsky, joined by my co-host at Counterpoints, Ryan Grimm.
I'm Ryan Grimm,
That's
reporter
better.
at Intercept. Emily here, reporter at Unheard as of about the last week.
That's right.
We co-host Counterpoints, which is on the Breaking Points channel, which is a bit confusing. Our show is now Wednesdays and Fridays. We're here with these esteemed gentlemen to figure out the border.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to solve the problem, and we can't wait for that. So I'll introduce everyone, and then we'll go into some kind of broad opening statements and work our way through this really important and timely debate. Robbie Suave joins us from Reason, where he's a senior editor, and also you may know him as the host of Rising, which he hosted
Used to be
with
the host
Ryan.
of Ryan.
It just should have been called Ryan.
Wonderful reunion. I loved sharing a podium setup.
Okay, I kind of like this better.
We'll call our show Robbie and Ryan riff on Rogan.
Yeah, that's too much. We're also joined by Chase Oliver, who's the 2024 Libertarian Presidential.
Okay, blah, blah, blah.
What am I anti?
We'll get into that. So, Jack Posobiec, senior editor at Human Events, welcome.
Thanks so much.
All right, Ryan Gerdusky, he's a political consultant and also writes the
What do you mean, is your chat broken?
Nat Pop Substack. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're going to start with some broad opening statements. Ryan, why don't you present our esteemed panelists here with the question?
All right, Robbie, we can start with you. We can work our way down there. Immigration, good or bad?
In the United States.
Yes, I think immigration is good. So I would never describe myself as anti-border or open borders. I think nations do have the right to assert borders. But the fundamental question is, ought we to make it easier to come to the country legally and participate in the economic development of the country, have immigrants who work here and contribute to our civic and cultural life and help us make this country better? We're all, obviously, most of us, descended from people who immigrated to America at some point. It's kind of a cliche that this is a nation of immigrants, but it's true. And the reality is we have a lot of immigrants here. We have illegal immigrants, and then the question becomes, how should we deal with that? I think everyone is watching. This is called the southern border debate.
I think the big libertarian argument is going to be, which I don't fully agree with, is that a lot of the data seems to support it to some extent. The libertarians are usually like anti-prohibition, whether it be drugs or illegal immigration, because they'll say, oh, well, it doesn't really stop anybody from doing drugs or coming over the border. It just increases the negative side effects of it. Which there is some data for that. If you look at like when Title 42, which was basically an asylum ban during COVID, didn't actually reduce the number of crossings that much. What it did was simply reduce the people who encountered border control, and it massively increased the number of known gotaways. That's people who totally evaded border patrol when they crossed the border, which means that 1, they don't get an asylum court date, and 2, they don't get screened for a criminal background.
People are watching the chaos at the southern border, people streaming over.
Oh, and they never get work authorization.
In unsafe conditions for them, contributing to chaos and disorder for some people in border towns. I absolutely agree that is far from ideal, and that is a strain. It's a burden for a lot of people. The way to fix that, because we can't have like magic empower the government solutions that never actually work. The way to fix that would be make a system that is easier for people to come here, to be vetted, so we keep out criminals, terrorists, etc., then have them legally work here, pay taxes here, and then you wouldn't have so many people resorting to desperate, unsafe measures entering the country the way they are. So I say yes to immigration, yes to legal immigration, more legal immigration, shift people from the illegal category into the legal category by making the laws safer and deregulated.
Let's go to Ryan for immigration, good or bad.
Thank you for having me. I believe that the state we're in right now in our country, there are more immigrants than we've ever had before, both percentage-wise and by number. It's over 50 million. It's increased.
It's about the same percentage-wise as it was, I think, like in 1800s. And also, the Cato Institute did a good study on this. If you look at if you make sure to include the estimated, basically our border security used to be worse like in the 2000s. Like we didn't used to have cameras in every part of the border. So it used to be the case that a higher percentage of immigrants who crossed the border wouldn't be counted in known gotaways and wouldn't be counted in an encounter because they never had an encounter. But if you take an estimate of the total unlawful entries, including the estimated number of known gotaways that we couldn't count back then because we didn't have as advanced border security, it's basically the same as it was in the early 2000s. Yeah. And this is percentage of the population. Legal southward border crossings percentage of the population. You can see it's basically, it's really not that high or anything.
By 6 million since Joe Biden, in the last few years since Joe Biden took office. stopping mass immigration is the most important issue in our country because it makes immigration affects every other issue. How long does it take to get a hospital bed? How many seats are in a classroom?
Illegal immigration is a crime. What? You're telling me? I could not infer that from the word illegal.
Cost of the welfare state. What is it? How many people will be imprisoned? And most importantly, who will vote in our country, in the future of our country? Immigrants vote overwhelmingly for Democrats. They
Dude, this is such a funny. I don't want people to come here because they'll vote for the party that I don't like.
believe overwhelmingly in progressive ideas. They don't share the ideas of our constitutional republic. They can get there over many generations, but when you have immigration at our current rate, what you're doing is you're voting to end yourself as you once were. It will still be America. It will just be a much different version of America. In the 2016 election, because it's the only election they had exit polls for, people born outside the country voted 3-1 for Hillary Clinton, while
it really doesn't. It really doesn't like. Sorry, localist party. For whatever reason, Twitch doesn't really like that. All illegal immigrants are criminals. True. Debunk Palestinian laws. We're on the border right now. We'll react to Palestine stuff later.
She only won the popular vote and almost became president simply because we decided to import so many people who believe in the idea of big government and will continue to believe in the idea of big government. My position is, a lot of people would sit there and say it's fringe that there and we want to support lower levels of illegal immigration. But even the Cato study from 2021 sat there and found that 44% of Americans want to reduce legal immigration by at least 90%. 61% want to cut.
Yeah, because they're idiots because they don't understand economics.
By at least 50%. And that was before Biden took office and blew the gates open at the border. This is the popular opinion.
It comes in okay. It's just a dumb thing people do. Like when people say like immigrants tend to commit less crime than the native population, it'll say all illegal immigrants are criminals. They all committed at least one crime. When like it's obvious. It's obvious. Other than the crime that they had to commit, they commit less crime than the native population. And importantly, illegal immigration is a crime that doesn't hurt anybody in and of itself.
This is the opinion that people want of their representative. And if it wasn't for Democrats vying for votes and Republicans vying for donations from the Chamber of Commerce, then we would probably get what we want. And I'll close by saying this. I think immigration, to paraphrase Hillary Clinton, should be safe, legal, and rare. And hopefully one day it will be.
And Bruce, immigration, good, bad?
I am somebody who supports immigration. I support the economic activity that immigration creates, the fact that immigrants have started tons of businesses in this country, the children start lots of businesses in this country, and I'm a free marketer, and I believe that labor is capital. I believe you should be able to come to this country and, exercise your full economic potential, which many people can't in their nation of origin. We have so many people who have started Fortune 500 companies as immigrants or the children of immigrants. We have millions of small businesses in this country that are created by immigrants. In fact, immigrants create small businesses at a greater rate than their current, than their statistics of the population. They create 17% of small businesses. They're 14% of the people here. And so, for me, I see immigration as a pro-economic argument. That yes, I understand that we live in a welfare state, but the truth is, if you look at the numbers in a state like Texas, in 2018. $428 million is actually the amount of money that was drawn into the system in excess, not taken away by immigrants. So immigrants actually create economic growth. They invest in their communities, and they pay taxes, by the way. They pay sales taxes, they pay excise taxes, they pay property taxes as property owners or renters. And I would like more people to be able to come here, work under a legal framework, because that's where the real crisis is. The crisis is not that we have immigration in this country. The crisis is that we have a government that does a terrible job processing people to come here and work. And working here does not mean instant citizenship, but that process is also time-consuming and costly and far too long for some.
Another big thing, which I'm sure they'll mention, if it was just simply easier for people to move here and work here, there would probably be a lot of immigrants who work here for some amount of time and then eventually just move back to Mexico when they retire or something. Because a lot of people moving here, they'll call them economic migrants, right? Just want to work here and send remittances back to their family. They don't actually necessarily want citizenship or anything. Like they just want to work here. They want to make money, send it back to their family. If we just simply made it easier to work here, there'd be plenty of people who move to the U.S. for a short period of time, or not necessarily a short period of time, but for not their entire life, and don't ever receive citizenship because they just work here and then eventually move back.
I'm going to become a citizen. But I know immigrants. I meet them all day, every day. And let me tell you, there are people who...
Why does immigration necessarily hurt the country and its native population?
No more people who are more patriotic than people who come here from somewhere else and can make something of themselves here in the United States. And, I hear your argument about they vote for Democrats. That's a marketing problem for Republicans, not a problem amongst immigrants, because immigrants come here...
True. Well, these are the libertarians, and the other people are just two weird right-winger people.
Usually escaping big government totalitarianism from somewhere else. They're more likely to be Christian and want to participate in the two-parent household, have strong family connections. And so there are a lot of areas where immigrants should actually be the natural people that Republicans are able to market to. I can't help it that Republicans are bad at doing that. But what I do know is that immigrants who want to come here and want to make something of themselves contribute to...
Also, Latino vote doesn't go overwhelmingly to Democrats anymore. Like Trump kind of changed that. Like Trump received a lot of support from Latinos.
And I want to see more of them come here in a way that's orderly, in a way that allows us to check who's coming in here, make sure they're not dangerous. But for the most part, that needs to be the one barrier. If you're dangerous, you shouldn't be coming to this country. If you want to come here to work, come here to work. Create economic output.
So we're going to have a lot to break down. Before we do, Jack, give us your immigration good or bad take.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a gotcha question to begin with. You know, we all can see the benefit of having
there's a right answer.
Of saying yes, no, because I'm obviously side more with Ryan that the current level of immigration is bad. Could there be a level of immigration that is good? I'm open to discussion, but the current level of mass immigration and mass importation of foreigners is bad. But I'd rather actually cede my own time and
a
take
military
a moment of
age
silence,
men.
if we could, for
Oh my God, I watched this. I watched the opening statement and then I watched a few clips on Twitter. I can't, dude. This is probably the worst fucking way to virtue signal about this. This is so cringe. I visibly cringe when he says this.
Cede my own time and take a moment of silence, if we could, for Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, and Kate Steinle, who are the victims of the open border.
It's so awkward. Oh my God. It's just like you can talk about crime or whatever, but oh my God, like this weird like virtue signal moment of silence in your opening statement. Oh my God, that's just so fucking weird, dude.
So Jack.
Oh my God. It's so, yeah. Oh my God.
You're ceding entirely now.
Thank you.
Okay. Noted. So a lot of overlap, but then also some big points of tension in everything that's been outlined so far. Let's start with this question of danger, because off the point that Jack just made, there have been some high-profile issues. There have been some high-profile crimes committed by people who were here illegally, whether they were abusing the asylum system, whether they had overstayed visas, a lot of different results there, or maybe they crossed the border illegally in the first place. According to ICE, last year, 73,822 non-citizens with a criminal history were arrested. Those were just numbers of people who were arrested. So my question to both of you, and you can jump in if you want to answer it first, but we'll go in whatever order you two choose, is it possible right now, with the levels of immigration that we've seen, according to the Washington Post, that's at least 2 million people a year under Joe Biden, to screen for people whether they're dangerous? This is something that you said, Chase. If people are dangerous, that should be the one barrier. Is it possible in this current
Please mention the asylum law. Please mention the actual issue.
Immigration system, or what more, if anything, needs to be done to vet people when you have 2 million at least coming?
Mass illegal immigration has macroeconomic effects on the labor market, which hurt the American worker benefits. Hurt the American workers and benefits American business owners. Slash the immigrants themselves. People aren't also interchangeable. Since American politics is centralized, immigrant representation duties, Native American representation, etc. True. Most of the data shows that like immigrants only really hurt the wages of like high school dropouts and non-college graduates, like low skill people. And even by then, it's only by like 1 to 2%. Two, you even mentioned it benefits American business owners. There are going to be, to some extent, winners and losers in immigration, but the trade-off seems to be overwhelmingly worth it. Like, you're telling me, like, would I accept like a 2% decrease in the wages of high school dropouts for like an increase in tax revenue and GDP? That trade-off might be worth it. Yeah, I would be willing to accept that. Like, it helps American business owners. What you're really saying is like, there's like inequality stuff that you can bring up, which might have some valid points, but like, I would accept like if it's a 3% increase in GDP or 5% increase in tax revenue versus a 2% decrease in wages for high school dropouts. Yeah, that's a trade-off I'm willing to make, dude.
In a year, whether that's through asylum or illegal crossings or overstaying visas, whatever it is.
I would say it's difficult. It's extremely difficult to vet them under the current system of them flooding across the southern border and claiming asylum. My goal would be to reduce the number of people who are coming by that means, and then we could have stronger border protection for the people who are still resorting, who I think are more likely to be.
Well, yeah, we really need a good legal means that prevents people from coming into the asylum system. George from Mexico takes your job. He probably deserved it more than you.
Criminal or
do you even care about demographic change as replacement? Not really. No, I'm not a great replacement guy.
For some reason, they wouldn't want to submit themselves to government questioning when they're trying to come in. If we made the process for everyone else easier, we would have less people coming in ways that we can't monitor, abusing the asylum system, which we probably all agree is not a good system for figuring these things out. We have people come in, claim asylum, even though it's meant for political fugitives, which applies to some of these people. I think that it's been stretched by all definition for the vast majority of people claiming it.
Right.
And then they're here until a court date some years in the future that can't be monitored. Whether they can work in that period is very ambiguous. It's just, no one should support.
Oh, okay. Are we really doing the great replacement stuff right now? What's funny is that I'm a strong liberal. So something I do care about is the values that society has, and there are cases where immigration may change the values that society has. So the big thing here are, I think a lot of right-wing people fearmonger way too much about this one, but Muslim immigrants. The analogy I would use if America imported 50 million communist immigrants, right, who are all communist, well, then maybe there'd be some communist reform that I wouldn't agree with, and the values of American society would change. And that's kind of bad because they're changing in an illiberal way. And the analogous thing there is Muslim immigration, and they might the problem is I think right-wingers fearmonger way too much about this, but the argument is they'll implement Sharia law, but there may be some reforms that are illiberal that change the values that America has. I mean, people fearmonger more about Muslim immigration from Europe, but my understanding is that most of the data suggests that even Muslims assimilate pretty well to a country's values. But that's the steel man of the Great Replacement. Well, it's not. That's a different thing than a great replacement, really. That's the steel man of anti-immigration stuff.
It makes no sense. The violent crimes that have been committed by illegal immigrants are unconscionable. They are awful. Those people should be brought to justice to the full extent of the law. But we will probably all agree they should be, if they were legal immigrants, if they were native-born citizens, whoever does these violent crimes should be responsible. So then you have to get into, well, are the illegal immigrants responsible for a larger share of the crime than other categories? And statistics over and over again find that no. I mean, we've just had a massive murder spike in the city we're in, Washington, D.C. last year. You can look at those statistics. It's awful. It needs to be dealt with. It's not illegal immigrants doing it. It's the native-born population. It's poor African-American people in the poorer parts of the city who have been here for generations. So it's a problem that's got to be dealt with, and it should be talked about. But the illegal immigrants being responsible for the crime we're seeing in our cities, it's responsible for some of them, certain, and we got to keep those people out. But it doesn't make any statistical rationale. And the same.
That doesn't matter to you. Native populations being replaced with foreign ones. It's just so fucking dumb.
Some liberals will say that, look, assault weapons. Look, this was used in another violent shooting. But then people who understand guns better know that the vast majority of people are using these weapons responsibly, and they're actually in a small minority of gun cases. So we would not, I don't want them all banned for that reason because I'm a libertarian. It's a similar argument.
And so, Chase, my definition actually of closing the borders is tightening our asylum laws, making them more just and more fair, so that people who desperately need asylum actually can get asylum. What do you make of that question? To Robbie's point, we probably all agree that our asylum system is a mess. Is that closing the border if we tighten asylum loopholes?
No. But if you do that in conjunction with actually easing the restrictions on people who want to come here peacefully and just work, which is most people, I would proverbially 99.9% of libertarian or of immigrants want to come in here, just come across the border, get a job, work, provide for their family. And if we allowed a system that made it,
I don't know if it's 99.9%,
easy for those people to come through. Just come right through, submit yourself to a background check in a 21st century Ellis Island model, and then come right in and get to work. Well, that eases the strain on law enforcement to actually take care of those who are human trafficking across the border. They're not going to come through a port of entry if you're human trafficking. You're not going to come through a port of entry if you're carrying tons of fentanyl that's been pressed to look like Xanax pills. That's going to cause the next OD in our communities. Those are the people that we need to be having law enforcement stopping, right?
But most drugs do come through legal ports of entry.
Yeah, and that is ultimately that has to do with the fact that we have a huge appetite for drugs and the war on drugs and the crime that it creates.
Yeah, I was going to say the libertarian argument is always just going to be anti-prohibition for all of these things, so.
By the way, much of the immigrant crime that we see in this country is a direct result of drug crime that comes from cartels. If we ended the war on drugs, we would remove the profit motive for much of that violence that we see in our neighborhoods. And if we had more open immigration, if we didn't have immigrants who are fearing...
Yeah, he's just going to say, well, if we didn't prohibit drugs, the cartel wouldn't exist, right? Which is true to some extent, yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of a lot of... I don't know. I don't know where exactly I fall on the decriminalization, legalization spectrum, but libertarian argument's true. But I think weed should definitely be legal, and I think simple possession should probably be decriminalized for most shit. Although I saw Oregon had some problems with that. I don't know exactly. Maybe we'll do a drug research arc at some point. But
the police, fearing that they might have to see their papers and get deported. Well, in these immigrant communities, you have more people more likely to go to the police when something happens because they don't fear themselves being deported. And so we had a more open immigration system for people who want to come here peacefully. It would make all of our communities safer because we would be able to actually have immigrants participating in the process as opposed to living in the shadows, which creates black markets, which creates crime.
Oh, no, I'm aware of your position, Lucas Party. Trust me.
Creates violence in our neighborhoods. And I don't want that. I don't think anybody here wants that. But I think the solution in terms of immigration is to ease the process for those who want to come here peacefully. And yes, if you are seeking political, asylum from political persecution, there should be a process for that. And, I would wager that somebody who...
Yeah, wait. Also, if the federal government doesn't make it illegal, that means the federal government doesn't make it... Anything that's not illegal is legal. That's how laws work. Like, they don't pass a law legalizing everything.
who get stopped at the border and they say, hey, you're wanted for a crime. And they say, that's a politically motivated crime. I'm claiming asylum. Well, then you go...
Well, weed is like federally, I think it's a Schedule 3 drug now, thanks to my man Joe Biden, who rescheduled it. Let's go. Or it may still be undergoing a process of rescheduling. But the states do have some control over it because of some weird shit, but it's still federally illegal.
Through that process. Right now, the asylum process is totally broken.
So, Jack, what's wrong with that argument?
Everything.
Okay.
Completely everything. So, for example, with what Robbie was saying about how, yes, U.S. citizens do commit crimes, and you're right that it is predominantly, when you're talking about homicide, violent crime, there's an African-American rate that is clearly higher. That's a separate category of this. What's different is that non-citizen crime, specifically when it's by illegals, can actually be reduced to zero, because none of these people should be here to begin with. So, if they're not here, they will not be able to commit the crime.
I think it's still undergoing some of the processes, but hopefully it'll be Schedule 3 drug soon. Because Biden wanted to reschedule it, but I don't think he has full control over it. Federal rule would reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous Schedule 3 drug. Yeah, the proposed rule, subject to a 60-day comment period. Has it been 60 days? It's been 60 days, so who knows what happened. Okay. I don't think it's scheduled for yet, but it will be.
It's quite simple.
If you take everybody's guns, then they won't be able to shoot anybody. Right?
Yes, you'll be able to stab people, you'll be able to beat up people. You can kill a person a lot of ways, Ryan. You can kill a person a lot of ways.
But is this prohibition for people, as Chase was just saying?
Of course. It's prohibition for foreign people.
Then is there downstream effects similar to, as we saw, is the metaphor that a lot of libertarians will
make? That's an interesting point. I mean, the left says, look at all this gun violence perpetrated by these people with these assault weapons.
We have a right to the Second Amendment in this country. We have many rights in this country, which by the way, these immigrants vote for parties that completely deride the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. By the way, these are what the immigrants vote against.
We decided we had that right.
When we decide we have these rights, no foreign citizen has a right to become a citizen. No foreigner has a right to cross the border and walk into our country. And even claims of asylum. This is not a right. This is clearly not a right. Now, UN, of course, would disagree with me on that. But
it's the right under the 1967 UN Convention on the Rights of Refugees or whatever the fuck. I don't think that's the exact name, but it's 1967 UN Convention something refugees and U.S. owned domestic law. Yeah,
it's not a right in our Constitution.
It's not in our Constitution, but right here, 8 U.S. Code 1158 asylum. This is a 1980 something law, whatever.
Whatsoever. In fact, the Constitution gives the government broad latitude to govern this and administer it as they see fit. And so any government, the next one, Chase wants to try to be the next president over here, that you would actually have the ability through a lot of controls and working with Congress or others to be able to set that, because these are not constitutional rights. Again, no person has a right. I can't walk over to China and say I have a right to be a citizen. I lived in China for a couple of years. I don't have a right to citizenship. It doesn't matter how much I learn Mandarin.
Oh, that's wild. You know why? Because China doesn't have an asylum law like we do.
Or assimilate to the culture. I have no right whatsoever to those things. The Second Amendment, of course, is a right, and it is the right of self-defense, which is the expressive right to the right to life.
We're getting lost in the point here. The Second Amendment was a right because, as Americans, when we created the country, we decided that it was going to be a right. We could just as equally decide that we want it to be a right that people can come here, as we did throughout the entire 19th century.
Dude, hold on. I don't want to talk too much about Israel Palestine right now because I want to upload the VOD of this, right? And I don't want to just be talking to the chat the whole time. But I think I might start farming TikTok debates, because there's a lot of really super uneducated Palestinians on TikToks doing debates that I see on my TikTok live, and there's a lot of Zionists who are more educated, but even still I have disagreements with them. I talked to one of them about we didn't get to talk too much about it, but he said that Oslo. His big contention was that Oslo allowed settlements in Area C. And my understanding is that it didn't disallow them, but it also didn't explicitly allow them. Oslo just ignored the issue of settlements completely. I need to look into that. if he was right or not. He never really provided a source. He just said read the Oslo agreements, and I was like, well, they didn't address settlement, so.
Basically,
do you think that'll do well in the
open
ballot?
borders. So Ryan, what was,
super well.
what was wrong with 19th century American immigration policy?
It was fine for the 19th century, but we're not in the 19th century anymore. You
Because
cannot
why?
have
Because
time.
why?
That's time. That's how time works. We leave a year and then we go to the next year.
To be fair, time is
and
an
over
illusion.
many years, we're in a different century.
Excuse me, time is a
so
I read, I still have like the last chapter. I just haven't, we just moved on from intro policy.
you cannot have a 19th century immigration policy in a 21st century.
Yeah, no, I literally, after I read it too, I noticed like any podcast doesn't he win on, I was like, oh, he's quoting from Scars of War.
The Second Amendment from 1789, that one.
That has nothing to do. I mean, I'm not getting lost in semantics. The truth is, and I have this basic question to Chase and Robbie. What is the number? We bring in 1.1 to 1.2 million legal immigrants per year. That's not good enough. That's the most any country in the world takes. What's the number then?
Do you think the federal government knows the exact number of people who should be allowed to enter the country every year? They don't know how much lumber we should have. They don't. You can't centrally plan the economy.
But they
I don't.
said
Markets
it.
determine it.
So as many companies, so if I have a nonsense LLC that I'm using to get visas for people from India, Nepal, wherever, and they're paying me, and I claim that's a business, but I'm just bringing in as many as I possibly can.
Bringing in people here to work and enrich our economy.
Yeah, sure, I can make them all.
Like,
I can make them all mow lawns. And just sit there.
We don't need people to mow lawns. I don't like people doing work. That sounds great to me.
No, you don't though. But so as long as corporations sponsor, then that's our immigration system. They could so every American worker every American worker then needs to be in constant competition with the cheapest labor in the world.
Yeah, that argument holds no water with everybody's in competition for other people for their jobs.
No, they're not. That is not true. Someone who mows a lawn actually
you have a right to a lawn mowing job at a certain wage. This is a leftist argument.
No, it's not. You're not in competition for a nickel a day. That's the truth though. Mass immigration would absolutely deplete that.
Yeah, my great-grandfather repaired horse and buggies for a living. Then a little thing called a car comes around, and he doesn't have a job anymore. That's how the economy works.
So my question.
True. Yeah. They could just communicate the trade-offs of it, and B, the data behind it that shows immigration doesn't really seem to reduce wages that much. And only high school.
Your fundamental answer is there should be no limits.
The economy arguments are nonsense. There should be limits for crime and violence.
Let's give Chase a second here.
Yeah, so I think the number is the number that the economy wants to have workers who come here. That's the number that we're looking for.
But we have a welfare state.
Yeah, and I oppose it at every step of the way.
Great,
so
but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
because the welfare state position is less popular than immigration.
I'm from the state of Georgia, right? Agriculture is.
We get a new Biden debate monthly. The public needs to hear Biden speak on a daily basis. Dude, his rally that he held after the debate yesterday was like really good. Like he was like really fucking hyped. Hold on. Fuck yeah. I love this, bro. Increase in home labor due to immigration. Fuck yeah. Why is this so low quality? Oh, what the fuck? Why? Okay, here's the graph. Oh, it's still low quality. Yeah, but immigration shifts to PPF curve right, which usually end up giving more jobs for Native people too. With the increase in labor at home from immigration, the production possibility frontiers shift outward, and the output of both industries increases from point A to point B. Output of both industries increases because of the short-run nature of the specific factors model. In the short run, land and capital do not move between extra industries, and extra labor and the economy is shared between both industries. Problem with immigration is the scale. There's too many. I'm just not. I mean, one, the big issue again is our asylum law. So like, we can have conversations about how many immigrants that we should let in, but like, the best way to do that is by instituting an easier way to immigrate legally, and then we can place some caps on that. But like, yeah, I'm not convinced. Like, I don't know the exact number, but I think we can definitely sustain our current levels even.
Our largest industries. Agriculture is one of the largest industries in the state that I'm from. And there are plenty of farmers who vote red every year, but they will tell you they need immigrant labor. They need people to work on the farm. And why do they need the labor? Because A, native-born people are not doing the jobs. Okay. Secondly, they know they need the labor because they need to have people who are there for planting and harvesting season. If we ease
I'm going to take an asylum as kind of delusion. I'm not going to lie, it's pretty much already overruled. Well, that's what's insane, is that like Biden's new executive order, for example, is just illegal. It is. Like, Biden's executive order, that's the asylum ban that he issued that capped asylum at like $2,500 per day or whatever. That's illegal. He can't do that. That is flagrantly unlawful. But he does it anyway because nobody's willing to like sue him on it because everyone wants to cap asylum. It's wild. Yeah. Like it's wild that he can just get away with breaking the law like that.
Immigration. We ease the ability for people to come here just to work. By the way, nobody is saying citizenship. We're all saying come here to work. If you want to come here to work, come here during planting and harvesting. Take your money back with you south of the border where you can be with your family. Right now, what we have is we have people coming to work on farms during planting and harvesting. They can't go back home because they know the difficulty of coming back up here. They send their money back home and they stay here on charity, on welfare because they have to.
Okay, many people will be seasonal. Like 90% of what you say is completely nonsense. Because the farm visas are so large. Wait, farm visas are incredibly large. That's a total bullshit answer. But the one thing is one, all those jobs will be automated. If they're not already, we have machines that can pick strawberries, plant crops, pick tomatoes, whatever you want.
Okay, then we get a different job. What? Okay.
All those jobs.
We have jobs.
No, the problem is that
to protect those jobs because we have to keep them.
No, we do them because you have.
Like from the libertarian argument here, it's like, yeah, he's making a really good point. Should we protect those jobs then? The libertarian argument here is that we should let as many immigrants in as the market demands, right? So even if those jobs are automated, well, then the market will just demand less immigrants, and we probably shouldn't let them in.
Have a serving class. Taxpayers subsidize cheap migration so big farmers, big agriculture doesn't have to mechanize. Japan doesn't starve every year, and they don't have 1 million Mexicans walking across the border to pick rice. That's just the truth.
Would Japan's economy be better or worse with immigrants? Because I'm pretty sure it would be better. It's kind of a non-argument.
Subsidizing big companies with cheap labor. That's all you are. But you believe in the service. It's like Kelly Osbourne. Who's going to clean your toilet, Donald Trump? That is how you look at these people. They don't have to get citizenship. They don't have to get any protections. They can work for a nickel an hour, get their arms chopped off, ship them back to
people, they want to do it. You're taking away their agency. You look at these people as unworthy of doing this. Just get out of our country. They want to come here and do these jobs. And I say, also, you know what? The government should not get in the way of that.
Right. There was a company over in, I'm sorry, last thing I promise. There was a company over in Chicago. They had 800 illegal alien workers. Finally, a black employee blew the whistle, and they found 800 black people in Chicago to take those jobs, and everyone got a raise. There is not a single industry in this country, not one, where a majority of the...
It's just so fucking dumb. Like, he literally does not, like, just talk about the trade-offs. Like, yes, there were trade-offs, dude.
entire workers are foreign-born.
We could artificially inflate the price of everything in the country by mandating that only people native-born be hired at a higher wage. Inflation is the #1 concern of people in America right now, and this is a proposal to make everything.
That's another really good argument. It's an inflationary trade-off there. Like, you're reducing the labor supply. Okay, well, either that's going to, like, for example, Trump deported all of fucking 13 million migrants. Well, you're going to disrupt... You're going to disrupt production, right? So that's probably going to be inflationary because there's going to be supply constraints because people can't fucking find workers. 2, you probably are going to, since there's a decreased labor supply, wages are going to increase, which means businesses are either going to push that cost onto the consumers by raising prices, or even if they don't, now that wages are increased, there's going to be some amount of demand pull inflation from the increased wages, like.
Not destroying the currency, not any of that. It's just servant labor.
Do you want higher prices?
Jack, say what you were going to say.
So we've been talking a lot about corporations, farmers, big ag. Ryan's talking about, and obviously we're talking about agricultural workers coming across the border, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about the concerns of actual American workers and American citizens. And the idea is that, unfortunately, there are people, and it's just natural that there are going to be people who are in that working class bracket. There are going to be families that are in that bracket, black, brown, white, whatever, that are going to be there. So what you're saying is that it's totally fine, and this is your platform. You're running to represent these people, Chase, in government. And you're telling them that it's totally fine by you that they should have to compete with people from other countries who are going to undercut them and put downward pressure on wages and put downward pressure on their ability to...
Oh, downward pressure on wages. Okay. First of all, the empirical data shows that it really is not that much. You should be talking about, 1, what are the other effects that immigrants have? Because again, they also drive up demand for products, right? So they're another person. They drive up demand for products, just like native-born workers also drive up demand for products and to some extent depress wages because they're because they're competition for other people, right? And then we just talk about like what are the trade-offs there? Like, even if I accepted that they depress wages by X%, what are the trade-offs? Well, do we want to pull up the CB Congressional Budget Office estimates of the tax revenue that we're getting from immigrants? Do we want to pull this up, dude?
Get any
of they're all right, so they don't want to fucking cut the federal budget by a ton anyway. So
jobs or get access to any of this market, but that's okay because it's good for the big ag.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you increase legal immigration, these people would be undercut by being in the black market of labor.
Do you hope they vote for you?
No, these people would not be able to vote. These people would be coming here as immigrants. Yeah. These people can come here to work. They can come here to compete on a level playing field as workers who are not here in the shadows, who are not here legally, who are here with a legal status that allows them to actually compete with American jobs, thus stopping the undercutting of wages. You're not actually competing in a true free market, which should exist. Yes,
But
I'm going to
it's
support
still
free market
going to be
economics. Please let me
downward
finish.
pressure on
Now, here's the other thing about this, is that immigrants create jobs. They create businesses. They create economic output. And this is things that Americans buy, Americans hire, Americans are hired by immigrants. So they increase the economic share. They increase the economic pie. And so for me to say, oh, well, all of a sudden immigration is bad. No, immigration is good. It has always built this country. It's what built this country in the 19th and into the 20th century with the mass immigration we had the last wave through Ellis Island. It will continue to build this country because that's what it's doing right now. It's building Fortune 500 companies that are creating millions of jobs right now. It's creating small businesses all over the country that are hiring people in mom and pop shops right now that are owned by immigrants or children of immigrants. I live with an immigrant success story. I live with somebody whose father came here, worked on a farm, and guess what? They're the first person to ever be educated, to go to law school, and now they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year more than they would if they had had their parents remain in Mexico where they were from. So yes, I support the free movement of labor. I support the free movement of capital.
Okay, but do you at least admit, though, that there is a trade-off for the people who are currently living here now, who are in competition with all of these people that you're for bringing over for education, for work, for all of the things that you just mentioned? Do you at least admit that there's a trade-off there?
Can I answer that? I would say it's largely a positive trade-off. There is a trade-off.
I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a trade-off, but like it's pretty heavily positive. And even then, the trade-off is like, I don't know if they know that. I don't know like all the data behind it. So I would have like a few links that we should probably read at some point. But most of the data show is like you're depressing the wages of high school dropouts, and like that's it. And it's like that. Is that really like that's what you're concerned about? Like you're so concerned about the high school dropouts? Fucking dude, the chat's awesome right now. Wages going down by 2%. That makes it not worth it to you?
Hearing an answer about trade-offs.
I'm saying there's a trade-off, but it's largely positive because we're all consumers. We're not all workers in the same field. Yes, whenever if someone starts another, if you work at a Blockbuster and someone starts another video rental company from you across the street, is that going to be good for you? Probably not. But the
increased, do want an old system here.
Increased competition overall is better. It's just the most basic economic 101.
This is kind of, are we all millennials, by the way? Have we established that? Ryan, we can grab out the.
That's another thing. Yeah, he's right. The increased competition benefits consumers. Like it doesn't depressed wages to some extent would benefit consumers because goods and services would at least in theory be cheaper because of the increased competition. Like
nonsense argument though about Fortune 500 companies. There was like this whole entire report about them. They come from like 10 countries, none of which make up the top 10 people coming to this country.
Can we have more of the people from there?
Sure, Israel. That would upset Ryan a lot. Israel, Russia, France, Italy, China, India, Australia, Canada. There you go.
So we can have all the immigrants except the ones from Mexico and South America?
Guess how many Mexicans have made a Fortune 500 company? How many Mexicans have made $1 billion? No, how many Mexicans?
Small business.
How many Mexicans have made $1 billion company? No. You said mention Fortune.
How many Mexicans do you think work for those Fortune 500 companies and drive up demands for goods and services for those Fortune 500 companies?
How many Mexicans?
Yeah, I also mentioned small businesses, which is the largest driver creator of jobs in this country.
It's LLCs.
Yes, small business creates more jobs than the Fortune 500 companies.
No, they don't.
This is the Motte and Bailey here.
But how many is my question? How many Mexicans have ever made $1 billion business in this country?
I'm not
one. Out of 11.7 million, one. You have better chance of being struck by lightning twice than you do to find a Mexican national in this country making $1 billion business.
Let's deport everyone who did not start a Fortune 500 company.
Israel made.
Unironically, Israel's the 51st state would be based.
100 Israelis made Fortune 500
Is the worth of a human being based on how much money they can
make? Clearly, because that's all you're talking about. That's all you're talking about.
So people create communities, they create families, they create
your original question.
Yeah, they lose social trust.
Role as a moderator.
Oh my God, this is a shit show now.
Be allowed to jump in.
Yeah, you were asking about the trade-offs generally for families. Either you guys ever been to, and you mentioned at the beginning not being able to get a hospital bed. I'm sure you guys travel this country. You've been to medical centers or hospitals in rural America. Mm-hmm. Have you? Mm-hmm. What do you notice about the medical staff, the doctors?
Yes, there's a shortage.
What do you notice about both the shortages and what do you notice about the nationalities of the medical staff?
In Kentucky that I went to, there wasn't a ton of. It was mostly white people.
Really?
Yes. And when I went to rural
Kentucky, well, maybe we should go to Texas and like the border states, dude.
Probably wrong though, but that's neither here nor there. Yes, we do.
How is that neither here nor there?
Because 10,000 a year that cap on Indian immigrants. A lot of high-skilled, highly intelligent people love to have more.
We're going to get to that in a minute.
Here's where Robbie's completely wrong on that point, though. We get higher skilled immigrants when we have fewer immigrants from a certain country. So, perfect example: Algerians. We take in very few Algerians, but our Algerian immigrants have a higher education standard than our Japanese immigrants because we take so few. We take in very few Indian immigrants. India is a much poorer country, GDP per capita, than Mexico. Yet our Indians are far superior in income than our Mexicans are. Why? We took 0.003% of Indians.
I mean, it's just what's it called, selection bias or whatever. Like the most skilled Indian workers are the ones coming over here, right? Like it's the successful, rich, already like semi-rich Indian people that are coming over here versus like it's just normal people that are crossing the southern border, right? Like it's just a selection bias there.
And we took 16% of Mexicans' entire population. What happens when we take 10% of India's population, 145 million people? We get a lot more doctors. No, we get a ton of poor people. We get a ton of poor people and a welfare state that can't possibly.
I'm so confused. Like, what is point? Its point is just that like, what we should only have immigration from skilled people or like from rich people. Like we already have pretty good legal systems in place for. I think it's like if you show that you can create a business to create 10 jobs here, you can get citizenship pretty quickly, or at least like work authorization and stuff, permanent residency status or whatever.
Going to be a doctor.
And you educate them.
100%. Of course. Because there's infinite money, there's infinite classroom sizes, there's tons of teachers that know every Indian dialect to sit there and teach them English. This is moronic. This doesn't exist in the real world. That's not how anybody actually lives.
Well, your last name's Gurdusky. I'm Jasinski. I imagine our ancestors didn't come here with a whole lot of potential in the same way that H-1B visas
on my dad's mom's side, they did come from the Mayflower. But when like my Italian and Polish shit, yes, my great-great-grandfather when he came from Italy didn't speak English or read in Italian. Do we want some... Congratulations. Do we want somebody who can't speak English or read in their own native language? What is the financial cost on us as a nation to educate?
Or the social cost?
Well, if you're having endless immigration, right, no barriers, and 300 million people, because that's the number who want to come here. We doubled the entire U.S. population.
The real question here is everything's about trade-offs. It should be one, what's the cost of allowing an immigrant in versus what's the cost of that same of a native-born child, right? Because a native-born child also has to be educated, right? They for 18 years don't work and have to go through the education system. There's a lot of children on welfare, right? Like most of our welfare programs go to mothers with children. Versus an immigrant, most immigrants are coming here ready to work, right? They're coming here to work. They don't have to go through all of those costs. That should be what we're talking about here. And again, the trade-offs behind it, but they don't care about trade-offs.
The cost to educate the world's poorest is out. What are we, a charity? No, we are a country. These are our people. People can't afford to pay taxes now. I mean, the few that do, they can't afford to pay taxes now. Imagine paying the welfare state of the entire world in our country.
Yeah, so let's roll this clip actually of Donald Trump on the
So libertarians are just going to disagree with the welfare state anyway. So
podcast last week talking about actually a fairly common libertarian position, stapling green cards to people's diplomas who are here on student
Maybe
visas.
I'm going to vote for him instead.
We'll see what happens. Here's Donald Trump on All In.
15 minutes. The more important point, I think, Mr. President, is we need high-skilled workers in this country. Yes. We need to recruit.
Worst person you know made a good point.
The best and brightest from the world. Every time we get somebody super intelligent from India.
That's also true, Clifton. Okay.
Or Europe, any country. That's
3 of us are immigrants, sir.
Yeah, and 3 of the 4.
Also, I don't think that. I don't know where he's getting that statistic from. Like people mention the paycheck to paycheck shit and stuff, but like most people can't afford to pay taxes. That's an interesting take. I haven't really heard that one before, especially because taxes are on the margin, right? They tax you based on your like marginal income.
Like, here are immigrants, the ones without the ties. And we can get these great people into our country.
Although there are obviously retail sales tax and like excise taxes that are regressive. But whatever.
And that's a loss for our adversaries and our competitors, and it's a gain for us. But I've never heard you talk about this. Can you please promise us you will give us more ability to import the best and brightest around the world to America?
I do promise, but I happen to agree. That's why I promise. Otherwise, I wouldn't promise. Let me just tell you that it's so sad when we lose people from Harvard, MIT, from the greatest schools and lesser schools that are phenomenal schools also. And what I wanted to do, and I would have done this, but then we had to solve the COVID problem because that came in and sort of dominated for a little while, as you perhaps know. But what I want to do and what I will do is you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically as part of your diploma a green card to be able to stay in this country. And that includes junior colleges too. Anybody graduates from a college, you go in there for 2 years or 4 years. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country. And you know more stories than I do, but I know of stories where people graduated from a top college or from a college and they desperately wanted to stay here. They had a plan for a company, a concept, and they can't. They go back to India, they go back to China, they do the same basic company in those places, and they become multi-billionaires employing thousands and thousands of people. And it could have been done here. And a bigger example is you need a pool of people to work for your companies. You have great companies, and they have to be smart people. Not everybody can be less than smart. You need brilliant people. And we force the brilliant people, the people that graduate from college, the people that are #1 in their class from the best colleges. You have to be able to recruit these people and keep the people.
Jack, Ryan, I mean, guy's making some sense, isn't he?
No, I don't agree at all. No, he's totally wrong. Because then you just make colleges, junior colleges, failing. Bernie Sanders' wife ran a college. It was a complete failure. Bernie Sanders.
Legitimate president?
Bernie. I wish.
Okay, so here's a question then. This is basically what you have there are venture capitalists.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know he walked it back, but I saw a lot of his supporters who are fucking mad about it, so it doesn't surprise me that they did.
Billionaires basically begging Donald Trump to increase these legal pathways and to bring high-income immigrants or high-earning potential immigrants, more of them in. Is that anything that makes you uncomfortable as libertarians, or are you all for it?
I support bringing in people that the market wants to bring in. I think highly skilled labor is great. I think if you come to this country and you come to this country to get an education, yeah, you should absolutely be able to stay here if you want to stay here. If you believe that's where you're going to make the most money, that's where you're going to have the most economic input for yourself and for your family, yeah, I think you should be afforded that opportunity. I'm not opposed to that at all.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I can't keep up with where the right is on different populist issues, but it seems kind of counterintuitive that you would say, look, we're going to say no. If an immigrant graduates from an American college, we're not going to give them a green card. We're going to invest in that, and then we're going to build a school, and we're going to send them back to their country. They can work there. But we're also going to do giant tax cuts and cut the Department of Education and cut funding and do a bunch of charter schools and undermine the university system and public education in the country, which then, from the perspective of those CEOs, are like, Christ, you're not letting me bring in the immigrants, and you're also not educating the already existing population. So am I wrong?
About a million things you just said.
Who am I voting for? I'm voting for my man, Joe Brandon, of course.
All right, okay, so I said, I can't keep up. This is the old Republican.
The best state in this country for education, K through 8, is Massachusetts. Not a big, not a big state for lots of charter schools. 57% of 4th and 8th graders in Massachusetts cannot read or write. And that's in the public school system. Among blacks, which is almost universal in public school, it's closer to 80%. That's our best state. That's not in a red state. That's Massachusetts. And I work in public education.
Wait, 80% of who can't read or write? 4th and 8th graders in Massachusetts cannot read.
Lots of charter schools. 57% of 4th and 8th graders in Massachusetts cannot read or write. And that's in the public school system. Among blacks.
I'm pretty sure what he means is they're not reading at the 4th grade level. A lot of that, I would be curious when he got this data, because I'm assuming a lot of that is probably from COVID, right?
Which is almost universal in public school. It's closer to 80%. That's our best state. That's not in a red state. That's Massachusetts. And I work in public education, my 1776 Project PAC, all the time.
In the presidential, yeah.
Public education.
Well, I'm not. Where else can I vote for Joe Biden?
Improve it, make it better. Cutting the Department of Education doesn't change any of that. Making charter schools doesn't change any of that. Keeping kids in the way that we do schools, which is really just to sit there and reward public sector unions, is a miserable failure and a giant disservice to them. But it also doesn't matter for colleges, for venture capitalists.
40% of 4th graders in Massachusetts can't read or write. Doubtful, buddy. I'm guessing it's probably post-COVID data. There's probably a lot of shit from COVID that has lagging effects, and we fucking need to fix it. I'm assuming it's at a 4th grade level, not that they can't do it at all.
Venture capital, what is going to happen is people in failed colleges will just say, hey, Bernie Sanders' wife, had he failed college, she should have shut it down because it was a miserable failure. She'd sit there and say, you know what? Great, we'll port 1,000 Chinese a year. They'll pay for it, they'll get a nonsense degree, and then they'll get a visa for it. Trump University probably would have loved that plan. To sit there and get accreditation, to sit there and do a degree, charge people $10K and they get American citizenship afterwards for any degree. He didn't say a high-skilled degree. You could sit there and go to Columbia University and wave Hamas flags and say death to Jews, and you get a visa.
I agree. The Department of Education should heavily regulate that. We agree.
Jack?
I mean, I largely agree with Ryan. I think what you're going to do is you're going to create situations, I've said it a couple times, but you're going to create diploma mills. And so you're going to have situations where the coursework is not rigorous. You're going to have classes where people are...
that's true. They have, well, I guess that Chase Oliver has kind of mentioned that they create jobs, so that's it.
Barely get by on accreditation, and people are going to get visa mills out of this, and they're going to come in and say, well, guess what? Now I'm in the country, now I can work. And most importantly, now if I've got a green card, I think it's 3 years right now, 5 years for a green card right now. Now within 5 years, now you're voting for Democrats again, which again, this is what the Democrats want. This is what the left
Five is the light work, dude.
To increase. No, they wouldn't.
Trump would put his face on there.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
But that's separate from the question of justice.
There's no.
It says I don't understand. Like they're literally. I don't like immigration because they don't vote for the people I like. If I look up Latinos shift towards Republicans. I think there's been quite a bit of shift towards even Donald Trump. Hispanic Republicans are. This is Hispanic Republicans. I'm just looking. Yeah. Oh well, this is Cubans. Cubans is becoming more Democrat. I'm just Nationwide shift among Latinos in 2020. The Democrats over a margin among this group dropped by 18 points relative to 2016. Cubans had the largest shift of 26 points, with Puerto Ricans moved by 18 points to Trump, Dominicans by 16 points, and Mexicans by 12 points. Yeah. Like, they're still mostly, or I think they still lean Democrat, but like, it's definitely changing. And I really like what Chase Oliver said. Well, it's not my fault that Republicans are bad at appealing to them.
There's no evidence that Donald Trump wants to do. I don't think Donald Trump wants to do this because he thinks more people are going to vote for Democrats. And I think, again, this is a marketing issue of Republicans.
And then also the like really good arguments you make here is like a lot of these people who are economic migrants probably don't really care that much about citizenship. What they care about is working here and giving money to their families. So if you let them work here pretty easily and give money to their families pretty easily and let them come and go relatively easily without any super heavy restrictions, they're probably going to come here and work for a little bit and never get citizenship, never even vote, because they're probably going to move back to Mexico or whatever.
Not an issue of immigrants, just
inherently. Not funny Democrat for some reason. 80% of his viewers are race realists as replacement people, great replacement people. That's it. Listen, Twitch politics shares the same 20 viewers, so like, I'm stuck with what I got. It's like all of you guys also watch PPG and Gorps and OK Life and Casey Lee and Grumple and all those other people. So like it's one like fan base of 20 people and they are just shared between all of us. So it's not like the Democrats watch me and the Libertarians watch Gorps or whatever. It's just everyone watches everyone.
So what level of legal immigration are you too comfortable with?
So you're 36 states. It's not a two-party system.
What levels of legal immigration are you too comfortable with?
Do you want to go first or you want Jack?
Low.
Okay.
No one talked about the real.
You asked.
Wait, did he say? Hold on, I was reading chat.
So 36 states. It's not a two-party system.
What levels of legal immigration are you too comfortable with?
Do you want to go first or you want Jack?
Low.
Oh, low. I thought he said no.
You asked them what levels of immigration they would be comfortable with. So turning it back.
I would like net zero immigration.
He said zero though. Net zero. Oh. I don't know. If you look up the CBO budget estimates for fucking net zero immigration, they look pretty bad, dude. Goddamn, net zero. Net zero immigration is the dumbest shit ever.
Yes, net zero. That doesn't mean no one comes to the country.
Not for very long. Labor coalition coming July 4th.
No one comes in the country. It just means people leave every year. They die every year. If we're going to have stable and steady population growth over time, we would.
Which in the UK, I'd probably be Lib Dem. But
taken as many as leave, and they'd be the most skilled and the highest quality and the best doctors and whatever, but they wouldn't be someone's second cousin who came in through enough chain migration, which is how 60% of the people come in this country. It's not through these billionaires that Chase is sitting there and dreaming about. It's someone's second cousin who eventually got here through chain migration, or someone walked through the border pregnant, dropped the baby, and collects welfare, which is how most immigrants get their welfare then, and then gets through chain migration to that.
Would you guys get rid of chain migration?
Lib Dem will. I don't know enough about UK politics, but I think I took the New York Times quiz, and I was mostly Labor, but I was Lib Dem for some things.
Is it feasible?
I would get rid of the welfare state. If they're taking out benefits and they're disproportionately receiving more from the state than they're giving in. Yeah, I don't want any of that. But we really disagree, I think, strongly on the economic issues. I do want to address the kind of like cultural and political aspect of this. Because on this, look, I'm going to be more, I think, charitable to your argument. Like, if we were in a situation where we were going to get overrun by immigrants that were going to like vote to undo the country and enshrine authoritarianism, Chase might not agree, but or maybe does, I don't know. I would personally think that we are not sentenced to just deal with that. I think it would be okay to consider that as an issue.
Robbie, there's a state called
Let him finish. Let Robbie finish and we'll come back.
Look, I am conceding and agreeing that if we were going to be overrun by people who are going to establish an authoritarian hellscape over us, yes, I would think we were going to take steps to prevent that. I think in Europe, Europe, they're dealing with more difficult immigration questions because there is more of a antagonistic culture of the Islamic refugees that are coming in there. But we are overrun by people.
Your country's run by a sleepy guy who can't form sentences and falls over shit based.
People who hate socialism, love Christianity, love Catholicism, particularly my religion, and want to work hard. They are like the most antithetical to the values of the United States are the most highly educated, most elite white and black people whose ancestors have been here for generations. If I wanted to make this country more like right-wing and based and patriotic, I would deport the existing population because they are the people whose values are antithetical to the right and antithetical to Trump.
True, he would deport people just like me, just like the rich, educated white people. Yeah, I think you mentioned this earlier, but like most Mexicans are Catholic. Most people from Central America are like Catholic. They have pretty strong family values. Like,
Robbie,
No,
if that was
leaving,
true,
but it's still coming.
Robbie, if that was true, why isn't one Latin American country like ours?
They're all leaving to come here. The ones who hate socialism.
what does he mean, like ours?
They are leaving to come here.
Hold on, it's really Mexico. Catholic. Oh, is Mexico Catholic? 78% of the population identifies as Roman Catholic. That's like 50% in the US. We're like, how much of US is Catholic? I think we're like 54% or something. 18.7. Oh, wait, this is just Catholic though. Hold on. Oh, Protestant. Okay, hold on. I should just do Christian. 69% of Americans identify Christian. Okay.
In a poll after poll, I think it was actually a Cato poll.
You came in after we did the most work and took the credit. It's true.
Who believes in writing hate speech laws to limit the First Amendment? 85%.
Affluent white people.
No,
graduates of Harvard.
No.
The richest and most privileged people.
I feel like that. Yeah, I feel like a graduate of Harvard is probably way more likely to support a hate speech law than like other people, than like first generation migrants or whatever. But maybe this polling data says the opposite. You know what? Since the chat's talking about Biden, dude, all I'm saying is like, we had fucking FDR in a wheelchair, okay? He's had fucking dude, he like didn't do any public appearances for like a year or 2 years or whatever. We could deal with Biden. That's all. Like we can deal with Biden. That's all. Like that's all I'm saying. Like really, what I think the Democrats probably should do is they probably should say they should probably say that Biden probably is not gonna serve its full term, but like even if he did. We could fucking deal with him, okay? Yeah. The U.S. is dealt with force. We can deal with it. We can deal with him.
Hispanics overwhelmingly support creating hate speech laws.
Liberal white women who are wealthy and graduates from Harvard are the highest demographic.
The liberal white woman.
Find me one election, one presidential election, where they ever voted against the party that's promising welfare.
In the 2000s, when like 45% of Latinos voted
that's
for
a
Bush.
majority one, and two, that exit poll was bullshit.
What about the Rio Grande Valley?
That exit poll is bullshit.
What about the Rio Grande Valley right now?
What, the one county, Starr County, which is a population of 3,000 people?
I mean, we're seeing surging support for Republican candidates.
Yes,
what you're seeing I would like to vote against the welfare state, which is why I'm probably voting for Chase Oliver. Yeah. I can't vote against the welfare state in the form of Donald Trump.
Kamala with Biden as VP. I think really we should do Kamala with Michelle Obama as VP, or Gavin Newsom as VP, or Pete Buttigieg with someone. Not such a drastic switch up. Yeah.
But they're taking the welfare massive government spending. Ron DeSantis literally said in Medicaid in hospitals in Florida. This happened.
Well, you think Democrats should basically just run as a coalition? Basically, just say, "Hey, we're the Democrats. Biden's our leader for now, but he's not going to serve his full term."
2 days ago, you have to sit there and declare whether you are a citizen.
Because that would avoid a lot of the infighting that would come with if they just swapped out Biden completely right now. Like if they change the nominee. But at the same time, eat a lot of voters concerned, I think.
You qualify for Medicaid at hospitals in Florida. Medicaid spending in Florida in 1 year dropped 54%. By just asking that question as the population increased. Don't tell me they're not taking welfare.
You know what's funny? It's dude, Predicted didn't verify my ID. I did bet on Biden to win on Manifold Markets. I wanted to bet on Predicted too, but Predicted didn't verify my ID for some reason. Maybe it was just a bad picture or something, but I don't really know. Oh, I have 100 more? Thank God. That means I can bet even more on Biden. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby.
That's complete.
We had a woman president.
I didn't say they're not taking welfare. We should get rid of the welfare state.
Okay,
we all agree on that.
We should get rid of murder.
Pelosi
But
is
this is not the world we live in. Robbie,
does that
live in the
change
world
your-
we live in.
does that
The world we
change
live in as a
either of
nation
your-
has been built by immigration.
No,
for
it was built by
generations and
Americans.
generations.
Okay, it was built by Americans.
One second.
It's owned by
Does the reality that we can't get rid of the welfare state change either of your positions on the board?
We also can't deport 20 million.
Yes,
Yeah,
True.
we can. If we deport
That would cost $1 trillion.
Oh my god, dude. Let's just send it, dude. Let's just send in the military to deport 13 million people. That would be hugely expensive and also inflationary.
Okay, you're both big. I'm glad that the right has come around on sort of like the Patriot Act and surveillance of Americans being bad, and that the deep state and the administrative state is being totally weaponized against Republicans. They appreciate that. In order to deport 20 million people, it costs $1 trillion and would create a vast new system of government surveillance and control.
No,
that
Robbie,
Republicans would
it's not
hate.
Robbie.
They
That's
would
not
hate it for good
true.
reason.
When SB 1070 happened in Arizona, there wasn't this wide. 25% of the illegal population left on their own. It's called self.
Why is the welfare state bad? I don't think the welfare state is bad. I'm a decent. Well, it depends what you mean by welfare state. I'm kind of a UBI guy. I think a lot of our spending. I'm pro giving poor people money. The best way to do that is probably through some type of UBI. I think a lot of the welfare systems that we have aren't super efficient because there's so many like hoops you have to jump through or whatever. I think like 2/3 of the people who are eligible for benefits don't receive them. And I don't think that I would take the Milton Friedman libertarian position. It's just so weird to me that, like, the government gets people, the poor people become the slave of the government because the government tells them exactly how much they can spend on food and exactly how much they can spend on housing. I think it'd probably be better just to give poor people $1,000 a month and let them decide how they should spend money. Yeah.
Deportation. Republicans have been chimneys for over 12 years.
Studies in UBI have not been positive. That's not what I've seen. Most of the studies on UBI that I've seen at least are pretty positive.
This is what you do. You sit there and you make things like, hey,
they're just going to spend the money in drugs. Most of the studies in UBI seem to not support that they spend the money in drugs.
no medicated hospitals. Hey, no, let's local police officers, if you get arrested for drunk driving.
I haven't done a ton of research into it. I've just seen like broad. The only thing I haven't even read the full thing. I've just seen like there's 2 like meta analysis that I have somewhere that show the seem to be pretty good.
There's no sanctuary cities protections for you, and you're
Fine,
getting
you get arrested for drunk driving? Out.
Go to jail.
Criminal
Go to jail and get deported.
Then you know what? A lot of people getting deported, you probably sit there and support.
Then
a lot of
20
people
million
own
number is getting
businesses.
down really fast now.
You're talking about.
I don't think the majority of. I don't think a large share of the immigrants are the drunk drivers driving down the road right now. I think most people.
Shocking.
I think most people who are immigrants want to come here. They want to live their life in peace, just like the majority of everyone. They just want to come here and work, live, create wealth for themselves, for their families, for their community. And so, yes, there are people who do bad things.
Trillions of dollars, we'd never be able to do it, and we're showing you exactly how to do it. Plus, by the way, E-Verify. So actually,
hold on, wait. How exactly would you do it?
For their families. Share of the immigrants are the drunk drivers driving down the road right now. I think
It's
most people.
shocking.
I think most people who are immigrants want to come here. They want to live their life in peace, just like the majority of everyone. They just want to come here and work, live, create wealth for themselves, for their families, for their community. And so, yes, there are people who do bad things.
Is trillions of dollars, we'd never be able to do it, and we're showing you exactly how to do it. Plus, by the way, E-Verify. So actually make it illegal.
Is a slippery slope to a security state we do not want to have.
To kind of like voting libertarians.
Everyone's on camera all the time anyway, including us right now.
Okay, that's a great picture of American people. Everyone's on camera all the time. You're on camera all the time. So we make sure there's no illegal immigrants.
We're on camera right now.
We're on camera all the time. We don't make laws for people in foreign countries. We make laws for Americans. A majority of Americans want lower levels of legal immigration. At what point, Chase, you're running for president, do you take their vote into consideration? Because that's
I hate when people bring this up in debates when it's like the majority of Americans want lower limits on illegal immigration. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to discuss what Americans want. I'm here to discuss why I support why I am in favor of illegal immigration. No, I'm here to discuss the trade-offs of immigration. I don't really care what the Americans think right now.
That's what they're asking for. I mean, is it just strict ideology?
Let's have Chase answer that.
Yes,
yes. Let's give Chase a chance to answer.
$1 trillion.
Let's let Chase.
I'd love to let the American people raise their hand to that question.
Here's the answer.
Let's let Chase.
The American public, they want to see an immigration system that isn't broken, that doesn't have so much turmoil going on our southern border. People want to see people be able to come here and work in a way that is orderly, that is not disorder and chaos. That is the problem at our southern border. That is what people are against. If we could have a system where we could easily move people in here to come here and work and actually have people move as the market demands, where jobs are needed, and when jobs aren't, people will self-deport. They'll go where jobs are.
So what would you do right away to create that system?
They'll never buy a house.
So I want a 21st century Ellis Island. All you do, basically you pass a reform bill that says if people want to come through a port of entry, they must do it. They must declare who they are. Anybody who does not declare who they are is in here illegally and subject to immediate deportation. Come through our border, declare who you are, give your name and your background. If you're not a criminal, you're not somebody who's seeking to do harm here, come here, work.
Chase,
you're going to take the word
no,
for it.
but Chase,
No, I'm going to take the fact that we have
word for
21st century technology that can do background checks on people that can.
From where? Where are you getting these background checks?
Chase, Ellis Island, there were 12 million over 33 years. That's 350,000 people a year. You want an Ellis Island every year.
So the funny thing is here, if you look at the U.S. population back then and the U.S. population now, it is actually bigger than it is back then. So as a percentage, it's basically the same. I think we're basically at like 13% or something, which is basically the same as it was in the early 1800s, or sorry, late 1800s, early 1900s.
That's what you're calling for. What?
We have a population
No,
of like 30 million.
under his plan, under his plan of unlimited sources, you're asking instead of an Ellis Island every 33 years, you're asking for an Ellis Island every year.
I'm not asking for unlimited immigration. I'm asking for the immigration that
whoever
can
just
be
can get an
handled by the
LLC
market.
as a sponsor. And also, a third of people went to Ellis Island.
Yeah, we're like 13%, which is basically the same as it was in it says 1890 in the early 1990s. Yep. See, I was right. I should never even fact check. I should never even fact check myself because I'm always right.
Had to go home because they couldn't cut it. They couldn't be a drain on the system. They couldn't have a disease. And after they got here, a lot left after that too. 60% of things left, and Italians left.
A lot of Italians left.
Yeah, they couldn't make it. So this is whole dream of like Ellis Island is not real at all. This is like delusional, like libertarian.
Which by making his point. America actually already
I'm
existed
not.
before Ellis Island.
Yes.
As a matter of fact. So it wasn't Ellis Island that created America.
No, but Ellis Island and
also,
the
you know
influx
what?
of immigration created millions of jobs, millions of businesses, and communities all over this country. It's the reason why we have.
And you know what?
Yes, it's the reason why we have a deep. It's the reason why we have Italian Americans, Irish Americans.
When every year the population of Iceland is confirmed to come across
Polish Americans, German Americans, Americans from all over the world that come here.
So if you look at our population, though, and the percentage of people coming over,
It's the reason why America is exceptional. If you
like,
want to make
like the graph I just showed.
America
I
great,
noticed
we
you
have to
only
follow.
mentioned Europeans.
No, I mentioned the people who came here during Ellis Island. But the truth is, if we want to make America great, we have to continue the process of building this country up.
You know what that also that
migration.
population of Ellis Island did? They were the backbone of FDR's Great Society. They actually did half of the programs that you're opposing. They were the ones who built the FDR coalition.
They created the
Ellis.
This is I love FDR's Great Society. This just sounds based to me, dude. What? Dude, they're gonna vote for people I like. Dude, they're gonna support welfare state. Dude, based. Holy
Island
crap.
generation and their children. That's what immigration did. We were a far more, less tax and a far more, I guess, generally free country.
It jumped up since Biden. Can we pull up the graph again? It's really not. It did jump up when Biden became president, but like it's really about the same as it was in 2000, in the 2000s even. Here we go. Look, see how it's about the same? The reason it looks higher is because this black bar here is the estimated number of successful unlawful entries. We used to not have as good a border security, so there was a greater number of gotaways who evaded border patrol and weren't even captured on camera. Now we have cameras on like almost all the entire southern border, right? So anyone that crosses the border while evading border patrol, they're a known gotaway because we know they got away. Because we know they got away and evaded border patrol. If you include the estimated numbers of people who evaded border patrol in the in these years ago, you can see the immigration now is really not much higher than it was back then. And I think this is percentage of population. Yeah, percentage of the population. You can see it's even lower than it was in the 90s. But really, our border security got better, which is why it looks like there's a big spike. But really, it's just our border security getting better.
Before that generation, but we traded in. We said, hey, we want to be more like Italy and more like Eastern Europe that believes in those values. We stopped in 1924 thanks to Calvin Coolidge. You know, we didn't stop Argentina. And they went from being a country richer than Europe to a country poorer than Europe because they sat there and they accepted those values and they changed a country. Bring in the whole world and we will be living in a different country.
Comparing our economy to Peronism is the most apples and oranges.
They were close to as wealthy as us before Peronism. Peronism happened because the Italian
That's a
immigration
tangent. To be fair, that is a
I'm actually
tangent.
conceding my point that all the scary big government stuff we hate is
Because of
the
mass
values
immigration.
is the values of the people we already have here, not the values of the people we're bringing in.
No.
That's my whole
So
point.
more
The
Nigerians?
people who
No,
are
Chase,
most
Robbie,
opposed to Donald
that's-
Trump and his agenda are, again, the most affluent, privileged,
Name a
well-educated
single election.
citizens of this
Name
country.
a single election.
Wait,
a
wait,
single.
wait,
No, no, no.
Robbie,
A
you
single.
just
No, a
deport
single.
liberals?
Name a single federal election.
If we wanted to deport, yes,
Name
basically.
a single federal election.
Well, how
the
about this? This is the
foreign-born
question.
population voted for the Republican for less government, for the Libertarian for less government. Name one time.
I mean, I would argue that
It's never
voting as a
happened.
Republican is not voting for less government.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
literally.
a dangerous
Bro. Still can't believe Biden threw the election to make true. Welcome to the stream, buddy. What was I gonna say?
voted for the Republican for less.
Oh my god, yeah, it's just a dumb point. Like his point here is that like seems like a lot of well-educated white people, right? The white liberal educated women are also voting for bigger government policies. Should we deport them?
Government for the libertarian for less government. Name one time.
Damn good point.
You guys
Ronald Reagan lost their vote. Ronald Reagan won everyone's vote, but he lost the foreign vote.
Okay, how about this? What if we could have it? They don't vote. They come here and they work.
They're just
don't
part
vote.
of the servant class. Yeah, why not? You know what? Why not?
Yeah, again, the big argument here should be, well, if you let them come in legally and just work for a certain amount of time before they probably give money to your family, eventually go back to Mexico, they probably wouldn't end up voting anyway.
Many of them would take that deal. Many of them would say, I would love to come here.
They get welfare.
They don't get welfare and they don't vote.
Oh my god.
They get welfare and they don't vote.
They don't get welfare, they don't vote.
So their kids won't go to schools. So if they chop up their hand, they won't go to a hospital. So they won't drive on the roads that we drive on.
They're going to pay sales tax.
Oh, the sales tax that'll do it. That'll cover completely all their cheerleaders.
But again,
the 35,000
we're not discussing anything of how this
are
affects
not in your
people.
favor.
That is 100% in my
When you look
favor.
at Texas, when you look at
No, that's not true at all. They are definitely in the libertarians' favor here.
Texas, second largest state in the country, second largest number of illegal immigrants
I don't want them to get abused by our capitalist system. True.
in the country. And when I say they,
But you want them to get abused by the capitalist system back at their. You realize even if you think capitalism is evil, right? Whatever. We probably agree on some of that, right? Because I'm not like I'm a fucking Keynesian, whatever. Okay. You realize the capitalist system back home is abusing them worse than the capitalist system here. That's why they want to come here and get abused by our system, because it's hurting them less. They get paid more.
pay more in
and then they help the family back home too, because usually they send remittances. So
than they
That
take.
is not true
That
at
is
all.
what studies have
You know,
shown.
no, you know why?
Studies have
No,
shown
you know why this is wrong? Because you don't measure by illegal immigrant. You measure by foreign-born household. Because people who generally take from the welfare have an American citizen child. That's how they do it. They get free lunch care.
tourist sales tax. They pay, or tourists pay sales tax. So they get the right. True.
It costs what, $30,000 to send a kid to public school in Texas? Do you think the average illegal is paying $30,000 a year in taxes if they have 3 kids, $100,000 a year? Are you joking?
So let's see the tax revenue side of those kids, huh? So those kids, right, actually do this thing where they grow up, and then they do this thing where they work, and when they work, they pay taxes. So let's see the tax revenue side of those kids, buddy.
Me, that is not at all covering even the basics. That is just a lie.
Well, Texas would collapse economically, wouldn't it?
Because they don't pay it because we have enough wealthy people that keeps the system moving. Well, and that's why also home taxes.
What's bankrupting the welfare system again is native-born older people who living forever now, good reason. People living longer, younger people who come over who are working are not like taking as much out of the medical costs and all that.
Why should we
Listen, I would also argue every adult.
We were able to cut 54% of Medicaid spending in 1 year in Florida by asking if they're legal or not legal.
Social Security is going to go bankrupt because we don't have enough people to pay into the system anymore. We have too much.
Dude, I remember one time I looked into some basically I was preparing for immigration debate or so on. I forget exactly what happened. But there was this one study people often cite talking about the percentage of immigrants who take Medicare or whatever and use welfare. The big flaw of this study was that I think the issue was they just took the immigrants' percentage of the population and then assumed that the percentage of immigrants who use Medicare was the same as the percentage of native-born people that use Medicare versus actually getting data on what percent of immigrants use Medicare. That was the big flaw of that study. And then somebody quoted another study at me, and it had the exact same fucking problem. I don't know if I have it written down anywhere. But yeah, here we go. It's right here. It's a Heritage Foundation study. Counts the benefits consumed by the never mind. Estimates that illegal immigrants consume an amount of medical healthcare coverage and AFDC and SSI income transfers and state aid. Yeah, basically assume state get all the welfare benefits proportional to their share of population. But this is a vast overstatement in cost because overall immigrants consume 55% less in healthcare per capita than natives. Yeah, the big issue is that God, why do I ever fact check myself? I'm always right. I always have perfect memory and I'm right on everything every time, except when I'm wrong. Don't pull up any clips where I was wrong. Yeah, they just assume that they get their share proportional population. It wouldn't surprise me if he was citing either this study or this study. And they both have the same issue. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We should read these two studies later.
Yeah, this
Right,
is
so bring
conservative.
over the
This is
poor,
not,
they will
not
cover
arguing. We all
everybody.
agree on that. We
Yes,
need,
I'm sure there's millions of
we
Venezuelans
need
that would
people
just
to
do this.
work to make this. I mean, I would, privatize the system and.
And Robbie,
let's let Chase go. Let's let Chase go.
We're talking about the welfare state. We're talking about education. The truth is every working age adult who comes in this country and works never had to go through the socialist education system that costs the taxpayer money. Never had to go through all the costs that it comes to raise somebody in this country. They came here
True. They came here. They're ready to work now, baby.
But that's
47 years old and they
part of my
have their
point.
own children.
Is why are you prioritizing
their
those
children?
people?
They have their own children, and the children pay taxes.
Go to this country
And they
as
go through the
citizens.
same social school. I don't
And
understand
they
the
start
point. It's your
businesses.
story.
They start their own. And they
Yes,
pay their own
everyone
taxes.
starts
What are the age of their children?
Yeah,
They're in their 20s. They're working age.
No, usually they are not as successful as their parents in many cases, and they get family chain migration. That's how they come. They sponsor their siblings, they sponsor their adult parents. That's why it's so old. I mean, that's why also the legal immigrant crime rate is so low, because we have so many middle-aged, average legal immigrants middle-aged, average criminals not. And if you were to split it by race, white Americans have the same crime rate as Canada, black Americans the top most dangerous places in the entire world, and Hispanics fall somewhere in between.
I agree on that.
That's the facts of the matter case. So, go ahead.
Well, would you support bringing, for example, higher levels of people from Nigeria? Or I think you even mentioned, one of you mentioned Algeria.
Algeria, yeah.
Well, but Nigeria as well. I mean, Thomas Sowell talks about Nigerian success stories.
Yes, they're super successful because we take so few of them in.
Because we take
Yes, because we cut the.
Because it's not because we take so few of them in. It's because the people who can afford to migrate from Nigeria are the already successful ones. It's a selection bias there.
Cream. We take the very, very, very excellent, the very best.
It's just a selection bias.
Because there were so few Nigerians to start from, they don't have chain migration in the numbers that say Mexicans do.
So there isn't a cultural reason that you're saying it's the vetting because we take higher potential Nigerians.
If we took 0.003% of every nation's population based on skills base, instead of, let's say, 16% of Mexico, we would have huge wealth and more wealth in this country. Because it's unlimited, because it's unvetted, because it's poor workers, because it's H-1Bs who replace American tech workers, we don't have that. And that's the truth. And because of chain migration, they bring in their second cousin who just wants to get American welfare rolls, and they do it.
Well, and here's a good question for you guys. Has the years of an H-1B program, for example, actually in ways that it's hard to quantify, it's hard for us to understand, but has it created a job market that has disencouraged American college graduates from seeking those jobs that are have for years been occupied by H-1B visa holders? It's not even an option, perhaps, for a lot of people to think of it.
I would argue having more skilled workers, whether they're immigrant or native born, actually creates more economic activity, allows more business to create, and more jobs to get created in the end. And so, no, I think it increases the overall size of the economic pie. I understand there's competition in the marketplace. That's a good thing. It is good to have competition in the marketplace because the most efficient businesses survive, those who don't fall away. I know we are all in agreement here that we oppose the welfare state. That is a different thing entirely.
Except for Ryan Grimm.
Except for Ryan. But other than that, other than Ryan, we all oppose the
And me. I love the welfare state, kind of. Nuanced precision, as I described earlier. I like UBI and negative income taxes.
welfare state. That is an entirely different issue than immigration. If we
No,
didn't have a welfare state,
They're intrinsically
if you didn't have a welfare state, you would still have people you would still have people coming here for a better life. And people don't just come here only for welfare.
36% of our population between ages 18 to 64 are not in the workforce. They're not in school, they're not retired, they're not in the workforce. And that number has been getting lower and lower and lower since the Wall Street, whatever it was, the Wall Street riots, or the hell it was.
The hard hat riots.
No, Wall Street that happened
The Occupy Wall Street?
2007.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Okay.
You mean Occupy, yeah.
2011.
Since Occupy Wall Street, that number's getting lower and lower and lower. Yeah. As much as mass immigration serves as a deterrent for some workers to get into the workforce. That is a complete thing. People don't go into the workforce. There are thousands of Americans.
Chat, you know what I found? I think I'm technically, in a way, I'm in the workforce because I could be, because technically, I think if I as long as current trends continue, I will earn more than $200 in revenue by the end of this year, hopefully. And then therefore, technically, I could make an LLC. I think you only have to have $200 of revenue to make your own LLC, and then and technically, I'd be in the workforce then. Well, just sitting here on my ass being a streamer all day.
Who have medical degrees, who then don't become doctors. And partly because the hospital system benefits on visa workers. So they literally make it as hard as possible for people with medical degrees to get into the hospital systems. I would say let's tap our own American base full of millions of people not in the workforce and give them some kind of job. Because what's going to happen is with AI, with technology, the number of blue-collar, working-class, cheap jobs is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. As the population of illegal immigrants grows, 1 million a year, mostly of that same pool, millions of Americans without a high school degree or a college degree will be in that pool. And what will they turn to? What will they turn to when they can't get a job? Technology is taking their job. They're going to take to the politics of authoritarianism, whether it be socialism or fascism. Some won't be to blame. The reason Hugo Chavez destroyed...
Again, the libertarians' argument here is like literally we should let as many immigrants in as the market demands, and if the market demands less immigrants because of automation, well then problem solved, dude.
One of the most prosperous countries in all the Western Hemisphere, because he said they are rich because you are poor because they are rich. Come with me and we'll take their golf courses. That's what's going to happen here. As you crunch the entire population of America's working class between AI and mass immigration, you will have tons of people from the third world here and our own people who will be unable to find a job, and they'll turn to politics and not your kind of politics for the solutions.
This is becoming, though, just an argument against any technological
innovation,
any improvement in optimization.
Just let him finish.
Yeah, you can make the same arguments, again, for any development that destroyed some jobs, made that job no longer economically viable for people in this category, and then created other jobs. The government didn't force us to stay in the inefficient mode because that would make no sense. You're coming close to endorsing autarky, which would involve population controls. This argument holds, if you're trying to say that there's this finite amount of resources, and the more people there are, the more we have to spend. That's an argument just against having more people in...
So immigrants actually pay taxes and actually contribute to the taxes too.
That is economically illiterate.
No, but what the
people
government did do, the government said you can't come in at every level. In 1924, when we said let's reduce legal immigration, all the way to 1970, we had the highest middle class. We had the highest middle class ever.
100 people.
But Robbie, you're historically illiterate. We literally had more prosperity. No, yes, you are.
You failed economics 101.
I did not.
This is the most basic argument.
Robbie,
I'm just
between 1924 and 1964, was the country more prosperous or less prosperous? Because we had fewer immigrants than we did in the generation before.
It's not more prosperous than it is today.
Wait, what years?
Wait, what? Hold on.
It's 101.
I did not. You're historically illiterate. We
You're
literally had more
economically illiterate.
No, yes, you
You
are.
failed economics 101.
I
This
did
is the
not.
most basic argument.
Robbie,
I'm just
between
illiterate.
1924 and 1964, was the country more prosperous or less prosperous? Because we had fewer immigrants than we did in the generation
It's not
before.
more prosperous than it is today.
It's a fucking dumb argument. Anyway, I want to find the revenue projection with immigrants versus without immigrants. Increase tax revenue by 1.2 trillion, reduce deficit by 9 billion. And then, yeah, with the assumption that they have lower than average income even. I'm trying to look, I thought there was a graph that showed the projection with immigrants versus without immigrants, but yeah, even this says that it'll reduce the deficit. There's that funny the Twitter memes where that one guy was like hopefully it's not that far down. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, here we go. Biden's fraud of illegal immigrants will cost the taxpayer $278 billion. Great. Let's see the tax revenue side. Oh, increase in revenue? Oh, there's a massive increase in revenue? Oh, and there's a $900 billion decrease in deficit? Dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's fucking wild, dude.
Today?
Wait, what years are you talking about?
24 to 64.
You want to live in 1924?
64 with prosperity, with a higher middle class?
Yes, that's where I talk about the economic illiteracy. We are by every definable characteristic better off today than 1960. The average homes were smaller on average. People owned fewer cars on average. They had fewer consumer electronics in their house. They were more expensive. Everything they had was worse then.
Because of technology.
That's what I'm talking about. Technology happens when you allow workforce to come in and work for your company.
No, we didn't need a new workforce from 20. So no technology happened from 24 to 64. Nothing.
It got better from that period. It's gotten better since. Because
we had no immigration during that period. We had no immigration. You're making my point. We had no immigration from 20 years. It was extremely limited. It was literally few from Western Europe, which went through a war. You're talking about the most prosperous growth periods in American history, just pure growth, and we had very little immigration. Canada,
the marginal tax rate was also at 90%. I don't think that's what created the wealth or the growth of our country. But correlation is not causation.
Canada and the UK have had the most robust immigration they've ever had in their history. 40% of all the immigrants who ever came to the UK came in the last 10 years, and they're in a recession, and so is Canada. If immigration created prosperity.
True. Why aren't we in a recession, by the way? If we look at the I really hope we mention this later on, that all the new jobs go to foreign workers. A big reason that why we're not in a recession right now is because of immigrant labor.
Literally, the most.
It literally does.
No, it doesn't, because Canada is in a recession, and so is the UK.
Why hasn't it created prosperity in the country?
It's created amazing.
Are we talking about GDP?
No.
Let's just look at the curve.
Hold on. Come on. Where is it? Fuck. I'll find it. Goddamn
from a handful of countries, enormously successful.
What are we talking about? GDP?
What are we talking?
This isn't the grant for but immigrants account for all everything U.S. job growth. Yeah, because a lot of the boomers retired early. The immigrants were the ones who picked up most of the slack in the labor market. Like a big reason that why we're not in a recession right now is because immigrants picked up a lot of slack in the labor market, dude. That's a big reason why our economy is doing so much better, why we have the highest real GDP growth in the G7 compared to other countries that didn't accept as many immigrants.
Talking about to measure the prosperity.
How are we measuring prosperity? Prosperity for the multinational corporations or prosperity for the average household?
Where's this concept of capitalism? There's a lot of disparity.
Prosperity for the average American household. GDP per capita has been stagnant
on and off. Right-wing people.
No, average GDP per capita has been pretty stagnant overall since, I don't know, the 80s where mass immigration.
Average GDP per capita has been stagnant since the 80s? Or GDP, or he said average GDP per capita. Wait, average GDP per capita US. I don't think that's been cited. There are other things that have been cited since the 80s. What is it? Okay. GDP per capita versus median household income. This has stagnated a little bit since 2000 or like 1999. I don't think GDP per capita stagnated out. Stagnated worse in all the other countries that haven't accepted immigrants. Some of them.
I'm talking about bigger homes on average.
Adjusted for
inflation,
wages have been pretty stagnant for over 30 years.
That's true.
No. I can't, dude. I don't even think that is true. It depends on how you measure inflation. The Cato Institute, which is again a libertarian organization, actually has a lot of studies about this. It's a really complicated question, but it's probably not true. If you adjust for the decrease in household size, if you use PCE instead of CPI, and if you there's a third thing that you try to adjust for. It looks like real median household income has been increasing decent.
We have mass immigration, the largest numbers ever.
Wages have been stagnant.
When we have mass immigration, huge rates of growth.
We got a couple stats here. So 1920 census, which followed an explosion of immigration over the previous 50 years. Those people continued to reproduce. The population of 1920, the population in 1920 in the United States was 106 million. The population by 1970 was 200 million. The population doubled in this time period where you're saying there's no population growth.
No, I didn't say population growth. We had immigration.
But it was immigrants who were fueling that population growth.
No, that's not right. We took an immigration
So immigration was good for 50 years, then good not to have it.
We had pauses because we needed to assimilate millions of people. Measured. That's what happens. People assimilate people. We took a 50-year pause. I think immigration was about 100 to 150,000 a year. Over the course of 50 years, that would be how many? 6 million of that 100 million? No, there's something called a baby boom. The average family had 3.5 children. That's what it did. Catholics, I think, had 4 or 5 children at the time. That's what the growth was. It was American growth, not immigrant growth. I know you're very unusual to that, but that's what American growth.
But I agree on the cultural assimilation. Like in theory, I agree that we need to take those things. I just don't agree on the economic stuff at all.
Okay. So what else do you
have? But the culture, again, the people we're taking in, where I disagree with you, I think are beneficial to our culture because they're more.
Who make billion-dollar businesses. I would agree with you, and don't take any welfare. But that's not the case.
What else did you have, Ryan?
Nothing.
Another big thing, you have to adjust for increases in compensation that aren't wages, because workers have seen increased non-wage benefits in recent years. Employers are more likely to contribute to 401ks or to contribute to health insurance as well. If you adjust for that, it looks like real wages have been doing pretty good. Real median household income, yeah. This is from a YouTube video I made. Actually, it's a script for it. So I can't believe Reacting Destiny got more views than this shit, bro. But from this video, look at it. Look at all the graphs. Yep, pretty wild. Okay, anyway.
Okay, great. Well, as we're moving into the second hour here, I mean, this was heavy on
economics.
God, what?
Oh no!
There's another hour.
Are you serious?
Or not? I think we solved it, right?
Yeah, I think we're all good. But what I was going to say is we talked heavily about economics. We touched a bit on crime in the beginning, but let's talk right now, just as we're wrapping up the sort of economic portion, and then we'll move on to crime, humanitarian concerns. What do you guys think? I'll start with you guys over here. Is the one economic thing that these guys are missing, and then I'll give these guys an opportunity to say what the one economic thing you guys are missing is, the one thing that you don't understand or you're not factoring into your argument.
I mean, they claim foreign-born households produce more than they take. That is completely not true. You could look at Stephen Camarada's numbers on this. You could look at a bunch of other people who've sat there and done this. It is completely.
Stephen, what do you say? Stephen Colorado. Let's see. Let's see if that's one of the papers. Is this by Stephen? Whoever? Spencer? Nope. Okay. What about the Heritage Foundation one? It'd be really funny if it's this one. What? Hello? It's not by them, but apparently. Where the fuck it? You think that Joe Biden can lead America to its communist future? Absolutely. Joe Brandon is the best. Is the proletarian, whatever. Okay. Well, I didn't quite quote the two studies that I know are flawed, but look, I put so much money in Joe Biden. Oh, they gave me 100 more for my 2-day prediction streak. Okay, hold on. Let me bet more yes on Joe Biden real quick.
Completely inverse between education, school lunches, jails, hospitals, Medicaid fraud, the series of other frauds. If they cash assistance programs, they take an enormous. It is a net negative overall, and the fact that they don't take welfare is a total lie.
Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, why didn't you want them to respond, or?
No, you go first.
All right. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'll just say it again, and I've been saying it over and over, and it feels like I'm one of the only people here who is even mentioning this, that the economic effect that it has on the people who are currently here. That it puts, I mean, Chase, you're going to go on this campaign, and I'm sure you've been to many states already. You're going to go to the Midwest and the South and these economically depressed areas and say, guess what? The way out of this is more immigration, to bring more people into these areas. Go up to Minnesota that's already seen a massive influx of Somalians.
So I listen. It's just like a really. Let's just open myself here. Okay. So here's our country. Okay. Yeah. This is the production possibilities curve. This is all the things that our country produces. This is good A. And good B. Okay. So immigrants actually do this really, really cool thing, right? So currently, with all our resources, we can produce anywhere on this graph, any point on this graph. We could produce here. We could make all guns, or we can make all butter. Immigrants actually do this really cool thing, my guy. Listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, this curve of all the things we can produce actually goes from there to here. And you'll notice, just we can actually make more stuff. Our economy is actually bigger when we do this. Isn't that wild? How it does that? And what's even more interesting? Okay, even more interesting than that. The big reason for that is because of the increase in labor, right? The immigrants bring. The U.S. population is actually shrinking. The working age population is shrinking. So even though immigrants will do this, right? What no immigrants will do, what net zero immigration won't keep us like this. What net zero immigration will actually do is bring us like this. And that's a horrible line. But this is really bad. This means we shrink. We're worse off. We can produce less stuff. Yeah, that's what's really scary, is that not only we're not just maintaining this with net zero immigration, we're actually going down. Whereas more immigration would either keep us here, or way more immigration would make us expand. Yeah. Wild. No, it's hard for him to understand that.
Say, guess what? We're going to have more of that, and that's going to help you. I mean, I don't know if that's good politics, buddy, because I don't think that's something that those people want to hear.
All right, you guys each.
So I've actually traveled campaign trail. I've spoken to a lot of people about immigration. One of the things I hear most is that the process itself is broken. It needs to be simplified and fixed, and more people can come here legally to work. I talk to business owners in El Paso who say, I would love to hire some of these people who are here living in shelters right now, but they have no legal status to work. I live within the 100-mile border patrol zone. So if I hire them, they can literally burst in the door, ask for papers, and take people right out. And so, yes, I talk to people who understand that immigrants do create wealth in this country. They do create prosperity for themselves and for other people. They allow businesses to hire people, yes. And I understand.
You do know that not only business owners vote, right?
No, and I understand that, no, but not all business owners vote, but so do their employees, so do their consumers, so do other people who are involved in creating economic wealth in this country. All right, I understand you mentioned the working class, the blue-collar folks out there who have to compete.
You'd be willing to debate the dumb stream is a white nationalist who's anti-immigration. He has an X account with the username. How big is he? Maybe. I want to do more research into Trump stuff right now. That will involve some immigration research, maybe actually. This person's not real. Link me something. Don't like
compete for jobs. They have to right now compete for jobs in a broken system where immigrants.
Oh, sorry. His X account handle is this. I don't know if it's yeah, was that his Twitch that you gave me? Just link his Twitch. I don't know why you that. Maybe I'd have to prepare for it. Twitch, oh, YouTube. Depends how big he is. Depends how worth it would be. I have more stuff than him, but he gets views. I don't know. Oh, page not found. Oh, he seems to get suspended. I'd have to have some time to prepare for it so I could quote a lot of the immigration data and stuff, but yeah, maybe.
Come through into the shadows and can undercut wages. Let immigrants come here and compete one-on-one for an equal wage and see who does the best work. The best work should get hired. That's the way the market should work, but it doesn't today. No, I don't support minimum wage. Okay. I support the wages that the market would bear. I support the work that the market would bear. That's how we actually have true competition. What we have right now is a one-sided argument where people can come here in the shadows. They work for far less than they probably should because they're allowed to be exploited because someone can say, if you don't work for the wage I give you, we'll just get you deported anyway.
So amnesty.
All right, so Suave, what's the one thing they're missing?
So much of the problems in our country are created by government artificially creating shortages. It is particularly pronounced in the housing sector. We can't build things in this country anymore. I mean, so many Republicans and Democrats want to bring back factory jobs and factories. You can't get through the red tape required to do it. There is too much restriction on all of these.
Tell my man, Joe Biden passed the Chips and Science Act. Why, dude, my shit, the lighting is like off. Oh, I'm just like blue now. What the hell? Okay, well.
These things on building things in this country, we can't do it anymore. And one of those reasons is a restriction on the labor pool. I want this to be a great country. It would be like artificially saying, oh, we have too much lumber, too much steel. We don't want any more. We can't have any more of that come in. It's going to suck up resources or something. It is itself a resource, these things. And that is true of labor.
True.
We need to be a great country that builds things again, and the government is killing us at it. Immigration is part of it.
All right, so as we're beginning again the second hour here, we've talked a lot about economics. We're going to talk now about national security and humanitarian concerns. We do have a clip to set this up. This is an interview that was taken just at the border recently. We'll roll the clip right now.
Okay.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're going to know who I am. Very easy.
Wow, very easy. The entitlement.
No, believe me, I'm much better than that.
The libertarian argument is going to be prohibition. It's not going to make it any more secure, which is actually kind of true. Because again, if you expel people, then you just create an incentive to evade border patrol, which means that you can't come into the country and claim asylum, which means you can't be screened for a criminal background.
Guys, wow.
Okay, so you heard soon you'll know who I am. Now, I think one of the big questions for you guys, you addressed this a little bit at the beginning, is that, listen, the native-born Americans have higher crime rates, et cetera. Is it feasible to have relatively open borders and prevent situations like this from occurring? And if it is, what should Joe Biden do right now, today, tomorrow? Chase.
I would argue that if you had ease of legal immigration, you could actually put our eye on the ball for those who are coming here to do harm, to actually, like I said, traffic people for labor or sexual exploitation, people who are going to be basically frauding people by putting fentanyl into things that look like they're not fentanyl and causing overdoses. Yeah, those are where we need to be putting our eye on the ball with law enforcement. Those are actually seeking to do real harm in our communities. And when we allow for the mass majority of immigrants who just want to come here and work and live and not create crime and not be violent, we can actually focus on the crime that happens on our southern border. We can better put our eye on the ball where it needs to be, as opposed to not being able to see the forest from the trees.
Response?
I'm not sure. So which agency would do that?
That would be a border patrol. Yeah, not ICE. But yeah, also, you're not going to get me to say that Border Patrol is a wonderfully run organization or that there's not major problems with it.
What's wrong with that?
Huh?
What's wrong with that?
So it's about every law enforcement agency in this country has major problems with it. For one, every law enforcement in this country doesn't allow for real civil adjudication when they've done wrong to qualified immunity. Law enforcement, by and large, ICE themselves are a badly run organization. They use billions of dollars.
They don't deport enough illegals.
Huh?
Because they don't deport enough illegals.
They don't do. Well, here's the thing: you can't deport all of them. You just can't.
You 100% can.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Huge economic cost. Deported all the illegal Congolese.
Not without
in
a huge
country.
economic cost, a huge cost to our privacy and security, and a huge cost to our economy. Like those are.
You can. That is a lie.
Okay, so Ryan,
You can. You just make the Patriot Act look like a wristband for a carnival. But
Ryan,
fine.
how do you do it without making the Patriot Act look like a ride at a
first, you do expedited removal. That's the first thing, which neither President Trump nor President Biden did. Just expedited removal.
Detention.
Biden, I'm pretty sure, has done expedited removal for a lot of people. I'm pretty sure Biden and Trump did expedited removal for a lot of people. It wasn't just Biden or anything.
Expedited removal from the border, first from the outside.
But detention as you're processing for removal.
Well, they got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
While they get deported.
Well, yeah, that was the kids in cages.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
That was part of it, but that was also, yes and no. Expedited removal currently happens all the time, but it's not expanded. You expand expedited removal. There's 1.7 million illegal aliens from Mexico and Central America alone, not including Europe, Africa, Asia, all the rest of places, that have had their adjudication process and are still in this country. 1.7 million, almost 10% of that 20 million number, have had the whole process you're talking about, and they stayed. And only ICE and a president who could sit there and do expedited removal and actually catch up to them will deport them. But over the border, over the week, there was 8 ISIS members from Tajikistan who came across the border, had been here for, I think, a month, 6 weeks, something like that, and perfectly let them in. They lied to the border agents, and they completely, and then afterwards they said, this is a big flag in our system, and they managed to find them in under a week. They managed to find these people who lived in different cities in under a week. I'm pretty sure that we could sit there and do that. I'm pretty sure that we could sit there and find
13 million people.
You cut the welfare dependency off. You sit there and stop giving them Medicaid. You sit there and make it. You do what Jamboree did in Arizona in SB 1070. You also allow local law enforcement to sit there and turn the ICE.
Explain SB 1070.
Yeah, and also with the context that the Supreme Court
it was
struck
not
it down.
actually. Only one portion of it was, but the portion that was the papers, please, was allowed by the Supreme Court.
Go on.
But SB 1070, the Supreme Court has ruled that states cannot on their own deport illegal aliens, but they have never said that state and local police cannot help ICE sit there and find them, and then ICE deports them. You just sit there and weaponize it across all 50 states. That's one thing. Second thing is you manage to cut off the welfare system. You go through expedited removal to find the 1.7 million who've already been through this wonderful system that everyone says is going to find the deterrents, and you deport them immediately. Then, through how you stop the process ultimately after expedited removal is you look at increasing the fear threshold for asylum seekers. Asylum is not actually as high as people play as the media is saying 80% are asylum seekers. Most are not. They're just regular illegals. You increase the fear threshold and you do remain in Mexico and you build a wall, a real wall like the one Israel has. Not to offend you, Ryan. The real one that Ryan works. Yeah, the one that works.
Like the one Israel has. Dude wants to recreate the fucking Gaza border wall on our southern border. Again, that wouldn't actually do anything because of the way the law is written, because of the UN law that the US has signed and ratified, and because of our own domestic law. You would have to actually change the domestic law. It's just such a dumbass fucking talking point. Whatever.
All right.
Also, this.
Let's say I'm the
in my
government
room now.
and I
Sick.
have obtained $1 trillion more to do something with. You guys think it would be best spent rounding up every illegal in the country? I actually think I would put those resources towards. I think we have a lot more.
But you'll get plenty of time to respond. But you'll get time to respond.
He's just going to lie and mischaracterize what Ryan just said.
My understanding is that it would cost about $1 trillion
Who told you
deport.
that? Well, are you going to respond to Ryan, or are you just going to keep making up things?
How much is the number by Cato?
How much do you think it costs to get those 6 to Tajiks?
Less than $1 trillion.
Okay, how much?
So
Like,
probably
because we can pull a calculator out.
It was probably about a week and a half worth of, I don't know, 25 ICE agents to find 6 unique people.
My point was going to be that this vast effort to arrest, detain, and deport 20 million people, if we had the resources and the money to do it, I would rather spend it on arresting the violent criminals in the society, regardless of whether they are illegal immigrants or not. We have a massive crime clearance problem in this city, in cities all around the country. Police not being able to arrest enough people, of crime labs being backlogged, of people not being prosecuted.
Robbie, you would oppose that? You would oppose that in a minute.
I'm saying I don't. I want to do it.
One second. Let me point something.
Let's do it.
You said you can do both.
Yes.
Resources are not unlimited.
Oh, really? Donald Trump wanted
to hire how many?
Resources are limited.
Donald Trump with a Democrat. Nobody here agrees that the welfare state is good.
You've been saying it's unlimited all night long.
That's a drain on resources. We all recognize that. But so is spending $1 trillion, whether you do it for rounding people up and deporting them or anything else.
$1 trillion never save a lot of money.
Donald Trump tried to hire how many Border Patrol agents? 5,000, 10,000?
You're talking about the Senate bill?
Yeah, Donald Trump said, I'm going to I'm gonna surge resources to the border.
Oh, right.
Guess what? They couldn't find the workers to do it. So now the police forces are
It's another big issue. They can't find people for border patrol or the immigration court system.
facing labor shortages everywhere. And now you're saying that not only can you round up
Although isn't that the
every
fault
single
of defund the police?
Happy to answer your question. Happy to answer your question.
And you're also going to then go after everybody with a warrant? In the entire
That's
country?
perfectly.
But you can't even hire border patrol agents.
Not someone in front of my CBS
this is
yesterday,
part.
regardless of whether they were an illegal
Let Jack
immigrant
go.
or
Let
not.
Jack
That's what I
go.
want.
Jack's gonna go.
So I know Chase has been, he's been pretty anti-war, right? Generally anti-war guy, and we'll just leave it at that without detail. So, when we're pulling back our special forces, when we're pulling back those guys, when we're reducing those ranks, if in any
Bring people home from Israel. I don't think there are U.S. troops in Israel right now, and deploy them on the southern border.
way, and if they are willing,
and recreate this was the guy, or maybe it was this one, who said that we should have a real wall like the one Israel has on our southern border.
to be detailed out to deal with any of these problems, the transnational cartels, as we're talking about, as Robbie's talking about, in terms of the most violent ones here, as you said.
American troops are going to do the policing in our country now? Awesome.
Of course,
This is a great
against
vision for
transnational threats. Who should deal with that? What do you think other countries use, Ryan?
Unleash the military domestically.
What do you think other countries? You just said ISIS-K.
Who?
Is ISIS-K not a
It's better for
transnational
us to ignore
threat?
the cartel as hundreds of thousands of Americans die from fentanyl overdoses. But we shouldn't deal with it. That should be. We should always be on defense. Once they're in the communities, then take care of them.
So abolish ICE? No, that's a serious question for all of you.
ICE sucks. ICE is a toxic,
I'm not taking a
disgusting.
position on that. Again, I am fine with border enforcement. I am fine with having borders. If experts say we need to spend more resources on this aspect, I don't have any ideological stake in that. But I don't want to spend resources rounding up people who are not committing crimes or danger and just participating in the economic activity of the country. We can have still border security. In fact, I think we can make border security more efficient and easier if we didn't have people streaming across the border because there's no other way to get in the country.
We've taken 1 million a year. What are you talking about? We've taken more than any country in the world. There is not a fence around the oceans. We've taken so many people.
There's not a fence around the true. I mean, we also have a higher population than most countries, right? So as a percentage of population, again, we're probably not. Probably we're about the same as we were in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and again, if you look at the data, it doesn't seem like immigration has really increased that much, even compared to the early 2000s. Because in the early 2000s, our border security was a lot worse, so there were a lot of people getting over the border undetected. If you account for those people, if you add the number of people we know across the border in 2000, along with the estimates of the people who got away undetected, we are still lower. We still have a lower number of illegal immigrants crossing now than we did back then.
It's not like they can't come in another way. That's a lie, Robbie. You're saying a lie repeatedly. It doesn't make it true. You need to know that.
It's
also, the whole thing,
difficult
it
to
is
understand.
not extremely
Yes, it
so many come. Only because they all want to come. That's the only reason it's competitive. And that's why you want the cream, the best, not the poorest in the world.
0.3%.
Yes, 0.003%. That would be wonderful. You get only the wealthiest, the best.
So should we have any asylum open? You just said not the poorest in the world. Often asylum seekers would be the poorest in the world. Legitimate asylum seekers.
Yes, there's probably like 5 in the world, and they all live in South Africa. There's not many
Why is it that asylum seekers don't come to the first safe country?
Yes, they don't.
No, I don't disagree with that.
The country
many of our asylum seekers are not from.
So remain in Mexico. Would both of you support remain in Mexico?
I support whatever can facilitate easier immigration. If that means someone has to stay in Mexico while their asylum is adjudicated, I personally think far too many people claim asylum. I think if we had far less people claiming asylum, we wouldn't have to have that. We would have an easier path to be able to move people through asylum courts here in the United States. But I'm for whatever eases immigration. I don't necessarily think remaining in Mexico makes it easier to process an asylum claim. But if someone wants to claim asylum before they get here, they should be able to do that.
I don't think it makes any sense to be in the country without the ability to legally work. That's
what
work.
Asylum seekers work. What are you talking about? They have to wait 90 days. They get a work permit. What are you talking about? They do work.
They fear deportation.
They do not fear. They all work. They come from Venezuela. They go to New York. They become drivers, or not drivers, but like motorcycle drivers for food delivery.
I mean,
for
there are
DoorDash.
thousands of deportations a year.
Yes, there are, but that's not asylum seekers unless they commit a crime or afterwards.
Yeah,
but they do work.
Well, it depends. By the way, Biden. They haven't talked about Biden versus Trump that much in this debate. It's just border and immigration in general. Biden has supported, I think, 51% of immigrants versus Trump 49%. So he's actually deported a greater percentage of immigrants crossing the border than Trump did. Now the raw numbers are greater under Biden, obviously, but that's just because there's been a surge in asylum seekers, right? So
It's not like they don't work. This is once again, Robbie, this is just not true.
Wait, you just said they come here and get welfare.
Most of them do. Yes, you get cash
Then they're not
assistance.
working.
No, of course they work in
Oh,
the
they
cash
work and
assistance.
get welfare.
In New York City, you are qualified. In New York City, where home of immigrant, asylum, all the rest of it, you absolutely qualify for welfare. As an illegal immigrant, as a refugee, you get free housing. How much does a house cost for a month? Rob, wouldn't you love a free hotel in New York for a month, do whatever you want with, and you get cash assistance benefits and free food?
These are all arguments to end the welfare state.
Okay.
That's fine.
How do you, as the libertarian president, end the welfare?
I wish they I wish they went into the data more on this, but again, it doesn't seem like immigrants really use that much more welfare than native-born populations, and in some cases they even use less. I would have to look into the exact study he quoted earlier on the Medicare stuff, but like immigrants usually use less Medicare than the native-born population. I think we saw that earlier. Let me bring up my fucking shit. 55%. Oh, it's not the percentage. Overall, immigrants consume 55% less than healthcare dollars per capita than natives. Yeah.
First, they have New York City.
Yeah, well, you don't do that as a libertarian candidate for president. You do that as running city council for mayor in New York.
No,
and also you got to compare them to the native-born population. Again, children go through the socialist education system, as they said. Native-born children, have to be supported with government spending until they're 18 and can work, or some people work at 16 or whatever. But they get financial aid for college too. Versus immigrants have already had all that spending paid for by another country, and they come here and they're ready to work now. They're ready to contribute to the economy now.
So the only way you do it for illegal immigrants is you stop illegal immigrants. That's the way you do it. You can't sit there and govern.
I don't want to just stop the welfare state just for immigrants. I
get it. I agree with you. I agree with you. But if you can't do it as president for like all these municipalities that have a huge welfare state for basically everyone besides ones who pay taxes, then you can't do it.
Well, he's a libertarian. Obviously, he doesn't want to tell the states what to do, really.
What are you going to do as president? You're going to have a welfare state. That's the state of it. You're declaring defeat of your own argument. The only thing you could stop is the illegal immigrants. So stop them.
No, you have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You have to be able to allow the markets to work. You have to allow for a free market to react while you also advocate for an end to the welfare state.
How?
Because I'm doing that right now as a candidate. There are people all over the country who advocate for more open immigration who also oppose welfare.
How will you stop the welfare
state?
Yeah,
you do that through legislation, through Congress, through actually ending these programs, through creating a sundown for Social Security. We're getting a little tangent here.
Yeah, let me.
Most Americans do
a lot of
support
your arguments against immigration is arguments against the welfare state.
No, I've got tons of
arguments. Ending the welfare state is very difficult. So is deporting 20 million people and closing the southern border. Yes, it is difficult. Throwing more government money does not make anything better in this country.
Oh, really?
Really?
She was a much smaller
The entire industrial Southwest that the U.S. government built. The U.S. government built the
Spend more
Southwest.
money,
That didn't do
money would
anything.
fix
There's
the
no
problem. We would have the
industry
highest
anywhere.
math and reading
Really,
scores
there's
in
no
decades.
NASA program.
We
NASA
have
never did
zero
anything. The creation of
withdrawal.
the internet. That never did anything.
Here's the deal. Adding a cost, whether it's
yes, the internet was because of the government. That is actually true, Robbie.
Yeah, but when you add costs to our
Ryan, you want to jump in on that?
Okay, let me ask you guys something else. You guys are both Trump supporters, right? In general, is that fair to say?
We'll see. Well, Ryan didn't support Trump in the primary. I did. So
I supported him in 2016 when he said Mexicans are rapists. I was like, he's my guy.
Oh, great. Okay, interesting. All right, so
cool.
There was just a coup.
Dude, I hope that's trolling. I was doing that's trolling, but it's hard to know because this guy also doesn't seem to understand shit about immigration in general. So
Bolivia, it's a military coup attempt. We'll find out whether or not there was some U.S. support for that.
Oh my God!
In the coming hours and days. During the Trump administration, I'm singling him out because Biden's been awful on this. Obama's been awful on this. But during the Trump administration, there was another coup in Bolivia. There was an attempted coup in Venezuela. Cuba was thrown on the state sponsor of terror list. We backed a narco government in Honduras that was a result of a coup during Hillary Clinton's time. We helped elect this guy in Ecuador that took the country from the safest country in South America to the most dangerous and linked it up with narcos. As a result of all of this, you're seeing massive outflows of people to our southern border.
Right.
Where does this play into your guys' thinking about immigration? Should we stop doing that?
I think we shouldn't invade the world, and we shouldn't invite the world.
You're not going to find a lot of deep
I'm not for overthrowing governments. But also, I mean, in a number of countries, you could. El Salvador is super safe right now. Super safe. People cross through it all the time. They don't declare asylum there. They wait till they get to the United States. There are multiple safe countries that they go through. Chile is a relatively safe country.
Of the welfare state.
Because they don't have welfare like we do, and they don't have the migrants out there like we do, and they know that Joe Biden opened the doors. I'm totally opposed to it. I think that it does feed into a lot of problems and stability and creating.
Supported again higher percentage of immigrants than Trump did, by the way.
I know you're going to hate this, but creating like a Monroe Doctrine of the Western Hemisphere, where we say we're going to create governance to sit there and support good leaders. And unfortunately, we have leaders like Hillary Clinton who said, you know what, let's overthrow Gaddafi, which led to a migration crisis in Europe. Yes, we don't have. We're not sending our own best to the White
Yeah,
House.
you're not going to get a lot of disagreement on these points from this side of the table. I just
But
what I like
even-
about
I would
populism,
point out
I
that
agree
this
with all
is one of
of
the
that.
specific things when Marco Rubio's name came up as vice president that I loudly came out against.
there we go.
That his involvement in the Juan Guaido, whatever you want to call it, was something that's just it's. I mean, that's just a stain you're never going to be able to get away.
Right.
And who knows when the next one that he's going to come up with is, and people have told me, oh, Jack, Rubio he's changed his colors on that, and he's seen the light, and I just don't buy it.
But that's also why we should not take in the failed warlords of the Third World, which
Even
is
if
what we
we
do now.
back them and create them.
Like
We saw
no, we didn't back
got
Ilhan
here.
Omar's family, and we still took them in.
Yes,
After
we
they
Well,
did,
but he's
actually.
talking about.
No,
go ahead,
we
go
quite
ahead.
literally did.
We backed Ilhan Omar's warlord family.
Explain it.
Yeah, her father
was
was
a
part of
warlord.
the Somali faction that we were supporting.
But weren't we supporting multiple factions in Somalia?
Okay,
And
why are
Hershey's
we? Why are you talking? I don't care about this right now.
failed?
No, I mean
We
usually
usually support both sides of every war.
We support both sides of nearly every conflict all the time. That's
I
how
think
we
we
look
should-
up her dash.
Okay, but we should. But that is our current state. We literally supported Al Qaeda in Syria, but not in Afghanistan. But we've done this a million times over. No, we shouldn't be propping up and funding these wars and regime wars. But we shouldn't be taking in the failed warlords that we've overthrown from both sides.
I think a lot of people who come here are people who are escaping the warlords from those areas of the world, who don't want to live under their autocracy, their violence, and they're coming here because they see a better situation for them and their family.
And they vote for Democrats.
And they will vote for whoever they vote for. They vote for whoever they vote for Democrats.
That's not
vote for you.
To Robbie's point, it does seem a little pitiful to say you don't like them because they don't vote for you, rather than to Robbie's point, just go out and make a case.
No, I know.
They're trending towards Trump. Trump is out there.
What is
trying to
happening?
get them.
They're
They're out
people
there.
that hate wokeness. They hate. I'm with the people who hate wokeness.
That is not what happened. There's two reasons that Trump is winning over more Hispanics than before. One is BLM. This is the reason that Nixon actually performed the best among Republicans that performed the best among Hispanics was Nixon. Because Nixon told Hispanic voters, "I will save you from black criminals," after the 1968 riots.
Sure.
And that
That's
appealed to
the
them.
point I was making about who's committing all the crimes. Actually,
I mean, it is. It's 53 or 56% of murders for a 13% population.
Okay, so great. So Republicans should appeal to Hispanics more by being anti-BLM. Phenomenal. Okay. Wait, are you still gonna? It's just such a dumb point. Oh, I don't want them coming in because they
56%.
Because they vote Democrat. But even though they're leaning Republican now, they're leaning Republican because Republicans are appealing to them.
We actually don't even know the number now because they don't report.
Right. So, but yes. So the two things happening: one, BLM and crime rates, and Democrats lost their minds with having to protect black criminals. The second thing that happened was that as Mexicans, Cubans, and Puerto Ricans, the three longest ancestral Hispanic communities within this country, have now been in here 80, 90 years, conservative Hispanics are now voting like conservative white people, which they never did before. Conservative Hispanics usually voted for Democrats. Now they are voting for Republicans. That is the huge spike in Trump numbers. They don't care about amnesty. Trump is not talking about amnesties. They didn't care when John McCain was offering amnesties. They certainly didn't care when Bush tried to do it afterwards. Ronald Reagan did the amnesty in 86. He got less support in 84 among Hispanics than he got in 80. George H.W. Bush got less support in 88. H.W. did another amnesty in 90. He got less support in 92. It's literally never happened. You could be as amnesty, immigration friendly, and they do not care. All that's changing now is opinions on crime.
Here's a super contemporary example, Haiti. So plenty of reporting, New York Post, Todd Bensman wrote this story here, is fantastic on some of this reporting, what happened in Haiti. We actually talked to the former U.S. Special Envoy on Breaking Points, Daniel Foote, who said that Biden administration struck a deal with the replacement for the slain Haitian president after he was assassinated, that we would back him if he agreed to continue accepting migrants to Port-au-Prince that were being deported in that Haitian flood. Everyone remembers those images from the Del Rio sector from that time period. So do we, if we're backing a brutal administration, have any responsibility then? We could go down the line to the other coups that we all are not in support of, bold stance, anti-coup. But do we have any, if we all agree that that stuff is wrong, do we have any responsibility to help people who are fleeing violence that is being facilitated by this new regime that the U.S. backed?
No, what we should
He has to remain in Mexico.
What's
What's wrong with remaining in Mexico?
But
when it comes to responsibility and duty, we have a responsibility and duty to the people who live in this country now currently. We don't have any responsibility and duty to people around the world. Yes, there are horrible things that the U.S. government has done, and it would be great, it would be wonderful to mitigate those things, but not at the detriment of the people who currently live here. It's what we should import all of Haiti just because.
And now we're just back to our immigrants good or bad when all the evidence shows they're good, and these people are just like, well, I think they're bad because they take welfare.
This horrible thing that the CIA
their
did
welfare
over there,
spending.
it's ridiculous. It would be insane, and you know that the same level of gang violence would be imported to the United States because there'd be no actual vetting, and no matter how many people say, "Oh, we're going to vet, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
And
there are certain situations like ISIS-K, which, for a variety of reasons, the IC has a certain targeting for, but things like that, like gang violence, no, of course not. We'd be importing that into our cities. We're already seeing that in Minnesota. We're already seeing that in places across the country. And so there's no question that you have to always put the interest of the people who live here currently first.
Yeah, but if you look at statistics, if you say that both legal and illegal immigrants do commit a lower rate of crime than native-born people, which they do, in many studies, you can find it over and over again.
But you're talking about a duty. You're talking about a responsibility.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is when you increase the number of population with people who commit less crime, you're actually lowering the overall crime
So,
rate.
Chase, why don't you then just make Haiti a state? Make it 51st state. They're going to drop the crime
Who based Haiti 51st state?
rate. Because the minute that they're there, and they would love to be part of the country. Oh, they would absolutely love it. That'd be perfect. So when apparently their crime will
You
drop.
guys should stand up for the libertarian paradise that is Haiti. Right?
Yeah, well,
yeah, actually,
Now you're no government.
No government.
Yeah, go to Libya. Libya loves libertarianism. They don't have government at all.
Look,
Now we're going to go libertarian anarchist debate.
The
Awesome,
U.S.
dude.
government's primary responsibility is not to people elsewhere in the world, but to the citizens of the country. I do agree with that. But if you think of the people who live in this country that the U.S. government does have a duty for, want to hire immigrants, want to rent their apartments to immigrants. They want it. Right. So the responsibility of the U.S. government is to those people who want to work with immigrants, who want immigrants to be their neighbors, who want to engage in commerce with the immigrants. And the position you're taking is that the U.S. government should come in and say a voluntary interaction between people should be morally prohibited by us, the government. I'm saying no. I'm saying that it's harmful and that it's not.
When I say American people, you hear business owners, business owners, business owners. What
Oh
about
my
all
God.
the other people who are here?
Yeah, they work for businesses. They work for businesses, many of whom are created by immigrants. They work alongside immigrants in the workforce.
And do they
today.
want mass immigration?
I think many people are just happy to live in a nation that has been built by immigration.
I'm rejecting your right as the U.S. government.
Again, they're gonna mention it again, like the poll. Oh, people want to stop mass immigration, but like they're not here to discuss what the majority of Americans want. You should be discussing your points on it.
Engage in a transaction that I don't approve.
Yeah, if one person doesn't want,
that's literally
what if one person doesn't want to enter
population
into a
wants to reduce
transaction
immigration?
and another person does? That's the marketplace in action. People can decide whether they want to hire immigrants or not, whether they want to work with immigrants or not, whether they want to work for a business that's created by an immigrant or not. But the truth is that when people come here and they are able to exercise their economic output, they do better here than they would at home, and they can create businesses here in the United States.
Here's a clarifying question maybe for them. This is because I'm actually really curious. I think this is something that's very hard to deal with. If we create more lenient immigration laws, because one thing we've seen is as leniency has increased over the course of the Biden administration, there has been a massive surge, and the leniency has basically been a handout to cartels who have said we are now trafficking basically every single person. You go to the border, you talk to people, everyone has paid. That is a direct quote from somebody that I talked to at a refugee organization in Matamoros. Everyone has paid. So it's a subsidy to cartels in that sense, more lenient immigration laws. Is there a way? Is it possible, and I'll start with you, Chase, is it possible to have more lenient pathways to immigrate to the United States without, in the current situation, giving away all kinds of opportunities for cartels to traffic people, get them up to the border where they can then.
It's going to be the anti-prohibition thing again, which I mean he's right on. If there was a better pathway to legal immigration, well, people probably wouldn't be paying cartels to enter the U.S. illegally or to claim asylum, right? They would just apply for legal immigration.
Advantage of those legal pathways from Colombia or Venezuela or wherever else.
Okay, so first off, if we had an east immigration, we had more legal immigration, you wouldn't have people needing to sneak people across the border, coyotes. You wouldn't have the need for that because people could come through a port of entry and declare who they were. You would actually remove profit motive for doing that. Now,
but to
is
get
there
that
profit
through
motive?
the other countries.
Now that can be a service that anybody provides to anybody. If I want to travel to the southern tip of Mexico, I can hire a driver or hire people to travel me down there. That's just a service that people are paying for. The illegality is when then you use people to cross through the border illegally. That is something that, you're right, happens a lot. That is actually indicative of the fact that the border is not completely open. The fact is yes, it's porous, people can get through, but there's not an ease of process for people to come here.
So does it have to be completely open?
Wait, Chase, I have a question. So you just said, but you've been saying this whole time, as long as a company wants to sponsor a worker, then they should come here.
No, as long as a worker wants to come to work. You don't need a sponsorship program. That's a whole centrally planned.
Let's say someone does. Let's just say someone does want to work. Let's say they want nefarious things. They will turn to an illegal method to get across the border anyway. But that's like saying the mafia ended when alcohol became legal. That's not true. That's not true at all. They just moved to a different illegal means. They'll just traffic another illegal thing.
Chase, is that an argument in support of a completely open border? That's the phrase that you just used. Do we need to have a completely open border in order to prevent human trafficking?
What I think you need to have is an open port of entry where people who are peaceful can come through it and get to work.
Does that create incentives for more and more people
let's put this on its head, though. Let's put even more money into border security and enforce it even more vigorously. You could make the argument that that's going to make the cartels even more powerful because their profit incentive to help get people through increases, as it does under prohibition.
That's
making it harder is exactly what they want.
Before prohibition, less people drank alcohol, and what we have said, what Jack has said, what I have said is that we should be using our military to squash the cartel, which apparently is like a heinous idea. But we should
you guys want
protect
to bomb
Americans.
the cartels?
Sure. 100%.
So you would bomb south of the border, you'd bomb in Mexico.
100%. If they're a cartel hub making fentanyl, producing fentanyl from China,
without Mexico's consent, you would just bomb.
Mexico is a failed cartel state.
So you're going to coup
Mexico, true. Oh no! Now we're getting to the. I watched a clip of this on Twitter. It's actually the first clip I watched. Now we're getting to the. Should we go to war with Mexico? I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to striking some of the cartel things if we had Mexico's permission, but now they're debating over whether we should do it even without Mexico's permission, which seems to me unhinged.
So
what?
Are you going to coup AMLO?
No, you didn't.
I know, but I'm saying hypothetically. Like, we just said no coups.
Are you guys? I'm just curious. Are you guys
one of our largest trading partners?
Is this a normal?
We're
Is this a normal view?
We're not bombing Mexico City. Most of the drugs come from literally one region of Mexico, and they come from certain places. It's not like we don't know where these people are. We managed to get freaking Osama. We managed to sit there and get.
Yes, well, just
we don't have to do all that. It's not a
we're not talking about the global war on terror. We're talking about those specific types of operations.
We literally
to go after
execute
the
terror
cartels.
all the time.
Yeah, you don't exercise military action in another sovereign nation without their permission. That is an invasion. That is war.
How many Americans?
I don't want to go to war with Mexico.
How many Americans have to die from the Mexican drug cartel before it is a war?
If we take out the cartel?
How many Americans have to die before it actually is a war? Because it is a war, only one side's fighting.
First off, wars should be congressionally declared. I don't think you'll ever get both houses of Congress.
They already gave the presidency the
Let's get
discretion to do
Jack
that.
to flesh out his position on bombing the cartels, because this is a big issue for you, Jack, and it's one that you've given a lot of thought to. Why is it a just war for us, the United States, to start bombing cartels?
Well, first of all, we're not the ones starting the war. The war's already begun. Ryan just mentioned this. We can look at fentanyl deaths. You can look at child trafficking deaths. You can look at some of the ones that I mentioned earlier. The war's here. The war's already on our shores. And by the way, when you talk about the border,
we just solve it by bombing them instead of just having a better pathway to legal immigration. What a phenomenal argument. Well, let's use the military to deport the 13 million migrants here, which would be expensive and inflationary, and 2, we should go to war with Mexican cartels, which would be expensive, wouldn't really be inflationary, and it probably wouldn't even. I can't even imagine that would be. I don't think that would be a stabilizing force. I don't think it's just a meme of oh well. I mean, you get rid of the cartels, okay. Cartel 2 is just gonna pop up, right? I don't think there's a very easy way to get rid of the cartels without some actual overarching change in policy, which would be, in this case, changing our current law, changing the current asylum laws, probably withdrawing from the UN charter we signed, not the UN charter, the UN treaty we signed, the 1967 Convention on the Rights of Refugees, and opening a better pathway to legal immigration so people can come here legally and they can be screened for a criminal background and they don't have to be snuck over the border by cartels. Yeah.
The dotted line on the graph. When you talk to a border patrol, when you talk to Homeland Security guys, people I serve with in the military, that they'll tell you that that's the official border, but the real border is far north of that because of the cartel-controlled areas that are already in our country, by the way. So you're talking about specific, and by the way, when I'm talking about bombing, I'm talking about the Ukrainian-level cruise missile type attacks that we're seeing in Ukraine war. What I'm talking about are targeted operations against cartel leaders, targeted operations against cartel cells, targeted operations against you name it in terms of their hubs of drug facilitation facilities, these types of things. You can do that very, very easy. In fact, by the way, we have a highly trained military to do so.
You can do that while adding more and more to the debt and deficit, and more, just $1 trillion being.
Just let the cartels keep going. Just let them keep going.
No, but we can just do this by adding more and more, and we'll just add more to the deficit. We'll add more to the deficit. We'll add $1 trillion to the deficit.
You hate the drug war. Guess what? It's a lot cheaper when you stop it there than when you stop it here.
Unplug, by the way.
You save probably way more money
you decriminalize drugs in this country, removing.
It worked really great in Oregon.
Now we're going to the prohibition stuff. Yeah.
People are gonna still do drugs.
Presumably
no, they're not.
Oh, we're
people did not
from
drink.
where?
People did
From
not
where?
drink that much.
Where are they gonna
People
get them
drank
from?
much more often after prohibition than before it.
So you're worried about
I don't even know if that's true. There were big issues with people continuing to drink during prohibition, right? It may have been slightly less, but we literally started poisoning the alcohol, right? So, and there were a lot of deaths from that, from poisoning the alcohol.
So let me get this straight. We've gone from the interests of the business owners to the interests of the illegals. So now we're on the interest of the druggies. I'm still waiting to hear anyone talk about the interest of the American people.
Yeah, the interest of the American people is.
It's just such a it's here. Since this guy is so dumb again. Okay. So we have here. Okay, where oopsie. Well, here we go. Okay, then where we are now. This is good A, good B. There's all the things we can reduce. With net zero immigration, we would go down. With more immigration, we would go up. This is clearly preferable. Going up is clearly preferable to going down or even staying the same. That does help American businesses. Okay, obviously it helps American businesses. You know who also it helps? Every American person. It helps the entire American economy. There are, again, trade-offs that we can talk of, or that we can speak about, like the fact that immigrants may, to some extent, depress wages, but those are trade trade-offs. It's overwhelmingly a positive trade-off, and they have not actually described at all why it's a negative trade-off. They just said it depresses wages without addressing the other things that immigration does.
It's a system that works, that isn't broken. And when you end the war on drugs, you actually have a situation that has a better situation for those who are using, better situations for communities.
Oh, and also, again, it barely depresses wages. It depresses wages for like high school dropouts by 2%. That's clearly a trade-off worth making.
Without the cartel violence, you have safer use. Yes, that is a better thing for the American people. So is having
safer use. Like
you know what's really good for the American people? No hollowed out towns in Appalachia because of the fentanyl.
Oh my God!
Yes, and fentanyl is something we have to address as a medical.
You want to
crisis.
legalize everything?
Well, Robbie just said
I want to drugs.
You want to legalize it?
You decriminalize all drugs because
I can't even understand your position because you keep jumping from one
so
jumping from topic to topic.
I have one question because Ryan wrote a whole book on Ryan Graham wrote a whole book on drugs, so he probably has a lot of thoughts on this. I have one question for Robbie because you just sort of laughed at Ryan Gerdusky's point that there are people in there are hollowed out towns in Appalachia because of fentanyl addictions, opioid addictions. But you laughed and said because of immigrants. And I think what Ryan would say, and I'll let Ryan respond after you respond to this, Robbie, is that listen, the relatively open border, that as they would define it, has allowed a lot of people who come in, claim asylum, they have been trafficked, so now they owe debts to their traffickers. To then they're on the line, they actually are bringing fentanyl through our borders.
Yeah. Look, I honestly don't take a strong position on this cartel issue. It seems unwise to me to start a war with Mexico and start bombing them. But like, I'm more moderate on this issue than like the framing of this debate makes it seem. I just want to bring more people into the country legally to do work. They're already doing it and make it easier to have people come in. The cartels are obviously monstrous and evil organizations. Like, I'm open to an argument that that's the right way to deal with them. I'm very skeptical that this would make us better. This war with Mexico, I absolutely think would have to be declared by Congress. I don't think there's any appetite to do that. I think the best way to defang the cartels is to have other pathways to immigration to get in the country that don't involve them. I think greater enforcement would be just as good as them as it was for the mafia under Prohibition. But you have tons of disagreement about what the relative alcohol consumption was during
the mafia didn't end after Prohibition. The mafia became. My family was in the mafia at the time. They didn't stop. They were. That didn't stop when alcohol became illegal. They did other things. They will do other things. There will always be a criminal. There will always be a criminal underbelly in this country, no matter what you legalize, what you don't legalize.
But not in people.
I'm so he's saying like they'll do other things, like. Okay, but isn't our concern is over like the fentanyl getting into the U.S. right now or whatever? If they're doing other things, that's probably not going to hurt the U.S. as much, right? I would assume the substitute for what they're doing now is not going to hurt people in the U.S. as much as the fentanyl crisis is. I would guess. And I don't know what exactly the other things would be, but I doubt it would be as destructive as the fentanyl crisis. Yeah, at least to the U.S. population. Maybe they'll just export the fentanyl crisis to a different country, but...
They'll be organized.
They're the America First people, so.
Right. No, yes, they will be, because there'll be slavery. Because people bring. There's an Atlantic article from maybe 8 years ago, a Filipino immigrant who was a child, came here, grew up, and realized he had a slave in his house. He said his parents brought over slaves, and he didn't realize that he was an adult. He goes, wow, they don't have a bed. I'm just realizing this right now. Things like that happen all the time. Indentured servitude happens constantly. There was a raid in upstate New York, 100 children were working on a farm in indentured servitude. They'll be sex traffickers. They'll be working.
Doesn't the illegal, the way people have to illegally immigrate kind of incentivize, doesn't it kind of make it easier? Doesn't it kind of incentivize this? Don't you think that opening up a better pathway to legal immigration would kind of disincentivize this stuff?
They'll be having sex as slaves. It happens all the time.
If they're not legally allowed to work.
And if we
they're not legally exposed to the CPS system and the education.
If we ease the process of immigrants being able to come in here, we can focus our law enforcement on those.
Wait, I just want to help Robbie out. You're not talking about legally working child sex workers,
No,
right?
what we're talking about.
Because that's what you just said.
Underclasses, no. I'm saying underclass people, because their status in the country is legal, drives them and their families into unsafe work, including that.
There will be different types of illegal activity of people.
Is driven by poverty?
Listen, they are libertarians, so again, the question about the age and consent might make them a little nervous. Maybe they should ask that one.
No, you're getting far beyond what we're talking about.
Let's give Chase a chance.
No, but the truth is, if you want to combat indentured servitude, if you want to combat human trafficking, if you want to combat these things, allow the peaceful people to come here and live here. Allow them to come here. No, allow people who want to come here.
Just give them a piece of paper. So just give them a piece of paper that says
work is illegal, and the legal pathways are
So my point was that criminal activities like that will not stop. But there are people, you're around my age, and Jackson my age, I'm not sure how you are, but I'm going to guess we're all in the same 10-year time.
Our first millennial president.
Okay, so we're all millennials. We are very lucky to be here right now because there is an entire lost generation of our people who made one mistake, who did one thing throughout the entire, and their lives are destroyed. And once the drugs are in their community, there is no way to sit there and do anything on the offense. They're always on the defense. They are dependent for the rest of their life, and these drugs are getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm sorry, but It makes me beyond angry in like a real fundamental way in my gut right now that you sit there and you say, as long as they want to do this, people do not want to get hooked on drugs. You end up in circumstantial environments where you do. My aunt ended up on heroin. She was lucky to get off before it became black tar heroin, before it became fentanyl. Otherwise, she'd be dead. Her 2 kids would never been born. Things like that happen. These are our people. Millions are dead more than the Civil War, World War II. They're all dead. People our age are dead. You were lucky you were born without certain mistakes, because I guarantee you some people in your neighborhood aren't. And if you want to represent them and sit there and say, oh, don't worry about the war on drugs, their cartel members' lives are more valuable than yours, I'm sorry, but how fucking dare you? It really makes me angry. Yes, you exactly are. You're sitting there saying you can't sit there and go after cartel members because, no, Robbie, don't roll your eyes at me. That's exactly true. That is not emotional manipulation.
Guys, shut the fuck up.
Robbie, all you do is say incorrect things left and right and say, don't worry about Americans, they'll be fine.
Oh my God, it's a total shit show now.
I want to end a war on drugs. I want to actually put a public health model onto that and say, well, not public health because I don't like the state doing things. I want to see more mutual and direct aid to help get people off of drugs instead of throwing them into jails where they get re-traumatized. They come back out and they use again and get thrown in jail again. This is a cycle that's been created by the drug war. Yes, it is bad that people use drugs. It is bad that people get addicted to drugs and have negative outcomes for their lives. But none of that is improved by increasing a drug war. We increase the policing in our neighborhoods. We keep throwing people in jail. We keep the trauma factories open. We're filling prison beds instead of rehab beds. We're denigrating addicts as if they're lesser than in society and actually providing empathy to them. That is what pisses me off. That's what upsets me.
I understand that. And so, yes. I agree with you, but I have a question for you then. How do you do that when there is a country, China specifically, and Mexico, which sits there and always looks for the newest, cheapest, synthetic, more dangerous product? Do you constantly legalize the newest, cheapest synthetic product?
What you do is you decriminalize what people put in their own bodies so they can actually go to a pharmacy and test it, just like they do in Portugal, where they decriminalize all drugs. And guess what? If you're in Portugal, you can take your heroin to a pharmacy, you pay a small fee, and you can know whether it's cut or something. That would actually increase I hate to say it this way, but it would make the drugs better. It would make them less likely to have fentanyl in them.
I get what you're saying. But people in Oregon, they try that. Portland tried that. It was a miserable failure.
This is in your book, right? You should probably speak up, right? That this is essentially accidental poisonings because people are taking at a level of potency that they don't want to.
They think they're taking a Xanax and they're taking fentanyl. That is fraud. That is wrong.
It's all illegal.
I get it. And in Portland, it wasn't. And in Portland, they did mass decriminalization. It was a giant failure. Giant. They had to recriminalize them. It is not the case that once you legalize everything, everything's just safer and better. It's not always the case, especially when dealing with things like synthetic drugs.
Yeah, you should be able to test them and know what's going into your own body, but you can't do that right now.
If you have a hunger, if you have a scratch and you got to sit there and itch in your arm, you will go to the person next to you. If it's cheaper and you got no money because you burned it all through drugs, you will go to the person selling you whatever is available.
There are negative outcomes to addiction. I'm not arguing.
Okay, I understand that.
But what I'm saying is the better way to address those negative outcomes is not to make this into a huge criminal justice thing. And tying this all the way back to immigration, the best way to bankrupt the cartels is to remove the incentive for them to create drugs. And
I argue the best way to deal with the cartels is kill them.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but you can't do that without.
Oh, yes, I can.
No, without.
Oh my God, kill them, and then what? And then, like, I don't understand. If the incentive is still there, people will still do it. As long as the incentive to produce drugs is still there, people are going to do it. If you kill all the cartel members, guess what? A year from now, Cartel 2 is just going to pop up because there's still an incentive to do it. Yeah, but address the actual issues.
The cartels south of the border without invading south of the border, which violates the sovereignty of other nations, which is something we would never want violated.
Which is what they're currently doing to us right now, every day.
Listen, our government kills people all over the world. Our government creates violence all over the world, and that is not justification for somebody to come and attack our nation.
Which we've said. Here's a funny story, though, Robbie, speaking in my book. Prohibition, which you're celebrating here, what Prohibition did is it pushed the production of alcohol underneath the southern border, south of the border, and created these cartels of liquor producers that then created smuggling pipelines up into the United States, into north of into the country. Literally, the smuggling operations that you're talking about trying to shut down were created by the thing that you're celebrating, Prohibition.
Not entirely one, especially when during Prohibition there was not a single entity that controlled the market, right? You had the Kennedy.
It takes a while, sure. Yeah.
Oh, do you think if we just have enough free market time with the cartel will have
free markets?
The cartel. No, I'm saying the cartel will eventually just have a competition like Walmart and Kmart. They'll just
no. It's the opposite.
So. No, there's no organization equivalent to the cartel that has such a monopoly that had it during Prohibition. There wasn't a single crime family. There was like.
You keep saying the cartel, but there's multiple cartels in competition with each other.
I totally push back on that because what it is. No, the CIA.
Okay, nonetheless.
The cartel
it's not the same thing at all. And also, it's being produced by fentanyl in China. I mean, there are ways to sit there and change this operation. It's not being mass produced here. Yeah, it's not perfect. Yes, some will get through. But I'm sorry, there's literally more dead Americans from fentanyl than from the Civil War. That's a problem.
I think if anybody thought that going to war with Mexico would solve that,
you're not going to war with Mexico.
Okay with
I mean, again, this is what it's like from your guys' side all night. $1 trillion war with Mexico. So you take something that we haven't said and you put it on our mouths and you respond to that without actually responding to things that we've said. Ryan's been doing it. Robbie's been doing it. Chase is not doing it as much. He's done it a little bit. But and I've sat here and listened to this. We're going to war with Mexico. Go to war with Mexico. Mexico is not going to go to war with us.
Can we call it war within Mexico? Will that be better? If we say it's within Mexico, we're not going to war with the Mexico government.
How about just killing terrorists?
Killing the narco terrorists.
Yeah.
You're right.
The narco-terrorist, dude. Defend terrorists.
Good. I'm glad he's dead.
Okay, is ISIS around or not?
How did ISIS escape? We didn't have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars to.
You're right. We should have waited for El
Chapo's in prison, so
there's a lot of.
So here's a question to just, this is a little bit of a pivot, but we haven't yet discussed arguments that we often hear from people like Michael Anton on the right about this kind of social fabric of different communities. I think you, Jack, brought up Minnesota
I've been
earlier.
trying to.
The problems the problems with integrating
It's my fault.
the problems with integrating culturally different populations at high scales, especially in different parts of the country. Why is that a concern on your end? And then we'll go over here and say, different ways that maybe that could be alleviated. Go ahead, Roy.
I think culturally assimilating people is a huge problem right now. I'm talking, of course, of the green-haired, woke college campus people who don't respect our values, who love socialism, who don't want to work, who make all the wrong life choices and are making our society much.
Just like me, guys. I'm the blue hair. I should dye my hair blue or green. I should do it. I'm the person who doesn't respect American values. I'm assuming me and this guy would have disagreement on what exactly American values are, but I'm not quite like that. But it's so funny that the other side has not addressed this point that there are plenty of people within America, the white liberal blue hair woman, who also don't respect American values. But we don't talk about supporting them.
Worse off. I'm grateful that we have these immigrants coming to the country to show them the way, because I'm very worried about the inability of people in our country to assimilate.
Does your concern there extend to your
Ilhan Omar qualify for believing your values?
Well, I wouldn't vote for Ilhan Omar.
Okay, but
do you have concerns about what's happening in Michigan?
No, I want to know.
I am from Michigan. I live in Michigan. I go to the University of Michigan. They're a heavy Muslim population there.
Yeah.
It has not shredded the social fabric of Michigan one iota. You can't tell that
Is clitorectomy higher in Michigan now than it was 30 years ago? Clitorectomies?
He's talking about FGM.
Yes. Are they higher now than they were 30 years ago? I'm saying,
that's a serious question.
You're sitting there saying it hasn't affected the cultural. Okay, clitorectomy is higher now than they were 30 years ago.
What's the response?
That seems bad, and we should prohibit it.
But you know what? We shouldn't bring it in from immigration. That's all my argument.
Is that a problem or not?
I don't care. This is so beyond anything. I'm very sick of this argument.
People are cogs for the corporations. So it doesn't matter what type of person comes in. It doesn't matter what type of cultural background they have.
I have at no point said that it doesn't matter. In fact, I conceded. I say that it does matter who comes in.
You just said you don't care.
I'm fine to have something.
You answered a specific question. You said you don't care.
I didn't realize this debate was going to be 2 hours long.
Neither did I.
I'm a little worn down, I'll be honest.
Closing statements.
Let me say one more thing on this. There are Muslim people in Michigan who are as sick and disgusted by the excesses of wokeness as anyone else. That is my primary concern about America, is the threats that come to our culture from the far left, from a secular and anti-religious left that hates our traditions and hates freedom of speech. And there are lots of things I'm sure I disagree with many of my Muslim neighbors on back in Michigan, including on what's going on in Israel. I don't agree with them at all.
But
I also have disagreements again with the native population. So those are some of my most
What about
vicious
Charlie
and
Hebdo?
vehement
Is that a serious
disagreements.
problem of immigration?
Yeah, Europe has. Look, if I was in Europe, I might be advocating a different position. I openly say that they're taking in a lot of refugees at once, and there seems to me to be a more worrisome correlation between some of the crimes and sexual assault problems they've had in the cities there. I see the statistics, but it's not here. It's not the case. Here, the crime we have is not correlated to the immigrant population whatsoever. It's not.
First off, if assimilation is a concern, which I believe it is, we want people to be able to assimilate here eventually. You don't have to be able to speak the language to come here. Many immigrants came here speaking Italian or German or what have you, and they prospered, they created a business, or they worked, and they made better lives for their children. But assimilation is an issue. And the truth is that people who come here legally through a legal means, through a legal process, assimilate far quicker than those who come through an illegal process, where there's no process for them to come through.
Oh, true. Yeah. Especially if you granted work authorization immediately.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you said anyone wants to come, any workers, anyone wants to come, if that number went from 1 million a year to 140, because that's what the Gallup poll says. I think it's 180, but let's say 150, whatever. 150 million showed up in like a 5-year period. Would they all assimilate to our culture, we're a minority culture?
First off, I don't think that many people would come here.
Gallup literally said it.
But Gallup.
Let's say
but if a lot
100
of people come here, our nation is one of assimilation of the melting pot. That's what we do for generations and generations over time.
We have controls. That assimilation for Italians and Germans that you mentioned.
We already import culture from all over the world. We import culture from all over the world, and we export the best of it outward. It doesn't, and immigrants are part of that. They are part of the fabric of this country.
Chase, when you said Germans and Italians, yes, they followed a 50-year pause in immigration from the 1924 to 1960, 7.
Yeah, but during the years they were immigrating, during the years that people were immigrating during Ellis Island, that was the year of no Irish need apply. That was the year that basically anybody from Europe was deemed dirty, stupid, not worth hiring.
Southern Europe.
Yeah, but the point is that we had the exact same things against populations today. They They have every potential to make great things. They have every potential to do great things.
You're making a qualitative argument. We're making a quantitative argument. So you're saying all immigrants will be this way, whether they're from Southern Europe, whether they're from the Middle East, whether they're from Africa, whether they're from Central America, Mexico, etc. And that's just not the case. These are different parts of the world with different cultures, with different cultural backgrounds, many of which, by the way, if you have controlled immigration, so controls like what Ryan's talking about, keep it low, it does create the necessity for assimilation. But if you have mass immigration, their whole population comes over. There's no
We need
need.
to keep immigration from, for instance,
There's no need for them to assimilate that.
I'm pretty sure they've already agreed to like some out of control for immigration, but
I would like Portugal, Norway, and Sweden actually not to come. Yes, it's true. I don't want them also because they also probably vote for more socialism because that's how they govern.
But this is how you get more. And by the way, Robbie, there was actually something you said earlier I really wanted to address, which I think kind of gets to this. That you said we're not in danger of tyranny because of immigration, and I said, have you looked at the polls in Texas?
What is the implication?
So if and when Texas, let me explain.
Texas is going to vote for Donald Trump this year. I'm very confident.
This year, but if and when Texas imports enough migrants that Texas goes blue, there is no chance of anyone other than a Democrat being elected president for possibly 80 years.
What happens when the whole country happens? Well, what happens when the whole country is California?
A, I'm fine with barring them from voting.
So now
because
we
I
get
just want them to be able
California.
to come here and participate in our economic health. B, I
How
don't
are you gonna
concede that that's
enforce
going to
that?
happen.
How are you
Again,
gonna force
the
people to vote
trajectory in our
against
country is,
citizens?
Virginia has
That's not how it
flipped.
works, though.
Virginia's on,
You
on
have no
the
integrity of these things.
Virginia's a state that flips back and forth. Again, what I'm most worried about is affluent white and black people.
I really liked this point earlier. It might have been, I forget, I think it was Chase who said it, who was like, well, it's not my fault that Republicans are bad at appealing to Hispanics.
The government contractor class, the most liberal people on earth, the progressives, they have come because of the growth of government, taken over Virginia, and have made it more of a blue state. That is what worries me. The immigrants coming in, they are gettable.
Also, I'm okay. 2016 election, 270 win. Is that really? Is that really true? How many electoral votes does Texas have? Hold on. How does it let me? Can it let me change it? Change history. 2016. Does this automatically make Clinton win? Okay. Fuck. No, let's just make it. No, Clinton wouldn't. Even if Texas was blue, Clinton wouldn't have won in 2016. Although no one would have won, it would have been they would have gone to the House, I guess. It would depend on the. Hold on, if I do the Texas again, I think it said 36. Oops, 36 there, 0 here, and other. Oh, why doesn't it let me have an other? Okay, well, we'll just do 2 for Democrat. It would still go to the House, I guess. Okay, what about 2000 electoral college 272 win. Although this was really close, so Texas probably would change it, right? Yeah, Texas is obviously gonna change it. I don't know. Seems like Republicans would have to probably change their policy a little, but not like they couldn't appeal
They're
to
clearly gettable by
Latino
Republicans.
people.
You're right. And I agree with something you said earlier that like just pursuing the most pro-amnesty or whatever policy. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about that.
So,
they don't care about that at all.
Robbie,
they can be appealed to by the sort of messaging that is appealing to everyone else in the country on the economy, on bringing down inflation, on all sorts of things. I'm not saying immigration.
So Robbie, this is a question for Robbie.
There's no evidence for the fact that them streaming in has flipped the state.
Ronald Reagan didn't embrace immigrants.
Ronald Reagan was the governor of California.
Ronald Reagan got 30% of the Hispanic vote.
Texas will be
about?
I'm talking about Republicans today. Republicans who want to market
I'm
themselves.
talking about ever.
Pretty sure Ronald Reagan was relatively pro-immigration.
Why have
but
they never voted for not Ronald Reagan amnesty, George H.W. Bush amnesty, Bob Dole supported
I agree.
amnesty?
Amnesty is not a persuade. They don't care about
never.
that.
I
They
mean,
agree.
you could not be more pro-immigration than George H.W. Bush. He literally increased the numbers.
I don't think pro-immigration is a selling point to them.
They don't care.
But the response to Robbie, I would say, is that look, this is how you get a state like California to become the California in just what from Reagan was governor in the 60s, and then
we had a Republican governor in 08. We had Republican governors in the 90s. We had Republican governor in the 90s. That was the ballot 64, 46, Prop 46, whatever, 48.
And now that state is gone.
Yeah.
It is gone. For
Okay.
Republicans, electorally speaking. And certainly gone in terms of all of the policies that you guys claim to say you want. Now, this mass immigration
Not
is
all the
going to bring
policies.
that.
I say, actually, California just recently defeated a ballot initiative, a race preferences initiative that is opposed by Asian immigrants who are the most discriminated against class under the racial preferencing system. Again, that's anti-wokeness of immigrants coming through.
So let me direct this to Chase. Let me direct this to Chase. So do you not have concerns that if our immigration policy looked more like, let's say, Europe's 10 years ago, Europe's 15 years ago, are we inviting in more potential attacks like on Charlie Hebdo? Are we inviting in some of the more serious assimilation problems that Robbie alluded to? I don't know what you think about those, Chase. I won't answer the question for you, but if you do share those concerns.
Well, Europe is having a big problem with refugees. We don't really have issues with refugees. What we have issues with is asylum seekers. But as everyone on the stage has already agreed to, most asylum seekers don't have necessarily legitimate asylum claims. Yeah, and they're economic migrants. Like, they're people moving here for job opportunities, not for the same reason that Syrians were moving to Sweden, right? Syrians were fleeing war, whereas people are just moving here for economic opportunities, and they help our country, they help our native population, they create jobs, they create businesses, they work for businesses,
about some types of assimilation, wouldn't the policies that you guys have argued on behalf of tonight create more of those problems?
I think the most likely.
Yeah, I don't think they would make the problems worse. Those problems are going to exist. Assimilation problems will exist. I don't think allowing more people to come here necessarily makes it where assimilation becomes harder. I would argue that more people coming here sees more people exposed to the American way of life. They export those values not just to them, but to the other people within their community. Like, just look at, if you want to look at Muslims. Muslims in America are far less radical than Muslims in the Middle East. Many of them immigrated from somewhere else. They came out with the American way. No, forever. They always have been. They have always been less radical than those in the Middle East. And this is because they come here, they experience the American way of life, they assimilate to our culture over time, they create businesses, they create jobs.
Like the Boston Bombers?
Yeah, our magic dirt keeps.
I'm not saying you're not going to get me to say that no crime will ever come from immigrants.
My utter conviction is that the person most likely to carry out some attack on hate speech grounds, that a publication or something was engaged in hate speech, is a baseball bat-toting graduate of Evergreen College who is a native-born citizen.
He just keeps going after the woke people, dude. He keeps going after the blue hair woman. I mean, again, they're going to disagree on the crime rate, but again, legal immigrants tend to commit less crime than a population, and legal immigrants do too. Well, the data on illegal immigrants is kind of hard. The data on illegal immigrant crime is like really hard to get. They're basically the only state that has good data is Texas, and Texas, I think the Texas data is based on like 50 illegal immigrants who have committed crimes, but looks like they're both lower than the native-born population, so they decrease the relative crime rate.
Wealthy, white or black parents.
The bigger point about it,
the reason
the Italian mafia broke up over time was not because, it was partly because we stopped Italian immigration in large part, and they assimilated over 3 generations with a near fixed population. The reason that Muslim immigrants are not that radical is because we have not ghettoized them. They don't have, I mean, outside of like Michigan, there's a few places, but overall, the Muslim population in this country do not live in ghettos, in places where they are completely living amongst themselves, and radicalization could happen. That does happen when you have mass groups of people in any given place. It will become worse, not better. If there's fewer, they will assimilate with majority culture, even if it's a majority, shit-lib culture, whatever the case is, they will eventually assimilate over time.
Is that what you're saying happened in California?
I'm part of the shit-lib culture. Resist.
Okay, so if we're already having problems with Antifa and the green-haired Evergreen State College graduates or blue-haired, I forget what you said, Robbie, I'm not sure which irks you most.
Just like me, the woke warrior.
So I can never throw them under the bus.
Well, yes, of course you would. So if let's say, this is an Ann Coulter argument, a common Ann Coulter argument, for example. So if we already have problems...
Ramaswamy shouldn't be president.
a new Ann Coulter argument. So we already have problems with crime, or we already have problems with hate speech, encroachments on free speech from our own native-born population. Why should we? Even if there are lower rates, let's accept the research, even if there are lower rates from the research that you guys have cited of crime or problems with assimilation, whatever it is, why should we bring more of it in instead of dealing with the problems that are plaguing people throughout the country, American citizens?
Because on the whole, immigration is a good thing. It enlarges the economic pie. So on the whole, yes, we can look at specific things and say, yes, crime is bad, and when people come here to commit crime, that is obviously bad. But if you look at the whole picture of what immigrants contribute to this nation, what they have contributed to this nation, as they assimilate, become Americans themselves over time too, is a growing of the economic pie. There are more benefits to immigration than negatives. That is just where the statistics are in terms of economic output.
If we just stuck with net zero immigration starting in the 1850 or whenever you want to, we would have lost World War II.
But again, you're jumping all over the place.
We had net zero immigration during World War II.
We did have that during World War II, by the way.
What's that?
We did have that during World War II, by the way.
Yes, but the population had exploded in the 50 years after.
We won the biggest war during near net zero immigration. What are you talking about?
Because we had grown from a backwater country in 1820 to becoming the most powerful country in the country 120 years later as our population quadrupled.
Because they were all, okay, yes, when we took in 99% English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, German, Dutch, all speak nearly a common language and common culture.
He's going to go back to the race culture shit again.
Good country.
There was a lot of internal tensions among those people, though. I mean, like my great-great-grandparents were, I think, a Polish and a Serbian man. It was considered a mixed marriage. Like those people didn't even, the families didn't even get along. The idea there's like a shared heritage. They hated, and there was religious tension as well, between Catholics and other groups.
Having settled by Somalians, Ethiopians, Brazilians, but yeah. Would we be America? No, we were America because we were uniquely settled by Brits.
The Irish were considered white people. I mean, these were so different groups. It's like we consolidated.
We are American because who settled us were Brits who believed in the ideals of that time period and founded the greatest country and kept it
at
that
the beginning.
Way.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
But then we've taken in all of those ethnic groups you're talking about that we've taken in were so fundamentally dissimilar from each other.
Not that much.
They really were.
Not really that much.
He's absolutely correct here. We can literally like, no Irish sign New York. Why historians are fighting about it, but why did Irish need not apply? Yeah. So blah blah blah. One corner arguing an Irish immigrant in the mid-19th century was relatively unlikely to run to no Irish need apply postings. It's a tenure, but ideologically, yeah. What the fuck? Neoclastic?
Iconoclastic.
Iconoclastic. Characterized by attack or cherished beliefs. I don't know. Point is, there definitely was some amount of discrimination against Irish people in, especially New York. So Irish discrimination in New York. Yeah. Weren't they literally called like the black man of Europe or whatever? Irish, black, and Europe. Maybe it was Negro of Europe. It's black people in Ireland. Yeah. Anyway.
I think 50 years ago, they didn't want Catholics. The majority of people in the country were afraid of a Catholic being president.
So yeah, 40% of people in this country can identify a family member that came through Ellis Island during the last wave of migration. Those people,
most
of the would not be here today if we had net zero migration.
In 1990, 50% of the population could identify themselves to the American Revolution.
Most of the people who
built the American Revolution. So what are you talking about?
Most of the people that built the country in the 19th century were actually from Africa. To your point,
that is not true either. That's another nonsense lie. The majority of people from Africa did what?
Who built the country?
That is not true. That is not true. That is such a lie. Like all the wealth in the entire country.
Africa.
Most of the wealth in this country did not come from slavery. Most of the wealth that was created in this country did not come from slavery. Slavery was actually
I don't know if to ever. What does he mean by wealth in a country? Slavery was definitely important for building. Immigration was really important for building the railroads, right? The Irish and Chinese immigrants were really important for building a lot of transpacific railroads, and a lot of wealth did come from slavery in the South. A lot of the agricultural wealth obviously came from slave plantations, as well as hold on. I might be making this up. Hold on. Georgia Rhodes slaves. I feel like there was to some extent some amount of like industrial slavery in Georgia. Slaves built roads in Georgia. I feel like I've read about this. Slave built infrastructure still creates wealth in the U.S. I don't know. Some of the railroads were built by slaves. I feel like I read about this. And I've been right about everything else before I fact check them, so. Oh. Are these railroads? Holy shit. So there were a lot of railroads, I guess, built by slaves in Georgia. Hold on. I was just using regular roads, but railroads would have been more popular at the time. Slave built railroads gave rise to Georgia's largest city, Atlanta. God, again, another non-fun correct W.
Charleston was, yes, there was a lot of.
Yeah,
New York
was
All
nothing.
right,
It was
this is
slave labor in Boston.
Look, we're going to go to closing statements because we have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
So each of you.
Thank God.
We have made it.
10 seconds
Almost
each.
9 p.m.
10 seconds each.
But okay, we'll start with you, Robbie. Then we'll go to Ryan, and we'll go back and forth just like we did in the opening. Robbie Suave.
Okay, I've said everything I wanted to say. I don't have a lot more else to say. Immigration
Chase.
is great, and we should have more of it.
Yeah, I support the immigration. I support making it easier for people to be able to come here, work here, create, and add to the economic pie. And I want to see more of that. And I'm campaigning on that right now.
Jack.
The amnesty policies that we've heard tonight would destroy this country. They would tear this country apart. They would actually lead us down the road to socialism far faster than any of the people.
Dude, I agree with the libertarians on this for the most part, except the ending welfare shit. But, oh my god, what a fucking dumbass closing statement, dude. If you're, first of all, they're getting the last word here, and usually like the last word, because people have like recency bias. Who gets the last word is important. The fact that, despite the fact that they got the last word, the libertarians' closing statements was just like immigration is good. That's fucking, oh my god. They should have had a much better closing statement than that, because like you need a really good closing statement in order to overcome the other opponents getting the last word. But they didn't try at all.
People that we've talked about.
Oh, goddamn. That's painful.
I'm okay with that. Then it's 10 seconds. Immigration should be safe, legal, and rare.
There you go. All right.
That's such a good line.
Okay.
We made it.
At
to
least
9
they
p.m.
didn't try that
Everyone who's
hard
viewing,
either.
Thank you so much for being here, viewing, or listening. We appreciate you sticking with us. I found this very
Thanks, Liberty Twitcher.
interesting, very shouty on all of your from everyone. So that's always a lot of fun. Ryan, did you have fun?
I had a blast. Everybody should watch. We had Vosh and Dave Smith debating Ukraine. That'll be up tomorrow over at Counterpoints. Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? They had Vosh and Dave Smith debating Ukraine? What? Whoa. Whoa.
Ukraine is losing.
We gotta, dude. I'm no Vosh fan, but I am a Ukraine fan. Holy shit. What the hell? This'll be really interesting. I feel like that was a just a closing statement on my closing thoughts in this debate. Much as I might not agree with libertarian, seemed to be pretty based on immigration. Like they clearly had much better arguments when it came to creating a better pathway to legal immigration. Versus the other side was just like, well, I think we should bomb the cartel and fucking build a Gaza border wall on our southern border. Which again, it disappointed. It like the ignorance on the more like, I call them authoritarian. I'm just calling them authoritarian in relation to the libertarians. They're more authoritarian than the libertarians. On the more authoritarian side, the complete failure to address the actual issue, which is the 1967 rights in a UN fucking convention refugee shit, and the US's own domestic laws on asylum. The complete inability for them to reconcile with that and propose any type of new law other than an asylum ban, and the total, I don't want to call it the total misunderstanding of the economics behind immigration. Yeah. Feel like did not go well for them. I think they quoted a lot of probably bad data too on on the immigrant crime rate and on the immigrants using welfare stuff. Yeah. I think all those things made it so I do have to unfortunately agree with the libertarians. at least on the immigration. This is going to be interesting. Listen. As much as Vosh is cringe or whatever, for the horse stuff, Vosh is like one of the few leftists that is pro-Ukraine and anti-Houthis, okay? He's one of the few leftists with good foreign policy takes. You may watch horse porn, but you know what? I'll say it. I would rather somebody watch horse porn than somebody be pro-Houthis and anti-Ukraine, okay? I'll say it. That's a trade-off I'm willing to make, okay? I'll say it. You heard it here. I don't care if you watch horse porn or short stack goblin porn. As long as you're pro-Ukraine and anti-Houthis, okay?
This war. They're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working toward a deal, a peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Ukraine hasn't been losing. Both countries have been stalling. I don't want this conflict to end in a way that's going to guarantee the conflict reemerges in 2 years. If the line just freezes where it is right now, are we not guaranteeing another conflict in a few years?
The United States of America holds all of the chips. We could offer Vladimir Putin something that would probably get him to do whatever we wanted him to do. And you know what that is, the ultimate crowning jewel for him. How about we leave NATO?
He thinks we should offer to leave NATO in exchange for the end of the war in Ukraine.
All right.
Okay, that's an interesting take.
Welcome to Counterpoints. Today, we're going to be talking about the Ukraine-Russia war. Emily, who are we going to have?
Yeah, well, we have two great guests joining us. We are joined by YouTuber, live streamer Vaush, and we are joined by comedian, podcast host Dave Smith. Vaush, Dave, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Comedians, putting it nicely.
Thanks for having us.
Well, Ukraine is a timely subject to debate right now. Obviously, we're 2+ years into the war, but there have been recent escalations, and that makes it important, I think, to sort of go through some of those recent developments. For example, the U.S. recently greenlit, as many people know, strikes with U.S. weapons inside of Russia. There was the strike that Russia is blaming the U.S. for in Crimea just over the last couple of days. So
oh, wait, was this the one on the beach that killed a lot of civilians? Because that attack wasn't based, but it probably was not intentionally done by Ukraine.
I think probably a good way to begin is to give you both kind of an opening statement here. And I'll start with you, Vaush. Should the U.S. continue funding this war? And then we'll go to Dave on the same question. But go ahead first, Vaush.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea on a systemic level of rewarding Russia for invading a neighbor. I just think, generally speaking, that's bad for global relations, very destabilizing. I think it's important.
I know Dave Smith is Jewish, but the last name really isn't a Jewish name. Thank you for the intelligent and relevant commentary, dude. Thank you. You needed to say that. I'm so glad that you said that.
We support any system that prevents that from happening, and not exactly a novel position. With regards to the recent development and strikes inside Russian territory, I actually think that this is, in the long run, going to be a good move for peace, just because the previous U.S. doctrine, which seemed to be provide just enough weapons to stall the war, but not like decisively conclude it, I think that was actually like the worst possible position. You know, if Russia did sort of like early conquest, or if Ukraine decisively held its territory, those both end the war relatively quickly. But just interminably stalling it right at the river, you know, I don't think that would have been good in the long run. Hopefully, these increased attacks inside Russian territory, mostly, of course, the refineries that they're using to sort of gin up their war economy. Hopefully that serves as an effective long-term deterrent. I don't want this conflict to continue. I don't want civilians to die. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll have to see how things play out.
Dave, go ahead.
Well, of course, we should stop funding this. We never should have been funding this war to begin with. I think that in the original Cold War, which I still regard as one of the worst U.S. policies in modern American history, that did so much to ruin our country, and not to mention, you know, like things like the Vietnam War and the millions of people who died in it. But at least in the original Cold War, I think there was always a healthy respect for the risks involved, and that all of us should, all sane people should recognize that the greatest priority in human history is that the United States of America and Russia do not go to war. And this was something that people in the old Cold War were very respectful of.
Listen, Russia ain't the USSR anymore, buddy. Russia ain't the threat it used to be. Hate to break it to you.
Of and aware of. The difference,
I mean, they do have nuclear weapons, obviously.
In this new Cold War environment is that no one in the upper echelons of power in America seems to have any respect for this threat. And any respect for, you know, you could think to yourself, well, maybe this will work out in a positive way, that the U.S. is greenlighting attacks inside of Russia. Or perhaps it could be an absolute disaster. And we're playing with, when I say we're playing with fire, it's an understatement. We're flirting with potentially the most disastrous thing that could happen to the human species. If America is to have any role in this conflict, it should be working toward a peaceful negotiation. And in fact, the American role and the Western role has been to kill peaceful negotiations from the beginning of this war and to prolong the fighting. I think that, as John Mearsheimer said back in 2014, the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path has turned out to be the most accurate prediction on this entire conflict. And essentially, I think since—
Thank you, John Mearsheimer quoter, variant 5000. I love when people quote him nonstop all the time. I always hate the framing of this, like when people say, oh, the U.S. is squashing peace deals or whatever. Yeah, like it's just a fucking... obviously, me and Dave Smith are going to disagree on the unprovoked part, but like unprovoked invasion, I come in and take half your house and then say, why won't you negotiate peace with me? Like that. Well, that's also the analogy people use for Israel-Palestine, but it's obviously harder there because of a bunch of different fucking reasons. Yeah, it's just such a dishonest framing.
The fall of the Soviet Union, American foreign policy.
Or not, I don't want to call it a dishonest framing. It's a stupid framing because there's no good reason that we should negotiate peace with someone who just who unprovokedly invaded another sovereign nation, especially that peace deal would require giving up Ukrainian sovereignty over Ukrainian sovereign territory.
And just keep in mind, American foreign policy in the Clinton administration and in the W. Bush administration and Obama's administration, these are the same people who were in charge of the Middle East. And in fact, the neoconservatives were very focused on NATO expansion back in the 90s. You can go read the Project for a New American Century documents. And the same people who totally blundered foreign policy in the Middle East have totally blundered foreign policy in Europe, provoking Vladimir Putin and the Russians at every turn, leading to this awful place that we're in. That is certainly, if you care about the Ukrainians at all, has been more of a disaster for the Ukrainian people than anyone else.
And Dave, Vosh made a point that I think you hear a lot from defenders of U.S. support for the Ukrainian war, and that is you can't allow other countries, you can't reward other countries for invading other countries. You just can't do that. We can't have that. What's the response to that? We can't have that argument.
Well, I mean, first, I would just point out how absurd it is that after the last 20 years of terror wars, somehow the United States of America still gets to put itself in the position of global peacemaker, as if our major concern is that bigger nations can bully smaller nations. I mean, over the last 20 years, there's been no greater purveyor of violence than the United States of America, who has imposed its will on tiny, helpless nations across the world. As far as that, yeah, it's not good that Vladimir Putin invaded.
Vosh probably even agrees with this.
Ukraine, and yeah, certainly that's something we don't want to see. My argument would be that America and the West more broadly had many opportunities, many off-ramps to put this fire out or at least calm it down. And at every single turn,
did not have sexual relations with that goblin. True. Thank you, Chiller Whale.
Poured more gasoline on this fire that ultimately resulted in the invasion in 2022.
Yeah, so Vosh, how can the U.S. say with a straight face that it's not okay for other countries to invade smaller countries?
Well, I think it's kind of a cowardly non-argument because I'm not arguing in favor of the moral superiority of the United States. That'd be a ridiculous position for me to take. It's not football. We're not taking sides like, waving banners. There are two levels to this when it comes to agency. We're concerned about the broader socioeconomic and geopolitical context that led to where we are now. And that goes back to the Cold War and even earlier. If we listen to Putin's justifications for the invasion, it goes back to the borders of the Russian Empire, and then there's like the immediate decision making. We mustn't remove agency from the equation. Russia invaded, by Putin's own words, in a sort of territorial land grab. The idea that it was entirely because of response to Western aggression or NATO posturing is ridiculous and ahistorical. But that doesn't mean the West isn't responsible for helping to create the situation we're in now. We have to balance these two justifications. Our arrogance after the end of the Cold War, the fact that rather than reaching out to Russia as a potential future ally, we ostracized, with the shock therapy, the sort of economic devastation of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet states. These contributed to an environment in which future conflict was inevitable. It was reprehensible on the part of the Western governments to participate in this.
Watch earlier today, Vosh got bodied? Really? By Dave Smith?
Look today at the divide between former West and Eastern Germany. I mean, the reason that East Germany is voting so heavily for the AfD is in large part because they see it as a rejection.
Ryan outflanking him on the left, Cuba. From the left on Cuba was hilarious. Why were they talking about Cuba? Well, were they talking about the recent submarines that Russia sent to Cuba, and then the submarines the U.S. Left fucking falling apart? Dude, those submarines literally went to Cuba and fucking left in pieces. What a good threat. Russia, submarine, Cuba, left. Falling apart. Wasn't like Cuba was a Soviet expansion project. Realizing I disagree with both these people. Well, Vosh is Vosh. At least he's pro-Ukraine. At least he's pro-Ukraine. Listen, listen. Take what you can get from a leftist, okay? Take what you can get. He's pro-funding Ukraine. I think he's completely wrong in the point that shock therapy, to some extent, shock therapy did lead to the rise of Putin, which it eventually did lead to the invasion of Ukraine. But Vosh is a State Department apologist. True. Who cares about Ukraine? Only Israel matters. True.
Of the doctrine of the West that left them behind after reunification. These should all be taken into account. And we must acknowledge that Putin is a fascist who did a territorial land grab. Those two facts don't contradict each other. They work together to create a complete narrative. With regards to the invasion now, I agree we have to take the threat from Russia seriously. And by that I mean we don't want this to scale out infinitely. We don't want this to turn into a global war. That's something we have to take seriously. At the same time, we have to acknowledge Russia does too. And their constant threats of nuclear war, the fact that they started this invasion, the fact that they have been posturing and acting aggressive towards Finland, towards the Baltic states, even ramping up aggression towards the rest of Western Europe, we must consider it weaken their agency. Now, I think that in the long run, there is a very deleterious consequence to creating an incentive structure where Putin gets to boost his national rep, his prestige, with a successful land grab in Ukraine. I think it would have been disastrous if he could have just marched west and taken the territory, because it would have reaffirmed and rewarded all the worst possible behaviors from him. That doesn't mean I think that we should sort of do a victory lap around Russia. You know, Cold War II, let's win, let's trounce them in Ukraine. I do think that we're in a tough situation because we can't just like magically make Russia, I guess, a democracy or a country less incentivized to invade its neighbors or reclaim historical territory. It's a difficult question, which is why I don't like simple answers.
So, Dave, actually, here's an interesting point that Vaush just raised about the beginning of the war. And, you know, if we may all agree, correct me if I'm wrong, that we all think it would have been bad if Putin had indeed marched into Kiev and took all of Ukraine, et cetera. But that leads us to the question, Dave, of how much U.S. involvement, if any, was just. If we agreed that it was good for the U.S. to perhaps prevent the Russian capture of Kiev, et cetera, at what point did it become too much? At what point is the support no longer just or moral? How do you respond to that, Dave?
I think that the point that you could start at a lot of different points. I think the first round of NATO expansion was unjust and was unnecessarily provocative of the Russians. Let me just,
the first round of NATO expansion, in 1999, which was years after the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was after the Soviet Union started funding the fucking Transnistria and Moldova, and then and did shit in the Chechen War, as well as the shit in South Odessa too.
I'm not exactly sure what Vaush is referring to as like a cowardly non-argument. I simply was directly responding to Ryan's point. If you have a serial killer who's killed far more people than another serial killer, and they claim that they're trying to stop a serial killer because they're so against killing, it's reasonable to point out that no, this is in fact not what's motivating U.S. foreign policy, that no, the butcherers of Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Somalia and Libya and Yemen are not actually motivated by some sense of we can't let big guys pick on little guys. Let's have an honest conversation about what's really motivating this policy. And it has been, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, to increase the power of the American empire. And Russia has always been seen as a force that...
But I mean, using his terminology here, okay? Which I may disagree with to whatever extent. But if NATO had disbanded in 91, the world would be a much better place. I don't agree with that. I think Russia would probably be invading more countries if NATO disbanded. But anyway, because Russia was invading countries prior to NATO expanding in 1999. Anyway, I think the current world order kind of serves the U.S. empire, right? A lot of the current world order seems to support the U.S. empire. So I think defending Ukraine kind of upholds the world order that currently the world order is such that it's very costly for bigger countries to invade their smaller neighbors. I think that's what the U.S. is trying to uphold. The U.S. is trying to uphold the sovereignty of nations generally, and territorial integrity of countries. I think upholding that is important, even if upholding that also is somewhat beneficial to the U.S., obviously.
That's outside of the American empire. That's what's been motivating American foreign policy. This is what we're living through here, is largely the neoconservative doctrine. It was the worst thing that ever happened in the history of our country, is that after we became probably the first ever true global superpower, about 10 years later, the neoconservatives got control of our foreign policy. And this was their plan from the very...
Is that what NATO was doing in Yugoslavia? No, we were preventing a genocide in Yugoslavia.
Beginning. So no, I don't think...
Or Libya. In Libya, NATO did a no-fly zone, which was approved by the UN Security Council.
America should have been involved in Ukraine at all. And I certainly don't think that anything we've done has done anything except make this situation much worse and much, much more dangerous, because now you are experiencing a proxy war with the two biggest nuclear superpowers. I don't think saying any of that is reducing things down to simplistic worldview. And of course, Vouch,
it's probably not, Panda.
Kind of snuck a straw man in there. I wouldn't say that this conflict is entirely because of NATO expansion, but to pretend like that's not a major driving factor in this conflict.
Kosovo is Soviet. Kosovo is Kosovo. I don't have a strong position on Kosovo. I haven't done like a ton of reading into it, but like the NATO involvement in Yugoslavia probably did prevent some of the ethnic cleansing and bad stuff of the of Kosovo people and Albanians. Yeah.
Not be dealing with reality. And this has been admitted by all of the top people on both sides. And this was why so many people within the national security apparatus in the 90s opposed the first round of NATO expansion, explicitly because this will provoke a reaction from the Russians.
There was no genocide that the CIA didn't instigate. Even if what do you mean CIA didn't? Okay. Even if I took for granted that the CIA instigated the genocide, okay, there's a genocide happening. If the Serbians are doing a genocide, we should probably stop that genocide, right? Or do we disagree with that?
Through the years, the Russians have been crystal clear that Ukraine was their red line. Thanks to the greatest journalist of the 21st century, the hero Julian Assange, who is thankfully now a free man, we know that the current head of the CIA, Burns, told Condoleezza Rice this explicitly, that this was a red line, and not a red line in the way that America makes up red lines. Like Obama will say, if Assad uses a certain type of weapon on his people, that's a red line for us. It's all just ridiculous. This is a red line.
Also, I mean, people are going to say, Maidan coup, Maidan coup, Maidan coup. But from 2008 to 2014, Ukraine's status with NATO did not change at all, and Russia still took Crimea.
In a true sense.
Clearly, NATO expansion was not the issue here. Now people are going to say, oh, the Maidan coup was the issue. But, yeah.
In the sense that Jack Kennedy said, putting nuclear missiles in Cuba is a red line for us. We will blow up the world if you try to do that. Vladimir Putin, and as Burns pointed out, not just Vladimir Putin, the entire Russian establishment has been unanimous on this, that they will not tolerate Ukrainian entry to NATO. And look, it's not justified or reasonable for Vladimir Putin to have launched this war, but on the scale of geopolitical demands, the demand that Ukraine cannot be a part of the American empire's military alliance was a fairly reasonable one, and we could have avoided this whole war by just committing to that.
I have a quick follow-up on that, Dave. So
sure.
all things, we're dealing in the reality that we did push for the NATO expansion in 2014 and all of that considered, is your position that there should have been basically zero aid, military, whatever else, government aid to Ukraine after the invasion a couple of years back, basically just none?
Absolutely. If there was any role for the Americans to play, it would have been trying to negotiate an end to the war. Unfortunately, if you're putting me in the hypothetical of you can't change anything before this, but you're already here, we had probably blown all of that goodwill, and there were better parties who would have been more suited for that. For example, going back to even the Bucharest summit in 2008 into the beginning of the Maidan Revolution, Germany was much more hesitant to get involved, to go down this path. There were other European countries who were kind of like, hey, let's not provoke the Russians. It's part of the reason why Ukraine didn't get a full map invitation in 2008 is the objection of the Germans. So probably someone else would have been better at it. Yes, essentially what I'm saying is that the greatest purveyor of violence in the world, the most war-hungry country in the world, the United States of America, shouldn't have been the ones at the table at all. And there might have been some goodwill from other parties who had more of an interest to avoid this catastrophe.
If I may, there are elements of this that I guess don't make sense to me. First of all, the claim that America's decision-making is based on it trying to expand its own geopolitical power rather than any altruistic interest. That's true, but that's also the case for all countries. That's basic IR theory. So the idea of this neocon theory of America expanding its interest, that's just nation states. Russia's doing that right now. India's doing that. China's doing that. Everyone's doing that. We're better at it because we're a superpower, of course, but that's a fundamental rule of national exchange. I don't think that it's really a moral question. It's a matter of material conditions. In a basic Marxist sense, who's motivated by what and where they are. In the modern
we're getting to the Marxist
world, the imperial sphere of influence extends to the entire planet. American jets can reach any part of the world in 24 hours. Everyone's can if they have jets. There's no we get the nation next to us, which makes me think the idea that Ukraine is more innately in the Russian sphere of influence is, I think it's a little bit old hat. At the end of the day, the people in Ukraine were interested in closer relations with the EU, and that is ultimately what triggered.
I don't know. Do we think it was? Ukraine was cooperating with us for a while, right? Ukraine has been integrating into the West. Maybe wasn't Russia violating the Budapest Memorandum? Isn't that kind of a red line that the U.S. set? Just yeah. I hate all these arguments about the red line that Russia set was that was Ukraine NATO membership. Okay, well the red line we set was fucking Russia violating the Budapest Memorandum, and they fucking did that in 2013 and then in 2014 as well. Are you saying we can't help defend Ukraine when Russia violates the Budapest Memorandum, but Russia gets to just arbitrarily decide that if Ukraine were to join NATO, that's now too much NATO on the border. So now Russia gets to invade Ukraine to prevent that?
Triggered everything from Euromaidan, Yanukovych fleeing, the annexation of Crimea, the invasion of the Donbass following the invasion of Ukraine broadly. This is, again, a complicated situation. I don't mean to detract from the influence that Western arrogance had in it. I would never try to do that. But I do think that, your road...
What were the terms of the Budapest Memorandum? That, welcome to the stream, by the way, Horseradish. Although I talked to you before. Terms of the Budapest Memorandum was Ukraine gave up its nukes. Was Russia the only one to break them? My understanding is that Russia broke them first, right? Unless you're going to say that the Belarus sanctions in 2013 broke them, which I haven't done a ton of reading into, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. The terms is that Ukraine would give up its nukes in exchange for Russia and the other parties, which was the US, the UK, basically saying respecting Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, and not resorting to the threat or use of force or economic coercion.
Roadmap for how things should have progressed from an American perspective following the 2022 invasion is misguided, because I don't think the world would be any farther from annihilation if Russia had simply marched westward, taken Kyiv, and we had a bunch of ginned up Russian soldiers right up against the border of Poland, having just successfully annexed former Soviet/Russian imperial territory. You can imagine the propaganda coming out of the Kremlin about how they're reuniting their people. They're sort of expanding the Russian interest in a Duginist ethnic sense, reclaiming the empire. I think that the incentive structure behind that would be really bad. That you're basically you're throwing chum into the water for sharks. Putin is expansionist. He's been sort sort of like preempting this for a long time with Georgia, his behavior with the Chechens. I don't think that would bring us any closer to peace. Now, is the current path we're on right now the best possible road? Obviously not. Nothing we ever do is the best possible road, but I think it's closer to threading that line than just letting them march westward with them. What I'm interested in, I guess, is practical solutions now, outside of just letting Ukraine get annexed, which I really don't think would have been good for world peace in the long run, even if it would have quickly ended the conflict. How do we incentivize Ukraine and Russia to come to the table and bring an end to this war? Can Ukraine regain its lost territory? I think morally it should be able to, because I don't like nations being rewarded for annexing adjacent territory. But logistically, can they? Would it be possible to end things where they are now? Would Russia keep Crimea and that just be seen as a kind of like dull historical injustice to fade away over time? And 100 years from now, people would be like, did you know Crimea used to be Ukraine? I don't know. There's so much dogmatism. And whenever you bring up like modern solutions, people go back to, I don't know, the end of the Cold War. I understand NATO's not exactly a global force for good, but what can we do now? I so rarely hear answers that are contextualized in the current moment.
Sure. Can I respond to that? Because there's a few, I want to answer your question at the end there, but just like a few things I want to point out. Number one, I think this is almost like bigger than just any political debate. It's a broader theme in life in general. I think anybody who's married, who's on the show or listening to the show knows this is true in personal relationships. There's a tendency to, if you're in an argument with your wife or your husband or something like that, to focus on what they did and what they did that's bothering you. But a much more healthy posture, if you're in a successful relationship, is that you also add in like, okay, well, what am I doing? How am I participating in this? What have I done that's kind of led to this situation? Generally speaking, I think that if you look at the corporate media, you're going to hear all of this talk about what Putin's done. And I think a lot of times in these debates, people can kind of claim to be like, well, I have a more nuanced position. I'm not simplifying things. I think the point of saying that like, well, all governments are expansionist by
Voss just annoys me. That's kind of valid.
Nature. So there's no difference between the neoconservatives and say other groups of people. I'm not saying they're the same, but like a logical analogy. It's like, oh, well, all governments kill people. So like what Adolf Hitler's doing is just kind of the same as other governments. It's not exactly true. It's kind of different in scale and in kind. To sit here and say, and look, if we have time, we could go through the history of Chechnya and Georgia and all this stuff. But to zoom out a little bit, during the Cold War, we drew the line at the Elbe River, halfway through Germany. On one side was the Soviet Union, on the other side was NATO.
I know,
and
yeah.
We're now,
why did all these countries want it? Why did Poland want to join NATO? Why did the Baltic states want to join NATO? I wonder why.
Talking about Ukraine, and you could sit here with a straight face and say, Putin is expansionist. Okay. If that's how you want to look at it, it's like, let's just look at the actual reality of what's happening here. It's not that Putin has been this expansionist force. Putin has been almost at every turn reacting to the expansion of the American empire. And Ukraine, that's just not true. It's not denying someone agency to say that they're responding to something. That doesn't make any sense at all.
To everything. That's all life.
Sure.
No one just acts without, you didn't fall out of a coconut tree.
That's just a cop-out. That's
you're the one providing the cop-out. You're saying that like it's not possible for Putin to have like a distinctly expansionist element to his rule because everyone's just responding to. So do you believe Putin has a distinctly expansionist element to his rule?
Okay, no, that's not a binary.
No, I think he's just reacting to the expansion of the U.S. empire.
Do you think he does or doesn't?
So instead of just interrupting me, let me make the point. You just laid out a binary between, is it possible he has expansionist intentions and does he have expansionist intentions? That's not a binary. There are some expansionist desires that he has. No, in fact, if you actually like educate yourself on this topic, it was our CIA director who said in the Niet means Niet memo leaked by Julian Assange that verbatim, this was a choice that Vladimir Putin did not want to have to make. This was a choice that Russia did not want to get involved in this war.
And he made the choice. He made the choice to invade, to bring troops down.
I think Voss is doing good so far. I think he's doing fine. We're only 20 minutes in. Oh, geez, we're 20 minutes in already. I don't know. I think it's fine.
To the Ukrainian border to commit to multiple years of come on, this is the thing.
They haven't talked about that much.
I asked you for what can we do now, and immediately it's back to the Iron Curtain.
Well, hold on.
I know.
Hold on. Here's what happened. I'm sorry.
I just want to know in the modern context.
I get it. Actually, what happened was you made a long statement and ended with that question, and I said, let me answer that question, but first let me deal with what you said at the beginning of your statement, and then you started interrupting me. So no, it's not that I'm not willing to answer that question. It's that I had to point out, I think, a lot of the errors that you're making. Now, if you want just to say, what could we do right now? Well, look, we're going to have to be realists about this situation and admit that Ukraine is losing this war and that they're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea.
Be interesting if Destiny Ben Shapiro debate Dave Smith and Norman Finkelstein about Israel. I don't know if putting Destiny and Ben Shapiro have disagreements over Israeli policy. So I think it'd be weird because like they would be approaching it from like different although I'm sure Dave Smith and Norman Finkelstein have disagreements about Israel Palestine too, but they'd be approaching it from like such different perspectives. Because Ben Shapiro is like literally like a Orthodox, or I don't know if it's necessarily Orthodox, but he's a religious Zionist, versus Destiny is just like a secular two-stater, right? So
joke. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working
doesn't actually know
toward a deal.
He's an Orthodox Jew. Yeah.
Peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Well, that's
what we should do.
Not true at all, though. You've seen, I assume you've read the deals that Putin has put through. Zelensky hasn't been particularly amenable to them himself. The narrative that the West is squashing the peace deals, which is blown up largely because of that one Boris Johnson visit early on in the conflict. Don't get me wrong, okay? The West has its own interests. There are plenty of Western leaders who would like to see the Russian armories depleted. But that doesn't mean that Ukraine would have been jumping in the bit for any of the deals Putin's been offering since the war began. And Ukraine hasn't been losing. Both countries have been stalling. This has been like a slog, and it has been since the first, or after the first 3 months of the war. I don't like the narrative that Ukraine's losing because the fact that they exist at all at this point, considering the Russian armaments aligned against them, is pretty impressive.
I mean, they're pulling guys off the streets to fight.
Oh, yeah, but and Russia has their penal colony forces with the Wagner group pulling from their multiple rounds.
No, Russia's getting their North Korean troops now too.
Really unpopular conscriptions, waves of immigration out of Russia. People. No, of course not. I'm not arguing that it's a matter of our investment or whether or not it's moral. War makes, unfortunately, unethical decision-making of every side, including the good ones. The Allies did plenty of bad stuff during World War II. I'm only saying that it's been a slog for both sides. I don't want to see this out in I don't want this conflict to end in a way that's going to guarantee the conflict reemerges in 2 years. If you end up just setting the border right where the fighting lines are right now, we're going to be exactly where we were back in 2014. We're going to have a combination of paid separatists and Russian soldiers moving around in the Donbass. There's going to be constant exchanges of fire across the border. This needs a real international solution. I don't know whether that means a proper DMZ. I don't know whether that means genuine reconciliation. Ideally, for me, it would be some kind of Hail Mary where Ukraine gets its borders back and there's a massive coming together between Russia and the West, and we reopen trade and negotiations. But that's a little bit of a pipe dream. We do agree that, at least let's agree on this. If the line just freezes where it is right now, are we not guaranteeing another conflict in a few years?
I don't know that that's possible to say, to be honest.
People be pretty mad. It's
not guaranteeing it. I don't know.
Ukrainians and Russians, especially at the front, are not positively disposed to each other. I feel like we need to give them something solid, a solid peace. Not just we've decided now the slog has gone on for too long. They'd be throwing rocks at each other across the border, You could get a 5-mile wide DMZ and they'd still be sending drones over with bricks to drop at each other's heads.
Maybe this is all,
it'd be rough.
With the case of in general, with all of the war hawks, everybody who's supported every single war over the last 20 years, it always kind of relies on this unfalsifiable counterfactual. If we didn't do this, then Vladimir Putin would be invading Poland right now. Or if the lines were drawn where they are, they'd be throwing rocks at each other. It's very hard to say. I think the one thing that, I think it's, again, to rely on a counterfactual if that's what we're doing. I think the truth is that there were a lot of much better options. There were off-ramps all throughout the path to get here. And the truth is that if you want to go back to 2014, the West should not have gotten involved.
I feel like all of those options would have violated Ukrainian sovereignty in one way or another. Would it be not letting them join NATO or not letting them join the EU or anything? Yeah, it would have all been violating Ukrainian sovereignty to some extent, and it would have again also just incentivized bigger countries to pick on their neighbors, to bully their neighbors. If we show the world hey, if you have nuclear weapons and you're a big country, we're just gonna let you fucking coerce your neighbor into not being allowed to join NATO, not being allowed to, what's the other, I guess Crimea, yeah, not being able to, the EU, another big thing.
That it did. That it was such a provocation to back the overthrow of a democratically elected government. All you have to do is think to yourself and just be honest here.
In the past,
hold on, let me just finish my point. If Russia or China,
the Maidan coup,
had backed
which the evidence for is one leaked phone call leaked by Russia themselves, and it's one snippet of a leaked phone call of diplomats expressing a preference for the next leader. Not very substantive.
Overthrow of the government in Mexico or Canada because they opted to sign a trade deal with us rather than the one that they wanted them to sign. What do you think DC would do? And we all know the answer to that. They'd overthrow that government in a second. And we have a Monroe Doctrine for a reason. And you can say that it's some relic of the past that faraway superpowers ought not intervene in the region of other large nations, but we certainly wouldn't feel that way. We wouldn't think it was a relic of the past if anybody tried to come over here and set up a military alliance with Mexico.
Well, I mean, if the U.S. was constantly invading our neighbors, which, I mean, we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan and other shit in the Middle East too, but it's different from what Russia does. Although Russia did their shit in Chechnya too, after they were part of the global war on terror. People forget about that. Russia fought terrorists in Chechnya. But other than that, if the U.S. is making a lot of threats towards Mexico, then Mexico probably does have justification to join some Chinese military alliance to prevent a U.S. invasion of Mexico.
Mexico or with Canada? Tell me how much DC would go, oh yes, the Monroe Doctrine is just a relic of the past.
Do you think the Bay of Pigs invasion was justified?
No.
because the Soviets invested economically and militarily into a country that is just off our coast during a time of heightened international conflict. They knew that it would antagonize us. We already had strained relationship with Castro, even though we didn't initially, of course, because we recognized that he was a much better leader for the Cuban people than the man he replaced. Do you not think the Soviets antagonized us in a way much comparable to what we have done with NATO and Ukraine? Like,
yes,
again, they did. Okay. So do you think then following the Bay of Pigs... Well, I mean,
so JFK was just reacting to it.
This isn't a gotcha. I think it's an interesting question, because I do think the Soviets were a little bit wacky with how they handled Cuba. But I feel like in retrospect, we don't talk about the Bay of Pigs invasion as an inevitable consequence of expansionist Soviet investment in spite of our national interest. I think we think about it as like Kennedy's mistake, you know?
Right. Okay. But see, a lot of the reason why we think of it as Kennedy's mistake is the logistics of it. By the way, if you really want to get into it, it wasn't Kennedy's mistake as much as it was the CIA's.
The previous administration.
But regardless of any of that, see, what you asked me is if I thought the Bay of Pigs was justified. And I would also say that, no, I don't think Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine was justified. Do I think that the Soviets and the Cubans were taking a provocative stance against the United States of America? Of course. Did those provocations lead to the Bay of Pigs? I think that's undeniable. And the truth is that Vladimir Putin's got a much stronger case about the provocations of the United States of America, because it's not just one little island or one economic deal. It's been a steady push eastward since the late 90s.
But now that we are where we are. Oh, no, go right
Before we go too far, I just want to stand up for the dignity of the Cuban Revolution for just a moment.
Please.
Least surprising development.
Yeah, it was not a nice Soviet project. This was an organic Cuban project against the corrupt elites in Cuba. Fidel Castro, in the beginning, thought he could.
I mean, they're all going to say Maidan coup. Ukraine's just a puppet of the U.S. and that's why they're joining NATO. But Ukraine is a mostly democratic nation that democratically chose to. Well, I say democratically chose to join NATO, but Ukraine's NATO status has not actually changed that much. They've always just been kind of on the back burner, saying, "Hey, maybe later. Maybe we'll review your status later." I think after the invasion, the official position is now that Ukraine will eventually be in NATO. But yeah,
maintain some decent relations with the United States. It was Che Guevara who witnessed in 1954. He was in Guatemala when the U.S. overthrew Arbenz, and he was the one always saying to Fidel Castro, "You're not going to be able to work with the Yankees. Like, it's not possible." Castro wanted to. Like, he was like, "Look, no, these guys are corrupt. You know, I'm George Washington here." It was only when it became impossible for the Cubans to work, for the Cuban revolutionaries to work with the U.S., that they went in the Soviet direction.
And in fact, Ryan,
doesn't make it just, but go ahead, Dave.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I also believe that Castro had been rejecting communism up to the point that the U.S. started putting embargoes on him before he then said, "Oh yeah, I'm a communist." And so you could certainly argue that we drove him into the hands of
democratically chose to join an evil alliance that have provoked a lot of pain around the world. Russia is fighting for its future. True. Well, yeah, entirely wrong. Russia is fighting for its future, so it can capture Ukraine. Russia's fighting for its ability to annex more Ukraine in the future. Yeah, true.
Of the Soviets.
Right, and I think it plays further into the broader dynamic where basically everybody acts as a reaction to previous acts. Very rarely does something, sort of come up whole cloth. You almost always, even for the United States, I mean, with all of our power and might, we are still responding to, the actions and decision making of agents that are themselves responding to others. In the world today, where we are now, because there are a million places that I could have turned the clocks back and like changed history. It brought us to a different point. For me personally, the big line wasn't with NATO; it was with economic investment in Russia and the shock therapy. I think that was the real line where we lost the post-Cold War world, where we arrogantly decided that, having won over the Soviets, we would do a victory lap by annihilating their economies, arrogantly pillaging them and leaving them to the oligarchs who would work with us in a business relation sense. If there was anything I could go back and change, it would be that. I'm not really particularly fussed about NATO in particular. Military alliances are always going to carry with them, let's say, problematic elements. NATO is just the Western military alliance, everything that insinuates and carries. If we got along with Russia properly, maybe all of this could have been avoided. I mean, hell, it could have extended far enough east. We could be on better relations with China. We wouldn't have people like Trump trying to constantly push for a second Cold War with the tariff. And well, Biden did that too recently with the electric vehicles. So I guess everybody wants a Cold War with China. Things could have
really started with Obama.
Yeah, no, because we need a foreign threat. We need a foreign threat.
Exactly.
Russia wasn't doing it for us.
The level of power that America had was totally.
Why the fuck are they still talking about this, dude? They don't disagree on this point. And Voss just literally said his fucking lefty take that it's not even that necessarily about lefty take that the US did do some bad thing about the Cold War when we fucking didn't what was it? The shock therapy in Russia that led to the rise of Putin. Voss just already agreed on this, man. I don't know why they're still talking about it. I also don't. The reason we only started pushing for more NATO membership after the European country. It's literally we're fucking begging to join NATO. Okay, the first round of expansion happened in 1999. And Clinton I think Clinton didn't initially want a lot of these countries to join NATO, but eventually, I think Poland was the big one. Poland literally went behind Clinton's back and like started talking to the Republican candidate. I forget his name, but the Republican candidate to try to like undermine Clinton's reelection. Yeah. That's why the NATO expansion happened. It only happened after that. It only happened because the European countries wanted to join NATO so fucking badly that they were willing to literally fucking blackmail the US.
Asymmetrical to anything else. And
I'm
so,
just hearing
yes,
it for the first time.
right. And so yes, it is true that there are all of these different nations that are reacting to different things. However, if you actually look at the role that the United States of America played, and then think about it from, say, the Russian perspective, that this is not something that you, and you may say from your perspective that, the NATO military alliance isn't your biggest concern. Okay, but it is the Russians. And you have to see from their perspective that they would see this as a threat that they cannot live with.
Again, it's like between 2008 and 2014, the Ukraine status with NATO didn't change at all, and Russia still took Crimea.
And the fact is that the idea of Ukrainian entry into NATO was something that was floated out for years, and not just in 2008 at the Bucharest summit where they announced that Ukraine and Georgia would be joining NATO, but for years after that, and then more and more involvement.
They did not announce that they would be joining NATO. I think they announced that like their status would be under review.
Especially after the coup in 2014, joint military exercises with NATO and the Ukrainian military, which is part of the reason why.
Maidan coup. Hold on. I don't have that like good notes on Ukraine. I just like watched there's just like 2 video essays on it. 2008 NATO summit, Ukraine and Georgia both wanted to join NATO membership action plan. Both were denied because of concerns that, for instance, Germany and Russia perceived as a threat. Were offered a review of their status at the end of the year and got an acknowledgement that they would join someday. An acknowledgement that they would join someday. Okay, there we go. This is all it took for Russia to invade Georgia.
Why Vladimir Putin did not have such a quick, decisive victory right away, as he probably would have before that time.
The degree doesn't make you smart.
Period. But that from the Russian perspective, you have the global empire, the most war-hungry country in the world.
Down to Harvard. Yeah, and Finkelstein, I don't know where Finkelstein went, but Finkelstein has a PhD, right? And he's still fucking wild.
Very clearly committed to encirclement. Obviously, this is going to be...
my friend, I don't want to just like leak her DMs, but like at some of the conversations we have, we're like, he just like cites Finkelstein, and he's like, do you think you're smarter than Finkelstein? I'm like, I never said I'm smarter than Finkelstein. I just said Finkelstein's wrong on this. Like, he's wrong on this. Maybe I will leak DMs. Just because it's fucking... like, he was talking about, like, I literally just sent a meme. I sent this meme.
I'm telling you, Gel King is the ultimate Sigma grind set.
You've gone full skibidi on this one, Mr. Morris. Gel King, really?
He was like, why was he at the table when it's so cocky when he was the least educated out of all of them? And I just said, still had a better understanding of the ICJ case than Finkelstein. No, he doesn't. He objectively did. And then I sent a few. I sent a I sent the clip of like.
Absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes they have in this case are.
Yeah, of the destiny just being right. Oh, and about the Dula Specialis stuff. The doctor publicized may just disagree with you instead of assuming that they are dumb. Like, it's not like he disagrees. Oh, you're in TikTok clips. That's what that's where the state of the world is right now, okay? It's like, maybe the doctor political upside didn't mean to like it. Disagrees with you instead of assuming that they are dumb. And he like, there's no room for disagreement. He was just wrong. I'm going to ask you flat out. You say you know more about Israel than Norm Finkelstein. I also think there's a special form of deceit. Latin died in 1476. I did not say that. Learn up. My notes are public. Oh, and then I sent him this too. I was like, plus he thinks the Iron Dome is fake. Like, because he's literally an Iron Dome conspiracy theorist based on the Photoshop images. And he said, wow, poisoned a well. I was like, how's it poisoning the well to point out that like he's literally like we're talking about Norm's views on Israel Palestine right now. I'm literally just pointing out I pointed out 2 very specific things that he was wrong on: the ICJ case in the Lex Friedman podcast, and then what he's written about the Iron Dome. And apparently that's just poisoning the well.
A recipe for disaster.
And yet Ukraine's desire to be protected by NATO has been validated by Russia's expansionism.
Well, okay, can I just a couple
I just want to like finish.
Thank you again for the intelligent commentary that was necessary, that we needed. Thank you so much, Pan the Man 24. Wow.
If I may, again, you say Russia's greatest fear is NATO. Ukraine's greatest fear was Russia. Who ended up being more justified?
Well, okay, so that's
true.
NATO hasn't invaded Russia. Russia did invade Ukraine. There's no getting away from it. At the end of the day, this powder keg was ignited by Russia, and here we are now today with the gunpowder having already left the blaze. Where do we move forward? Because I keep asking. I feel like it's always like I said before we started the show. You may recall, whenever I debate Israel, you say it's wrong to genocide these 30,000 such and such Palestinians, and then the people you argue with, the Zionists, they'll go, oh, but what about Camp David? What about the Accords? They draw back into history because they want to avoid the question today. They want to avoid and turn the eyes away from it.
But I'm certainly not avoiding that question, and as I just said,
Twitch didn't like that he said your twink ass. I won't be worried about you when your government sends your twink ass to a transient Belarus. You were willing for that. Listen, I don't think I have the right body type to serve in war well, but if there was a war that I really thought was just, then I would be willing to fight for my country, dude.
A couple minutes ago, it was wrong for Vladimir Putin to invade, and it's wrong for him to be killing people. Right. Oh, I also answered that. But look, this idea that, first of all, the concern from Vladimir Putin was never, and not even Vladimir Putin, the Russians in general, the concern was never as simple as, is NATO going to invade us? The concern was moving military hardware closer and closer to Russia's borders. Okay, so the concern is more akin to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Not that we were ever worried Cuba was going to invade us, but moving military hardware that close to our borders was a legitimate concern, and one that Jack Kennedy said he would blow up the world over. Most Americans, however they feel about the Bay of Pigs, look at that as fairly justified. That was a threat we couldn't live with a knife to our neck. Now, to your point, that Ukraine's biggest fear was Russia, and that they just wanted to join NATO because they had this fear of Russia. That's not exactly true. Like, if you know the history of this situation, it was in 2000. Oh man, I think it's 2008. So it might have been 2006, but there was the State Department admitted that one of the big problems they had is that Ukrainian entry into NATO was just not popular in Ukraine. They estimated that it was about 30%. And so they embarked on a campaign. They literally said, we need the NED and we need the USAID to intervene more to get this support up for NATO membership amongst the Ukrainians. It's not, look, Yanukovych was elected in 2010, and these elections were verified by the EU, because we're all, neoconservatives are such believers in democracy, but only in the places where we feel like we need to import democracy to.
I don't think
not necessarily in Ukraine.
The legitimacy of those results.
Well, okay, but I'm saying it's not as simple as saying that overwhelmingly the Ukrainian people just wanted to join NATO, and DC was just, respecting the wishes of Ukraine.
I don't know about the polls for NATO. I know a little bit more about the polls for EU membership, or slightly in favor of EU membership.
I'm never saying that the West is acting out of altruism. I would never be that silly. And I'm not.
No, but that's not. I'm saying that your point that Ukraine just wanted to join NATO because they feared Russia.
Wanted, but let's turn the clock forward.
Yeah, we're aware.
The Russian economy was stalling. The EU's economy was booming. The Ukrainian people were more interested in economic ties with the EU than they were with Russia. Yanukovych, against the will of the people, and yes, he was democratically elected. Democratically elected leaders can do unpopular things. That's life. He then turned towards Russia and said, because Yanukovych wasn't, we don't have to get into it, let's say, compromised by Russian interest. The people revolted. America supported the Euromaidan revolt because we were interested, of course, in Ukraine having closer ties to us. But nonetheless, and you can take a look at polling from the time, the Ukrainian disgust with Yanukovych's decision was authentic and widely reflected. Yanukovych fled, of course, fearing for his life and well-being. They took his little wealthy boy palace. And then after that, of course, you have the annexation of Crimea and the separatist movement in the Donbass, which was, of course, heavily supported by Russia. And then, of course, after that, they want to join NATO because they realized that the moment they do anything that Russia doesn't like, Russia's just going to turn the military on them.
So
you have to keep moving the clock forward.
But let me just interject there and ask. So we're $175 billion into this as the United States. The Ukrainian death toll is at least 31,000 people. It's probably much, much higher than that. Both sides, minimum around 100,000. But again, probably according to a lot of analysts, much, much higher than that. So to what extent can the United States, this is like higher than the NASA budget last year, the amount of foreign aid we're sending to Ukraine. Is that just? The United States spending that much U.S. taxpayer money?
Give them more. Give them 5x as much, unironically.
Money to protect every inch of the Donbass.
Hurry up, the stream is about to give away some benefits.
With no
Thank
plan.
you, Turbo Viewer.
As of right now, ostensibly no serious plan as to what a peace process would look like going forward. Is that a just outcome for the American taxpayer?
Oh, look, every dollar we give to Ukraine, we don't give to Israel. Okay, so it's like convincing your friend.
That's the best argument I've heard.
I think 85% of the money goes to well, a lot of the aid is like old U.S. military equipment, right? That we just send to Ukraine. I think some of it even saves money because some of it was like expiring artillery shells that it's literally cheaper to give to Ukraine than to dispose of properly here. So some of it even saved money, and then most of the money is spent. Is given to U.S. companies. I think 85% of it is given to U.S. companies, which great job, is good for the U.S. economy. War is a stimulus at the end of the day. Like as bad as it is, war is a stimulus. It's given to U.S. companies to replace the munitions that we gave to Ukraine.
Yeah, right. It's like convincing your friend to spend money on cigarettes, not fentanyl.
So it replaces our old shit with newer shit. So it makes our military better, and it and it helps U.S. companies and U.S. jobs. It's a
But,
stimulus.
I agree that Washington should have a more decisive plan. The lack of a plan, which is a common pattern, by the way, with both the United States and also Netanyahu, so not a fan of that tendency on all sides, is problematic to me. Like I said, now, if we just froze the war where it is, because of course, Russia, like Putin's peace deals are basically just like forfeit the territory you've lost up until this month. They're not like real conciliatory deals, right? Which, of course, Putin wants to keep the territory that he's gained. I think that if we just took that, if we pressured Ukraine into taking that, a war would break out again within a year, 2 years maybe, because you would have like the military buildup on either side of the DMZ would be like the greatest.
Vosh,
Sorry.
Yeah, you started the conversation talking about not wanting this to be a stalemate that goes on forever. So last year we had this much vaunted counteroffensive. At the time, there were tens of thousands of younger Ukrainian troops who were alive.
Should donate his money to the Zionists or Nazis? Such a dilemma.
Well trained. They were well equipped. They launched this massive, much anticipated counteroffensive. It was a complete disaster, led to an enormous loss of life and a loss of equipment. And so, to your question of what do we do next, like why is it the case that a new counteroffensive with older, less well-trained Ukrainian troops and less well-equipped troops would be able to succeed against a more fortified Russian military, while the previous one?
I don't know if maybe more fortified. I don't think the Russian military has gotten. I don't think their position has improved any versus the Ukrainian military. He mentioned the. I guess they have older troops now, right? Because they're having problems with conscription and stuff. But they received newer equipment, right? Now that second aid package has gone through, so
failed. In other words, like what is this Hail Mary that you're talking about that could change the calculation on the ground to such an extent that it's worth it to continue throwing Ukrainian men and women into the maw of this war?
Well, I don't like the term throwing only because they are, of course, engaged in it, right? They're not just being
they're being grabbed in many cases and literally thrown.
45-year-old men.
Well, not literally. Yes. Ukrainian morale, or at least interest in continuing the war, is still high. But that sort of nitpick aside, I would only say, the Hail Mary is something that I hope for. It's not something that I think is guaranteed. With the introduction of ATACMS and other relatively long-range, munitions, we have the ability to sort of.
Oh, and also the F-16s and the long-range munitions, and the fact that they can strike within inside Russian territory now.
Provide Ukraine the option to strike at depots, refineries, and facilities that are closer to the sort of back lines of the conflict. And that has had like a massive effect in the past 4 or 5 months since that was introduced. I don't know whether that's going to be a game changer in the war in the long run. I hope that it is, because ultimately I do think that a conciliatory position from Russia would be a better way of ending this conflict than one in which things just freeze as they are now. The DMZ buildup along the line that people settled on right now would be catastrophic, and I think it would just guarantee further war. My hope, and this is, I know perhaps a little naive of me, but I still have a little bit in me that hopes for this. My hope is that eventually, following the expansion of Ukraine's ability to strike at further back targets, this becomes increasingly economically untenable for Russia. There's pressure from both sides. Hey, this has gone on long enough. We literally can't keep this going anymore. We're both on fumes. And like two exhausted boxers on the 14th round, they both collapse into each other's arms. And they have a Christmas day in World
Let's all cheer for the streaming together.
There's a moment.
Thank you so much, Strova viewer, Clifton44, who is definitely not a bot.
Where for a second, things get rough enough, long enough that they collapse and they just can't do it anymore. And maybe the world.
How many Ukrainians were forcibly conscripted versus volunteer would be interesting. I figure many of the forced conscriptions still support continued fighting, so I don't know. At the beginning of the war, it was like almost all volunteers. I don't know how many people are conscripted now, but I would imagine they're definitely conscripting more people now. But as a percentage of the total, it's still probably pretty low.
Like breathes a sigh of peace as they finally do settle in whatever line they're at that point.
It's quite a dangerous game to play, man. I mean, I know it was the
all dangerous, right?
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, it was the neocons' hope that if you overthrew Saddam Hussein, democracy would sweep the region, and that would have been nice, I guess. But the hope that if they strike inside of Russia, that will make Russia realize that this war just has cost us a little bit too much, and we sure should knock off this war business. It's quite a risky game to play. There's a couple of things that I want to. Let me just respond to a couple things you said there, because things that I think are pretty interesting. So, number one, just a couple points of correction. I mean, I know I said it was a good point in jest, but no, it's not true that every dollar that goes to Ukraine is a dollar that doesn't go to Israel. I mean, as you know, we print money out of thin air, and the U.S. government is quite fine to spend well beyond its means.
So
no, they can deficit
MMT or Dave
finance
Smith.
Through fiat currency both of these wars at the same time. Now, what that's going to do to our dollar?
Equipment too, not just money.
Sure. Yeah, no, mostly we're just bribing the military-industrial complex and sending old weapons over there. However,
I can't find. All I see is that Ukraine lowers its conscription age, but I don't know how many troops Ukraine forcefully conscription. I don't know. $1.25 million active personnel. Just wait until Russia gets the highly trained Kim Jong-un super soldiers. Both nations are sending their U-2 meat grinder. Maybe Ukraine wouldn't want to release those numbers. Probably not.
There is, as you brought up the talk of agency before, it is true that individuals have agency. It's also true that there's such a thing as moral hazard. So if I were to just say, I'll start giving, hey, Ryan, I'm going to start giving you $1 million a month. And then you quit your job and you sit at home and I go, look, he doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work. He wants to stay home. He doesn't want to. It's like, well, yeah, okay, there is some truth to that. But might that have, the Ukrainians just want to fight. Okay, but might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world? So the whole point here, right, is that, and this is true with Israel and with Ukraine, what happens is that when the biggest bully in the history of the world, the US empire, says, we got your back, people get a lot braver than they otherwise would. If Israel didn't have unconditional support from the United States of America, they'd be forced to make a deal with some of their neighbors. And same with Ukraine. You say like, oh, if the war ended, Ukraine would.
I mean, we look at like 67 specifically. The reason is a big reason Israel did a preemptive strike in 67 was because they didn't have any security guarantees from the West.
Would just be ready to fight Russia again in a few years without our backing, without us arming them, without all of Europe behind them? No, they wouldn't, because they know it's a fight they couldn't possibly win.
Dave, what's a riskier game to play? I mean, I think I know what your answer would be to this, but what's a riskier game to play? Is it allowing Putin to expand unchecked, just to go back to the argument that Bosch made earlier? Or I
think giving Israel weapons probably gives us, or in Ukraine too, gives us like leverage over how they're used. It gives us the ability to kind of control, to some extent, their policies, right? And then, yeah, I think if you don't have the blank check from the Western Empire, then you probably are going to be more nervous about what other countries are able to do to you. So that's why Israel did a preemptive strike in 67. That's why they took so much territory. Israel was Israel was more isolated and more aggressive prior to US backing. True.
Or is it, escalating the war? It seems as though there are risks in both scenarios. And why is one riskier than the other at this point?
Well, look, I mean, okay, so the biggest risk that, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, we should all be concerned about is the potential of nuclear war. And what's prevented the nuclear war in the past has been private negotiations, handshake agreements, and mutually assured destruction. The fact that, nobody really wants to get into a nuclear exchange because we all lose. The only time, especially now because the current administration isn't doing handshake deals or even having conversations behind the scenes with the Russians, the only thing that could lead to a nuclear exchange, so in other words, the worst case scenario, is that Vladimir Putin actually thinks he's going to...
Subsequently, especially military is actually a big part of national needs of Israel. They prepare to fight even without the U.S. if need be. Yeah, that's always been a big thing for Israel. Is there a continued quest for military might, for military deterrence.
Gonna die. He thinks he's going to end up like Muammar Gaddafi. Mm-hmm. And that's the scenario where you might end up launching nukes just because, screw it, bring everybody down with you. In terms of the risk of Russian expansion, I do think that Vaush made a somewhat fair point where, look, between the mix of, this is my point, not yours,
I love that they're all calling him Vaush when most people call him Bosch. And I think technically he said the correct pronunciation is Vaush. It's funny to me. People respect his correct pronunciation.
Between the mix of NATO joint military exercises with the Ukrainian government, the massive amounts of foreign aid.
In America, liberals are mixed on Israel-Palestine, supportive strongly of Ukraine. Conservatives are mixed in Russia-Ukraine, strongly supportive of Israel. Dave Smith is he's not a Republican, but he's a libertarian. He's like a right-wing guy. The right-wing are becoming increasingly anti-Israel. Strongly support. Sorry, libertarians are mixed in Israel, Palestine, and mixed in Israel, Russia. Is that accurate? I guess for the most part.
The weapons shipments that Ukraine has got, going back to before the invasion of 2022, but certainly since 2022, it has made Ukraine a tougher adversary than they otherwise would have been. Vladimir Putin famously said back in 2008, when he was warning Burns, who was the ambassador to Russia at the time, that I could be in Kiev in 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that's true anymore. I think it's a tougher battle for him than that. But then also, you think because he ends up getting the eastern part of Ukraine, that he's moving on Poland after that?
Mainstream conservatives still are. Yeah,
I think there's absolutely no reason to think that that's the situation. I don't think the bottom line is
that he's right next to Poland. It seems like, given the history of NATO and everything else, that's pretty dangerous too.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the whole argument that all of the people who wanted to bring Ukraine into NATO made was that, well, he won't attack them if they're a NATO country. Now he's going to go after Poland. I just don't see it as being very likely. I don't think the guy's on a suicide mission. I think, as Burns told Condoleezza Rice, that it was never a suicide mission. It was a choice they didn't want to have to make. That's what our intelligence was saying at the time. And so, no, I don't think that there is, to pretend, look, I think American expansionism has been more of a threat to the American Republic than anything else. The idea that Putin is somehow some type of existential threat to America, I think, is, aside from the nuclear question, just not true. I think that there has been an effort for many years now by the entire political class and the entire corporate media to demonize Vladimir Putin in oftentimes the most cartoonish, ridiculous ways. He stole the election in 2016. He's got bounties on U.S. soldiers' heads in Afghanistan. Now, especially the Baltic countries, because I think the big
The big thing with the Baltic countries, especially, is I forgot Israel docs. Israel. Google Maps doxes my location, guys. Whenever I open it, Los Angeles. Can you believe I live there, guys? I think the big concern with the Baltic countries is that Belarus is a Russian puppet, and they have Kaliningrad here. And this is a big choke point because these are Lithuania, Poland, NATO countries, and then these are the Russian territories, right? Kaliningrad is Russia, and then Belarus is a Russian puppet. And there's this little 50-mile border here that, in theory, Russia could invade. And then there's and then these are all isolated. Although now at least we have every country surrounding the Baltic Sea is a NATO country now, so even if they get cut off by land, by sea, there's at least still Lake NATO.
Our perspective here, right? People like in, say, this alternative media space like Breaking Points is in, we all kind of laugh and mock this stuff. Like, oh, it's so ridiculous. Look at how the CIA is lying to everybody and they actually fell for it, and look how it's been exposed. But from Vladimir Putin's perspective, all of the most powerful people in the most war-hungry, powerful country in the world have essentially been saying over and over again that he declared war on us. I mean, you tell me, because I know you guys have covered this stuff a lot, how many people in the corporate media and in the intelligence apparatus said that the fake overthrowing of the elections in 2016 was worse than Pearl Harbor? They were saying out loud for years that he's declared war on us. Now, if you're Vladimir Putin, you can't just laugh at that. You have to take that seriously. It was William Perry, Bill Clinton's defense secretary, who said that Vladimir Putin believes that it is the U.S. That the U.S. policy is to overthrow Vladimir Putin. Now, I don't know for sure whether he's right about that or wrong. It wouldn't surprise me if he was right. That does sound a lot like my government. But that's the perspective that he's got to come to this from. And I think all it takes is, as I believe it was John Mearsheimer who coined the term, strategic empathy. And that's all you kind of need in this scenario. It's not empathy for its own sake. It's strategic empathy. The same thing that you need to understand the Palestinians, the same thing you need to understand Al-Qaeda, is that these, I'm not saying they're good groups. Some of them are, some of the Palestinians are good people, but some of them are terrorist organizations. Al-Qaeda is a terrorist organization. Vladimir Putin is a despot, but they also can have legitimate grievances. And we ought to, if we want to ignore those, then okay, but we ignore those at our own peril.
I just want to say, if I may, like, respectfully, again, no talking about the present or what to do now. And this is my frustration with this conversation.
But also, we don't extend strategic empathy to Ukraine, who is worried about a Russian invasion, and then Russia did invade them.
I promise I'll be very, very quick on this. But the other point that I just did want to make to you, as you bring that up again, it's actually not the case that when I have all of these Israel-Palestine debates, that I want to talk about what's going on right now, and they want to talk about all of the history that led to this point. It's actually quite the opposite. Sadar made this point when he moderated a debate recently for me on Breaking Points when he was recapping it the next day. The truth is that all of the pro-Israel supporters want to just talk about October 7th to today. And everybody who's critical of Israel actually wants to go back through the history and talk about all of it, because, yeah, it's important to understand the history to understand what position we're in now.
It is. Bosch, let me bring you up to this week, since you want to talk about today. So this is from earlier this week from Zelensky's top advisor. You probably saw this quote. He's got a couple others out there publicly. He's saying this in English, so we don't even have to hit the translate button. Very nice of him. After the attack on the beach in Crimea, he said, quote, "There are not and cannot be any beaches, tourist zones," those are his quotes, "and other fictitious signs of, quote, peaceful life in Crimea. Crimea is definitely a foreign territory occupied by Russia, where there are hostilities and a full-scale war, the very war that Russia unleashed for genocidal and invasive purposes only. Crimea is also a large military camp and warehouse with hundreds of direct military targets, which the Russians are cynically trying to hide and cover up with their own civilians, which in turn are considered to be civilian occupiers." So he said this after Ukraine killed civilians on the beach. So are we the baddies here?
I mean, it's almost a perfect mirror of rhetoric employed in the Hamas versus Israel conflict, actually.
I mean, I kind of understand there are pro-Israel people that like to talk about October 7th a lot, but I think it's a very legitimate question to ask. Oh, what should Israel have done to or post October 7th? Because regardless of what the history was, the history led to October 7th, and I think it's valid to ask what Israel should have done in response to that. I think it's weird that people try to obfuscate by going through the history, but yeah.
Where, when Hamas killed civilians on October 7th, the argument was that the civilians were settlers who were occupying stolen land, and therefore you can't reasonably argue they're civilians. And then on the other hand, of course, you have Israelis who say that Hamas uses the Palestinian people as human shields. In the West Bank, you have the argument. It's remarkable actually how many parallels there are and how these are employed. Are we the baddies? Yes, we're all the baddies. Nation states the baddies. That sounds reductive, but that is just the way the game is played. You will never find a nation engaged in war.
There are ways to play the game without explicitly justifying the slaughter of civilians on a beach.
But in practice, if you go back to basically any military conflict where existential threat was on the line, which it certainly is for Ukraine or is in the Israel-Hamas conflict, you will see that this rhetoric and these like standards are employed.
Just saying that the appeal to credentials is still the argument. True.
This is not me arguing that it's justified. It's morally abhorrent because war demands abhorrence of the people who participate in it. You're not going to find any large-scale conflict where stuff like this doesn't happen, which is why, to me, the interesting question is...
It's not even a large-scale conflict in Crimea. Like, why is the American public supposed to care all of a sudden that Russia controls Crimea? Like 4 years ago, you would have been laughed at if you suggested that Ukraine ought to go to war to kick Russia out of Ukraine.
Well, that's a separate question. The first one about like the abhorrence of this rhetoric, which by the way, I agree with. I just want to be clear that this is a consequence of like these heightened tensions, which is why I'm interested in what can be done to bring an end to this war, a permanent end, not some middling ceasefire that gets broken almost immediately. In terms of whether or not America should care, I don't know. The average American couldn't find Kabul on a map. You know, the average American doesn't care about anything outside of their own tax breaks. My interest in what the average American cares about is nil. The average American doesn't care about the homeless. Why should I care about what they care about? What I care about is what's good. Sometimes they do. I don't know. The average American with the state of our education, I care about what's good. Nuclear war is bad, by the way. That's where I land in that particular moral equivalence. I think that if we settle with an unjust, tense, quiet with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we guarantee future conflicts. If you look back at the history of expansionist empires, if you take a look at what Russia is doing now and compare it to the rhetoric employed by other nations that have annexed adjacent territory, you will find they tend not to quit while they're ahead. There's a pattern of overextension.
Let me ask you, so on this piece, you hoped that if there's enough fighting, that eventually these two fighters will become exhausted and kind of peace will break out. But you've also said that if we get a peace deal, then war will eventually break out. So why would the peace from exhaustion not just lead to your fear that 2 years later war would break out again? Because it sounds like war is the only logical endpoint of your position here, either position.
I think it needs to be a peace deal that the Russian and Ukrainian people are happy with. Right now, we haven't even gotten close to finding that point, which means the only real end to the conflict would be the complete annexation of Ukraine and the annihilation of all the militias and insurgency groups within it, which would be very difficult considering the fact that Russia has logistical breakdowns 50 miles out of their border, or Ukraine retaking all of its territory, which is at the moment basically unthinkable. It doesn't seem like there's any end to the conflict right now outside of something that could be imposed by a kind of international move to sort of like solidify the line where it is now. And I do think that would just lead to more peace in the future. That's my question. And I don't come to this with a solution, by the way. If I had a solution, or if anyone did, I think you'd be hearing them preaching it a lot more often. I don't like the idea of treating this like team sports or like, well, in actuality, like we could have prevented this if we went back 20, 30, 40 years. I know there's a lot of other cool stuff we could have done. We could have invested in like Apple early too.
Let's say the US tripled the NASA budget and sent it all to Ukraine. Do you think that would be too much US support?
I mean, if we over-support Ukraine, if we commit to it so hard that Ukraine starts pushing back further, my concern would be that the brass in Ukraine would get arrogant and start pushing into Russia. I don't think that's especially likely. Certainly, Ukraine doesn't have the same sort of legacy and cultural pretext of expansionist sentiment the way that like Putin does, but it's possible. I also disagree, by the way, with the strike they did on some of those early warning systems. You showed an article with that headline a little bit ago. I think that's dangerous territory. I don't think that Ukraine has been particularly irresponsible in this conflict as military conflicts go, and that's a pretty low bar. I do think that there's a risk the more we gin them up, the more gung-ho they get, and I think that risk increases the longer this goes on too. So again, we either let Ukraine get washed entirely. I don't even know if Russia could do that at this point, even if we divested from Ukraine. We sort of pressure Ukraine to accept the Russian peace deal as it is now, or we overinvest to the point where they can reclaim their borders, which given enough time and enough money, we unleash Area 51 on the Russians. Sure, maybe Ukraine could do it. Of these three options, which is the most likely to bring about the fewest deaths, the lowest likelihood of long-term nuclear conflict? In my opinion, the path will get clearer the more time goes on because we will increasingly test the willingness of the Russian people to support this ongoing engagement. That sounds horrible. I think this is a horrible situation. That's not me blaming anyone involved, the Pentagon, the Kremlin, whatever else. It's a horrible humanitarian nightmare, but it's also a pretty difficult one to manage. You look back at history and there are empires that were clashing with each other for centuries, over and over again, borders barely changing with each successive war. I don't want that to happen here, not just because we've got nuclear powers involved, but because like it is a collective drain on the spiritual, financial, and military collective of humanity. I just don't want to come at it from a dogmatic position because I don't want to blind myself to avenues of peace that might be unintuitive.
And we're running up against our time limit here. But Dave, any?
Some of those points I would have to think about. I haven't heard a ton about them. I feel like the only, I don't know. I'd probably agree with him. The ceasefire is drawn up now, based on where the lines are. I don't think it'd be necessarily a lasting peace. I think you'd probably have to force Russia into a slightly more conciliatory position. I don't think it's super likely that Ukraine will retake Crimea or even parts of Donetsk and Luhansk, right? But there's probably like I'm trying to think of the names of the places, right? Hold on, Mariupol, this area, the areas that they basically had prior to the full-scale invasion, right? Probably going to be important for Ukraine to take those back. Oh, and Kherson too, although they've already, again, it's at the river, right? But Russian army shelling. Oh man. Oh, is this the beach? What's the beach that was just attacked? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next couple months. How much territory Ukraine gets back after the aid package. Welcome to the stream. If Russia did a full-out war with full draft, Ukraine would be done in 24 hours. Putin is very patient with the puppet. I think it's probably pretty politically unpopular within Russia, to the extent that Putin responds to popular pressure. I don't think full mobilization is doable for him. Like, they were literally concerned that there'd be a well, I mean, we saw Wagner Group literally start marching towards Moscow, right? So I think forced conscription would probably be pretty politically unpopular for Putin, and to the extent that he replies to internal pressure, I think that's probably a big reason why he's not doing it. Because even the conscription he has going on now, it's not that popular. Rest in power, Prigozhin. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, Wagner Group was literally marching towards Moscow before, and now his plane got shot down. Was it ever? I never actually got a full answer. I didn't keep up with it. Was that plane actually shot down? It was shot down, right? Or was it did it just crash normally? Wagner Group plane shot down. I don't know if it was shut down or not. Persona CA bribe brigade and then eliminated him. I mean, we did have people in the Wagner Group, right? For intelligence. I'm pretty sure we did. We'd had intelligence in the Wagner, like we literally had inside men in the Wagner Group. The Russian investigation revealed the CIA planted a bomb. Your identification victim, blah, blah, blah. On August 24th, it was reported that flight records had been recovered. The Ministry of Emergency Situations initiated investigation of the incident. Additionally, authorities opened a criminal case on the violations of rules of traffic and safety in AA airport, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. October 5th, Putin told a meeting and that the Wagner leaders on the flight may have been using alcohol or drugs and implied that they just blew the jet up themselves with their own weapons. Said the hand grenade fragments are found in the bodies. There is no sign of external impact on the aircraft. That 10 billion rubles of cocaine were found in Prigozhin's office, and that, in his opinion, investigators should have performed alcohol and drug tests while autopsying the victims. Putin pointed to foreign intelligence assessment, saying that denying a SAM strike as an implicit confirmation of his hypothesis. Study for Institute of War described Putin's narrative as bizarre, and said he was blaming the victims to discredit Prigozhin's supporters and deflect blame away from the Russian government. CIA planted drugs in a bomb. Do you have evidence for that? I mean, this is just a Wikipedia article, which like could be wrong or whatever, but like it says even Putin doesn't think the CIA planted the drug. Russian internal investigation. This is about the Russian internal investigation, and it does not mention the CIA. I saw it on Russian TV. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you don't have to provide anything for it, so. I guess if you just saw it on Russian TV. This is Western News, Tro. This is about the. First of all, I don't know why you would really believe Russian TV, but this is about the internal Russian investigation. CIA bomb. Intentional explosion. Voice of America. Preliminary U.S. intelligence concluded that the plane crash soon to kill Russian leaders. It's intentionally caused by an explosion. You want me to believe your CNN? Haha, dude, there's fucking Wikipedia, bro. I don't know why you would believe Russian state-controlled media more than U.S. media. The U.S. media has problems. I'm not gonna disagree with that. There's some level of manufactured consent that goes on in the U.S. media, but I'm pretty sure if we look at any index, United States 83 out of 100, Russia 13 out of 100. Pretty sure if we look at any index, U.S. press freedom is going to be is going to be greater than Russian press freedom. Western index. Dude, indexes aren't perfect. They have biases, obviously. Okay, I'm not denying that, but you don't see. I don't think there's an entire big conspiracy to say, like, I get this pretty established fact that the U.S. media is the U.S. is a high. Look at the Chinese index, India-made index. I don't think they're going to show anything that different, dude. Russia-made index. I don't know why I believe Russia-made index, but if you link me a better index, we can look at that index, okay? But like, there are multiple different indexes like show United States freedom of press is probably better than the Russian freedom of press. Like, we know Russia arrests journalists. Like, we know Russia shuts down television stations, right? We know, seem to only release a couple of non-US made info. I've literally qualified all my fucking statements on US made shit too, it's wild to me that you think that. But again, I'm using the indexes to show why I'm skeptical of the Russian made stuff. There are, like, because the freedom of press seems to be less protected in Russia. That's why I'm more skeptical of Russian media, right? If you want to link something, you can, but you haven't linked anything. Like, you just said, "Oh, I saw on Russian TV."
Any kind of final thoughts you want to have on like how this ought to end?
One of the next day we have more freedom because ever since Biden took over the USA, we've not been free at all. Thank you, Male Rights USA. Welcome to the stream. Most indexes, like we were just looking at the Freedom House Index, say that we have more freedom than most other countries in the world. This is like very apparent. We have the First Amendment. Obviously, the US is not perfect. Look, we're lower than most Western countries even. We're at 83 versus most European countries are in the high 90s, right? Ukraine's in 49 too. No one is saying we're perfect. No one is saying that we're like great or anything. It's just that we seem to be considerably higher than Russia. Like, it's civil liberties and freedom of press, Israel in green. Like, there are problems in Israel, obviously. That's why, by the way, 74, they're even lower than us, dude. But, like, freedom of press is generally protected in Israel. Do we disagree with that? Yeah, bro, Israel's a democracy. I am gonna become the Joker, dude. I'm gonna become the Joker. Oh my god. Israel, freedom, and democracy are a spectrum. I think Lebanon and Yemen are better. Not a closed Al Jazeera. That's true, okay? This is why it's a spectrum, okay? First of all, Israel did allow Al Jazeera to operate for how many ever years before they did raid them. They did raid them. I don't think it was necessarily a good thing that they raided them. However, Al Jazeera itself, by the way, is a state-owned, it's a Qatar state-funded media agency. So, there's that. But Dameron got a kick chatter? Yeah, he's my one and only kick chatter. Thank you, man. He comes in and kicks from time to time. I appreciate him. Do you know who else banned Al Jazeera? I don't know. I'm assuming a few different places have. But again, this is a Saudi UAE. This is a freedom and democracy and freedom of press are a spectrum, okay? It's a spectrum from free to not free, okay? That's why we have things like indexes which weigh these things. The Freedom House Index is probably doesn't take into account the most recent raid on Al Jazeera, but these indexes take into account things like that. Things like restrictions on various segments of the population, including ethnic, racial, religious, LGBTQ, whatever, have full political rights and electoral opportunities. 2 out of 4. These indexes take into account concerns over the way Arab Israelis are treated in Israel proper and the way Palestinians are treated in the West Bank. It takes into account any restrictions that the Israeli government has on media. Like, that's why we look at indexes for these things. like I don't know. If you have a better index, link it, and we can compare them, okay? But you haven't done anything. I've so heavily qualified. These indexes aren't perfect. They may have their own biases. That's why you should look at multiple indexes and again, look 74 compared to like all these other countries that are way higher, because Israel does have issues. Israel has a lot of issues, okay? That's why they're lower than the other countries. I'm gonna become the Joker, dude.
And like from your perspective to Vosh's question, what do we do now?
Sure. Okay. Well, first of all, I would just say that I don't think Ukraine has been very
like to Taiwan and Middle East. True.
responsible throughout this whole thing, and certainly when their missile.
I just can't take it seriously. Israel sends Arab Israelis for watching wrong content, let alone making it. They scored low on the how well are racial and ethnic groups treated. Like these indexes take things into account. That's why. These things can be okay. Two things can be true at once. One, Israel has a lot of issues with the way Arab Israelis are treated in Israel proper, and the way Palestinians are treated in the West Bank. That's why indexes are a joke. You realize these indexes gave Israel a lower score because of these issues, right? I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna, dude. An index takes into account all these things and gives the countries like a generalized score. Okay, it's a spectrum. It like that's the point of these indexes, is that they index multiple things. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna jump off a building. I'm gonna do it. You guys are driving me insane. I'm gonna go insane. Bro, wake up. Your index says West good, East bad. That's I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna jump off a bridge, dude. Okay. The reason why it rates like Israel higher than a lot of other places is that at the end of the day, Israel has elections, okay? Israel has elections. Even the Arab Israelis are allowed to vote in these elections, and they are allowed to elect members to the Knesset. It has a proportional representation system, which allows the Arab Israelis to vote elections. What do you think is more free? Having elections or not having elections? It's a spectrum. I'm gonna come to Joker. I'm gonna shoot. Dude, okay, no, we're done. We're done with this. Nope, we're moving on. Well, America's the best country in the world. Of course, we will index high in all these things. USA runs fake elections. The reason the US has a lower score than most European countries on the index is because of these concerns. It's because of concerns over all these things, over fucking like how like Citizens United and super PACs and how inequality affects our elections. That's why the US is 83 and Norway is fucking 99. Okay, like Jesus, I'm gonna shoot myself, chat. Can't expect smart Americans to do that. It's not meta, bruh. America has lower numbers than their strategic allies. Think it's the same shit. All I'm trying to prove is that these indexes take into account all these concerns you have. Like I'll pull up an index that says like Israel leans democratic, and then you're like, well, what about this, bro? The index takes those things into account, and then like election was not fake. Dems just cheated. They used ballot dumps and mail-ins. What? It was not fake. Dems just cheated. I think saying Dems cheated. Finland has the highest suicide rates and the most ISIS fighters, but somehow it's happiest. Don't take these indexes seriously. Happiness is like one of the hardest things to measure. Okay, like. Now Biden has bombed the debate. I'm happy because we need Trump for more years. Okay, thank you, Mail Rights USA. Germany outscores. Yeah, I don't. God damn it! We need to fucking bring back patriotism. What the fuck?
Immediately called for preemptive attacks on Russia by the West, either lying through his teeth and claiming it was Russia who attacked Poland, or being so clueless that he hadn't even done any investigation to figure out whether it was them or not. Either way, it seems pretty irresponsible to me. But look, without even going back into ancient history, like just going back to very recent history, it was Jens Stoltenberg. I apologize to the Norwegians. I know I'm butchering that.
That was offensive.
He gave the whole game away last year. But he admitted that Vladimir Putin actually sent them a draft treaty and said, if you just promise to not bring Ukraine into NATO, I won't invade. And he brags that they said, no, we won't sign that. haha, you didn't want NATO expansion, and look at you now, you're getting more NATO expansion. It's like, yeah, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians dead. Like, could we at least
Libertarian is anarchist.
all agree that we should have just signed that treaty? Why is it of vital strategic interest to the United States of America that we have a war guarantee with Ukraine? Like, what? How many people in America? It's like George Kennan said back in the first round of NATO expansion. We have neither the political will nor the resources to actually defend these countries. How many people in America actually would be willing to sacrifice themselves or their children to make sure that the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev? Would you guys be willing to sacrifice your kids
This
for
is
that?
ridiculous.
Anyone
Remember,
here?
The average American wouldn't sacrifice their lives to protect East Germany or Poland either. Do you think the average American would fight for Warsaw? This
Yeah, but
rhetoric
that doesn't
sounds,
make- that's
this
not
sounds
counter.
convincing, but it's empty
No,
rhetoric.
but
Likewise,
no,
you're still
Vouch,
not
let me
talking
explain.
about what you
Well,
want to say.
listen,
No,
Vouch.
explain to me
I'm
what you want today to
gonna finish my
because I
point.
keep talking about
Okay.
today, and then you keep talking about NATO, NATO, NATO. We know I addressed and acknowledged and agreed with
Okay,
Western
so I was,
Americans
well,
that led
listen,
to us.
Vouch, you're
Putin
interrupting me.
has no right to make sure that Ukraine is not in NATO. True. What base take? What from Male Rights USA? There? What? So because the NATO Nazis or separatists can't get their narrative right. We Russians would love Trump to stop supporting clown Zelensky.
And then claiming I'm not addressing something. So first, I was just saying, could we at least all agree that a couple years ago we should have just signed that deal and committed to not bringing Ukraine into NATO and avoided this war?
Couldn't Russia have just invaded anyway?
Huh?
Couldn't Russia have just invaded anyway?
Sure. I guess in the worst case scenario, it would be as
I
bad
think
as
maybe.
Vouch, that's not. Vouch, you're laughing, but there's no point to that. Yes.
USSR. Rare one. Any definition of freedom for the country where you can get jail time for insulting gang rapists who themselves. 0 jail time for raping teenage girls and talks to ban one major party. No one's saying, oh my god. You're talking about Germany, right? I like did not think the indexes take these things into consideration. Okay, not every index is perfect. It's just, oh my god. It's just like what do you think? Do you think in general, who has better freedom of press, Germany or Russia? What in general? Just make a generalization. That's what the indexes are here for. The index is just trash. Then link a better index. No one has linked a better index. Okay, there are multiple indexes. You should probably look at multiple. You can look at the Economist Democracy Index as well. Okay, look at all these indexes. Look at their methodology. See where countries do good and bad, and then Didn't America also hated bombs in Cuba? True. They talked about that earlier. Why is it okay now to... Do you think the Bay of Pigs invasion was okay? Because I'm against the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Yes, in the worst case scenario, we could have still...
I would agree by most common definition of freedom. U.S. is probably more free than Russia. Okay, wow, thank God. Wow, we got there. We got there, guys. Woohoo.
Inquiry. Let's talk about what we
No,
can
okay,
do.
let me please. Okay, Vash, let me just make my point instead of this constant interrupting. Listen, yes, in the worst case scenario, I suppose it could have gone as bad as it did in this scenario, but obviously the overwhelming odds are that it wouldn't have come to this. Now, in terms of your point of saying like, well, the average American isn't willing to go die for Germany
Why
or
was
Poland.
RT News banned? Dude, why are so many fucking outlets banned in Russia? Who do you think bans more media outlets more frequently? Do you think it's the US or Russia? By the way, I don't even think that Twitch Center for Brain. R1 ban. Is that even... What do you mean ban? I think Ukraine banned Russian media outlets. Did we ever... IT banned... Did we ever... what did we ban? This was banned. And then what else did you say we banned? R1 ban. What? I don't know, but like any American has a can go watch Russian television if they want to. Like it's available. We banned the, did you say we banned another one too? Oh, Sputnik. I haven't heard of this one. I've heard of the RT ban, but Sputnik News. Oh, is this even banned, dude? Oh, you mean removed from YouTube? It's not illegal to watch? Yeah, I think we like any of these things. I don't think it's illegal to watch. I think we stopped allowing some of them on public channels, right? And then and then I think individual companies have banned. Like I think after the sanctions, when US banned it, what the hell? I think individual companies have banned Russian news, which it's not allowed to watch. Equals not banned. What do you mean not allowed to watch? Do you think if YouTube bans a Russian media network, do you think that's equivalent to Russia literally shutting down? Not allowed to watch it. Dude. The mental gymnastics here. What mental gymnastics am I doing? Bro, I'm going to become the Joker. I'm going to become the Joker. There's no prosecution in the U.S. for watching foreign media. True. Oh, God. We're just not allowed to play at the Olympics. We are not banned. What? He's not. He's not. Dude. I'm going to become the okay. Any American can go out and watch Russian media if they want to. I think this was banned. I'm pretty sure this was banned from public news channels, right? Okay, what was this banned from? I don't remember, honestly. Blah, 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 blah. Blocking the English from international airwaves for social media platforms. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. What do we actually ban it from? Because, like, I can go to Sputnik News and watch it. Or, I sure you're arguing for Russian bot. I'm probably arguing for Russian bot. I probably am, bro. Not fun, just accept you're wrong. True. Okay, what's it better? Just keep going. Thank you. Wow, we agreed. Hold on, what are we, I don't know what we're arguing about anymore. What are are we still on the index shit? We're still just fighting over whether or not these indexes are accurate. I'm sure if you go to these indexes, they probably take into account that the US has banned networks before, right? Blind a majority and no savvy technically over Russian POV. It's not banned. What do you mean by banned? Okay, I literally used the terminology banned, didn't I? I just said. I think the argument is that there isn't prosecute. It's not banning the same way that Russia bans these. Dude, I wish I had the. I should remember because I watched the fucking. What was the name of it? Well, there was a TV channel owned by the oligarchs that I think Russia nationalized. Russia nationalized TV channel. I wish I remember the name of it. It was before the. Before the invasion, it was like. Not fun to even have 120 words per minute now. YouTubers owned by here who American oligarchs. I'm gonna jump off a bridge if you guys actually can't tell it. Dude, first of all, also, they were owned by the oligarchs and then Russia nationalized them. They took them from the oligarchs. I'm gonna jump off a bridge. If you guys literally, you can't fathom, bro is a bot. Bro probably is a bot. It's so hard for me. They can't fathom what I'm saying. Okay. All I'm saying is, in general, the U.S. tends to have a freer press than Russia, and when we have press restrictions, they tend to be in a different way than Russia. Russian. It does not. You're just wrong. I don't have to tell you. You're wrong. In what way do we not have a freer press in Russia? In general.
Okay, but so why are we adding more of these countries, especially when our own intelligence community?
You've just been in this Western media bubble, bro. I'm gonna become. Bro. My brother in Christ. Just admit it. Admit what? What? Manufacturing consent. I've read this book. I read the thing. Look, it's highlighted. I read it. I read manufacturing consent. I watched it. State and Revolution. I've read this, bro. I read Lenin. I haven't read this one. Hold on, it's a bad example because I haven't read it. Targeting Iran. Retargeting Iran. Two other Chomsky books. Okay. This is this Western bubble to you. This is a Western bubble. I haven't read that much of this one. On Palestine, Gaza in crisis, okay? You missed it. It was the unhighlighted line. Imperialism to stage of capitalism. Okay, look, this is highlighted too. Not that much of it is highlighted. There's sticky notes though. Sticky notes, you see the little highlighted section there? Highlighted. Peter Conquest of Bread, lefty shit, bro. Dude, I've read this multiple times actually. I don't like those highlights in here, but there are a few parts underlined. Well, let me find a part that's underlined just so I can prove to you. I don't know if I'll be able to find one. I'll find one eventually, but. God damn. Oh, there we go. Here's one. Boom. Right there. Small little annotation. Okay. Understanding Power. Noam Chomsky. Read this whole book. I read it's a like 400-page book. Look, it's highlighted. There's highlights and shit. Just watch some Russian and Chinese media subtitled. You'll understand. Can you speak Russian? No, I can't speak Russian. I don't think I need to speak Russian. Okay, let me put the books away. Okay, I'm gonna become the Joker. Gonna do it. I'm gonna jump over a bridge. I'm wild. My stream deck is not working for some reason. Okay, I'm going insane.
He's telling us that the risk of adding this other nation that Americans care about even less, the risk of it could result in this war. Very explicitly, blatantly saying that. Now, look, again, I do think I actually answered this question pretty clearly, pretty early on in this. But right now, what we should do, being educated by what's happened in the very recent past, is to go, hey, America is going to announce that we will pull all of our support for Ukraine in this war under the condition that Vladimir Putin accepts some type of peace proposal. That's going to look like not quite as good as Ukraine would have gotten if they had taken the deal that Boris Johnson broke up, but it's going to look like Vladimir Putin obviously keeping Crimea, obviously keeping some of the territories that he already has control of, and in exchange for him ending the war, we promise that Ukraine will not be admitted into NATO.
Okay,
so that deal is still possible. Listen, let me just add one final point to this, and then you can respond however you want. Understand something here. The United States of America holds all of the chips. We could offer Vladimir Putin something that would probably get him to do whatever we wanted him to do. And you know what that is, the ultimate crowning jewel for him. How about we leave NATO? If you end this war right now, America will withdraw from NATO. Why not? Listen,
this is like
NATO
silly internet rhetoric.
That's a really dumb point. How about we leave NATO? If you put on a voting, if you put voting on in Ukraine-controlled areas by Zelensky, you will see that people don't want this war anymore. I think the public support for the war it's obviously dipped as the wars continue to go on, but I'm pretty sure it's still around 60%. Last time I checked, at least.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, we're gonna leave NATO. No, this is like for Twitter.
Who is this guy? Third left to right. Dave Smith. This is Dave Smith. This is Ryan Graham, Vosh, Dave Smith, and I forget her name. All right, it's not Emma, whoever from the Majority Report. It's Emily something. Thank you. He's very smart.
Like you know.
Like, literally, the former president asked the question.
What if we left the key military alliance on the planet to incentivize a despot on the other side of the world to not invade the country they unjustly invaded?
It's such nonsense. Listen,
It's tuned up rhetoric. It's good for Twitter likes. It's great for like the ultra libertarians who are all like keenly interested in Yanukovych's like electoral legitimacy. It's not reality. You suggested that we offer to pull their support from Ukraine in exchange for a peace deal. Okay, fine. So let's finally talk about that then. What happens then if that divestment occurs? Naturally, there's a DMZ. Of course, there would be, right? And then you have a buildup of the remaining Ukrainian troops and Russia's troops on both sides. Don't you think it's likely that given a peace deal that takes place under those circumstances, eventually like the conflict would spark again? And this time, what are we going to do? Provide aid to Ukraine again when Russia invades again?
There's the alternate rolling conflict, like the ongoing slog for another couple of years. I mean,
we need to find the path through that allows the peace deal to take place in a way that doesn't guarantee an immediate future conflict. So, if we pursue an unjust peace that is immediately broken, it will have been for nothing, and we'll be in a worse position than we were before because nobody's going to want to stop the second version of the conflict 5 days after it starts. We need to be careful with this.
So first of all, let me just say that
and then Vash will close with a response from you.
Okay, so I think that Vash's response.
They said a lot of Ukrainians thought that they were going to regain most of the territory. Doesn't actually have support for the war. Ukraine is winning. Oh, Ukraine should fight. Yeah, 60%. Dang, I was right, bro. This is 40% though for the younger people. Well, this is until it liberates all of its 1991 borders. So the support for the war in general is going to be higher than that. Support for distant areas and the war. Russia draws troops from all occupied territories. 96%. Ukraine agrees to never strike territories. Ukraine agrees never to have nuclear option. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Little support for elections. Elections are definitely on hold while martial law remains in place. 63% were at least somewhat satisfied with his performance as president. Support for him is unquestionably lower than it was in the initial stage of the war. Yeah, about 60%. Anyway.
Of like, oh, this is just what internet libertarians care about or something like that. I just think there was a lot of words without you actually saying anything there. NATO was created after World War II because we had the Soviet Union controlling half of Europe and the West and Western Europe had been destroyed. It was in utter ruins. And so we felt like we had to subsidize the defense of Western Europe to make sure that this very clearly expansionist power, the Soviet Union, didn't expand into Western Europe. At this point today, Western Europe is rich and we are $34 trillion in debt. It makes absolutely no sense. And by the way, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. There is no reason for NATO to exist. There's no reason for the US to be a part of it. The former
no reason for NATO to exist, but I mean, he's just going to say NATO provoked the Ukraine invasion, but a major European country was just invaded by Russia. And,
of the United States.
And NATO has been useful for like the no-fly zones in Libya and parts of the global war on terror.
Of America, and the current frontrunner to be president of the United States of America again has made this point many, many times. This is not just something for internet libertarians to be interested in. This is something that should be a serious conversation amongst the American people. And by the way, during the fall, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there were many of the wisest graybeards in the American security establishment who felt the same way, who felt that, okay, the mission of NATO is over. Anyway, to your next point, again, this is just an empty argument. You could say this about any peace deal. Well, what if war breaks out again? Well, okay, but if your worst case scenario is war breaks out, your solution is to continue supporting the war? We want to continue the war because we're afraid of war? Listen, if we actually, as I just mentioned, which is a serious proposal, we have the ultimate chip here. We have the chip that could allow Vladimir Putin to claim, hey, I won. I stood, which is what you want in these situations. You want to let everyone save face. You want to allow the Ukrainians to say, hey, we fought and we kept this part of our territory. You want to allow the Russians to say, hey, we were pushed into this, but we were victorious. You want to let everybody save face and come up with some type of deal. And yes, Vaush, you can make the point that it's never 1,000,000% guaranteed that it'll hold and another war won't break out, but it's a hell of a lot more likely than continuing the war. So the point is you want to come up with a deal that's realistic, that could maybe hold. And I do think that America has all the leverage in the world to make that happen.
And if I may, I'll just say that, like, no, the idea of holding out for a good peace, one that actually incentivizes both parties to keep their hands off, rather than just the first peace that comes up, that is a good instinct. The idea that there is no difference between a peace deal that immediately breaks down and a war that continues until a good peace is found, there is a massive difference between these. Look at the multiple attempts at securing peace between the Ukrainians and the Russians over the 2014 invasion of the Donbass, right? Terms are set, conditions are then not met by either side, and then nothing changes, cementing a course of action that continued down 8 years until the proper invasion by Russia began. You need to find a good peace. I don't know where that path lies, which means that I don't have the convenient, simple answer of saying, what if we just divested, left NATO, and hope that Putin never invaded the remains of Ukraine again? I think that's a very easy thing to say. I think that it's good for getting up populist fervor. I think it sounds compelling. I think it would do nothing. I think it's a virtue signal. After all, America is in NATO as a formality. Many nations that are in NATO don't even meet the required 2.5% GDP military expenditure that they need to be there. NATO is just a
it's a target, right? It's not technically required. But
cementing of existing alliances. Do you think we still wouldn't go to war with the interests of, say, Britain or Germany or France? Of course we would, because we're still allies. NATO is just the framework built around it. The real, true underlying force, which is shared geopolitical interest, persists nonetheless. What would keep Putin from invading again? In my mind, it would be promises from the West, but not promises of divestment. We shouldn't just leave Ukraine weak and open to being invaded again, because again, if they just break the peace and conquer the rest of Ukraine after giving it a year or two to rearm on the Russian front, what do we get then? Well, obviously, the Ukrainian people are conquered and they are subject to a great many, violences and humiliations. But in addition to that, of course, we continue to sort of throw fuel into the fire of an expansionist empire. Putin's intentions on this are not subtle. He was invoking the borders of the Russian Empire when he began the invasion of Ukraine. I do not think there's any reason to believe that he would be sated after he made his way all the way over to Poland. What I want is real reconciliation, not just between Ukraine and Russia, but the West and Russia. Russia has been, let's be real here, a nuclear missile-ridden backwater since the end of the Soviet Union. Prostitution skyrocketed. Child sex trafficking skyrocketed after the end of the Soviet Union. Their economy in shambles. Oligarchs effectively rule the country. There are many, many Russians who don't even have indoor plumbing. I think that a promise of shared investment, the thing we never did after the end of the Cold War, and not just business investment, not just Coca-Cola opening up a factory. I mean, real. You don't want the American taxpayer spending money on Ukrainian weapons? Okay, I got a better idea for you. 3 times as much money on Russian economic, reinvestment. Give it to them to work with. Build real economic bonds. One of the reasons Taiwan hasn't been invaded yet is because China and America are so integrated economically. We don't have that with Russia. That's one of the reasons they're able to persist in spite of all the sanctions on them, because they rely on a pretty primitive oil, coal, natural gas kind of, extraction economy. I think that if we take Russia seriously as a foreign power and as a people, we invest in them and we care about them, in the long run, we could secure a better peace that both sides feel better about, and we could build a world where there is no longer any incentive for the West or for Russia to get angry at each other. And that's my hope, naive it may be.
And probably cheaper if we just reached a peace deal and lifted the sanctions and then kept dollar hegemony.
There's
But
an
anyway.
Well, this is a good place to leave it. And this has been super, super interesting. Thank you guys both for being game to talk some of this out. We really appreciate it. Bausch and Dave.
Okay.
Smith.
I mean, I think Bausch probably could have done better, but we're debating for policy, not age of consent. I obviously don't agree with Dave Smith, dude. So I don't know what it is about the Ukraine stuff that turns people into mind-numbingly dumb people. Oh my god, some of those takes were making me become the Joker, dude. Oh my god. Obviously, freedom of press in America is not perfect. Okay, I never claimed as such. Obviously, an index is not perfect. Wanting the war to end is dumb. I was talking about the other dumb takes, not the wanting the war to end. But oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna shoot myself. Easy. Stop sending money to Zelensky. True. All right. He's the world's richest man right now. True. You realize he doesn't get money, right? He gets all American military equipment. Like, we don't give Ukraine very much money. We just give them old equipment, and then we pay U.S. companies to. Not that you care about the U.S. because you're not in the U.S., but we pay U.S. companies to, which he sells to ISIS. True. Okay. Moving on. I can't deal, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I enjoy yelling about the Russia-Ukraine stuff and the dumbass pro-Russia takes, but I can't have the VOD of this be. By the way, you guys I should have the Discord pin so people can do the stupid pro-Russia takes in my Discord, but I cannot. I don't want the VOD of this video to be just Julie, you're on live stream fails already. 4 clips. That dude. I hope I am, bro. Hold on. Is that true? I'm just curious. What are the clips? How do I view my clips? Community content clips. I better have clips, bro. People better be clipping me. The starvation is a war crime thing. Oh, I haven't You're lying right now. I'm kidding. Damn. What the hell? What the hell? This is based off on clips. Drums are oil, and I just throw them in the ocean, and I do it for fun a lot. Okay, anyway, can't have the VOD of this reaction be ruined, of me farming rat content be ruined by endless yelling about Russia, Ukraine. Okay, so we're done with that, chat. You can keep talking about it in chat, but I won't be responding to stuff. Okay, not about Russia, Ukraine. At least unless they talk about Russia, Ukraine in this video, which they might. Who's your favorite female author? Fuck. Hold on, let me look at my books. Do I have any books written by a female author? Oh, I don't know if I do. Oh no. I know who J.K. Rowling is, but I haven't read Harry Potter. I'll just say J.K. Rowling, but oh no, chat. Okay.
Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a favor
of
and shut up.
you. I'm a big
Respectfully.
fan of you. And,
Okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan. You shouldn't be on this fucking panel.
President Joe Biden had just one simple job in last night's debate: to convince America that he's fit to serve. The bar was set at ankle height, but the president tripped straight over it. He faltered, he mumbled.
Damn.
He lost, and his race must surely now be over for the good of democracy and his country. There were so many toe-curling incidents in last night's debate. We'll analyse and dissect them in detail. But the defining moment, the moment they're calling the kill shot, was this.
Total ban.
on the
Oh, is this the Beat Medicare clip?
with more Border Patrol
Stop cannot argue about threatening to ban people even when they're not in his shit.
asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I don't think anyone did. Well, for possibly the first time ever in a TV event starring Donald Trump, no one's talking about Donald Trump today. And for the first time ever, that will suit him just fine. Republicans briefed for weeks that President Biden will be on drugs for this debate. But if he took anything at all last night, it was surely Valium. For all the spin about cheap fakes and Biden's secret vigor, this was a chance for the American people to judge their president for themselves. And to the palpable distress and dismay of Democrats everywhere, it was really all over in the first minute.
Oh, the fucking dementia walk was funny.
To $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
I didn't understand a word of that, did you? It couldn't really get...
Really? I don't think that one was that bad.
Around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
I didn't understand a word of that, did you? It couldn't really get much worse for Biden after that, but it didn't get any better. It just carried on that way. Trump was disciplined and measured by his own standards. All he had to do was really let Biden fall into his own traps. And his facial expressions alone were enough to win the contest. Trump looked how we all felt at home watching, bewildered that the man standing opposite is the most powerful man in the world, the president of the United States, the leader of the free world. Biden just looked bewildered. There wasn't a great deal of substance or policy.
Dude, just had a real screen. That's a funny screenshot.
Biden just looked bewildered. There wasn't a great deal of substance or policy. Frankly, the most heated debate was about which of the two candidates is better at golf.
To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way.
God.
And I do it. He doesn't do it.
Nope, he'll see me clip.
He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
You can see.
That's the worst they could find, yeah.
6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
Let's not act like children.
I feel like Biden talked a fair amount about policy.
Let's not act like children.
Probably not even as much as I would like.
Last thing we'd want
But
is to see anyone like children, right, Donald? As I said this morning, if Biden's handicap at golf is 6, then I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury. But probably the biggest disaster of all for the president was his closing statement, which he's been locked away rehearsing, remember, for an entire week.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. He wants to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to
I really feel like the closing statement was not that bad.
bring down
But
inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden.
Completely excruciating. I've never seen the switch on mainstream opinion for
I feel like there were two bad moments. The one earlier where Trump was like, I really don't know what he said at the end of the last sentence, and the one where the like Beat Medicare one where it was kind of like incoherent. But I feel like other than that, those were the two really bad ones, and the rest of them were like old man being old man Biden.
so hard and so fast. All of the attention is now shifting to whether the Democrats can replace Biden before November's election. Otherwise, shortly they're facing an absolute drubbing. The simplest and most dignified way is for President Biden to stand down.
Start kicking after debate, yeah.
As a matter of
And
honor,
his
pride, and
rally
integrity, and I
afterwards.
believe he has all those qualities. He needs to make that decision and make it fast. We're on the main event. It's time for the Uncensored Debate. We're going to hear from all-star cast of characters over the next hour, from Carrie Lake to Harry Sisson, Kevin O'Leary, and more. But first, let's introduce our box office panel, podcaster and commentator Vinny Oshana, founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Trump's former lawyer,
Biden doesn't protect colonists,
and
yeah,
Twitch streamer
unfortunately.
Hassan.
And now we have not to become light. No, true. And now we have the panel of 4 Biden haters talking about Biden versus Trump. Let's go.
Piker. Well, welcome to all
Didn't
of
get a single pro-Biden person. I guess the pro-Biden TikToker comes on at some point. This is the best we could do, guys.
Let me start with you, Cenk, because you and I have talked about this many times, about Joe Biden's mental and physical ability to be fit to serve the most powerful and important office in the country. As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. As you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, even though I'm not even a natural-born citizen, because that's how desperate I was, our audience was. We did a poll, and we asked our paying members, should I run? And now, 9 months ago, 76% of them said, for God's sake, run. Do you know why? Because it was obvious. And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much Democratic leadership lied to you and how much everyone in mainstream media lied to you. They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes. They said that he was perfectly fine and he was a dynamo behind the scenes. How preposterous. We were right all along. So the next time they tell you got to vote for Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton in a primary because they're the only ones who can win, remember this preposterous.
We have the 4 anti-establishment Biden haters to discuss Biden versus Trump, dude, let me on the panel. Let me defend Biden. I'll do it better than fucking Hassan does, bro.
Remember how terribly They deceived
No, I
you
thought it's
into
having
picking
their
the
monologue,
weakest
yeah.
candidate, not the strongest candidate. And Piers, every time I said, let's pick someone stronger so that we can beat Trump, they said, so you like Trump, you want to help Trump. No, you pick the strongest person so you can beat Trump. And apparently they couldn't understand simple concepts like that. But now the whole world has seen what we saw all along.
You know, Cenk, before we go to the other three, there are reports, as we're talking now, that Barack Obama has been having urgent conversations with Joe Biden to try and gently persuade him it may be time to give up. But apparently Jill Biden is resisting, wants him to fight on. Kamala Harris is enraged that her name is not in the conversation to potentially replace him. People want to bypass her completely because she's even more unpopular than he is, and move to somebody like Gavin Newsom or someone like that. What is the playbook here? Are we into unprecedented territory? Because I don't think any incumbent president in American history who is seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah, there is one mechanism, unfortunately, and it's the donors. Because once the donors stop funding him, then he'll have no oxygen left. Remember, for someone who's a populist like Bernie Sanders, their source of power is the people. But for people like Biden, who are establishment candidates, their source of power is money. And once the money tap is turned off, then he's got no oxygen left. So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks. Are you who's insane enough to care what she thinks? I don't care what Kamala Harris thinks. I care about picking the strongest candidate against Trump. Is democracy on the line or isn't it? Is this the most important election of our lifetime or isn't it? So now they're talking about, whose personality should we care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their jobs are tied to Joe Biden. If there's a new candidate, they all get fired. So they have been enormously, monstrously selfish, saying, I don't care if the country burns as long as I get to keep my job. They betrayed you greatly, and you should never listen to them again.
Okay, let me bring in some of the others. Hassan Piker, I mean, you'd have to be willfully negligent with regard to what you saw with your own eyes, wouldn't you, to watch that debate last night and not conclude, as so many Biden
I
supporters.
do realize Trump is definitely winning. I don't think it's a sure thing or anything. I think obviously Biden looks better right now, but like the polls are still like relatively 50-50.
And friends have publicly concluded. This is from people like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who've just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument that he should continue and be the nominee?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. But there's another glaringly obvious problem here. Jake and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right. And it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. There was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying that he had really hard sex with his wife. I mean, that's the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative.
Dude, I hate the manufacturing the narrative. It's just so like Biden obviously has like a really good policy record, in my opinion. But I think Biden was like really effective at getting a lot of policy done. I think there were good reasons for liberals to support Joe Biden. I don't think it was a media narrative or anything. I hate it so much. I don't know.
And to anyone with eyes,
It's more likely than Trump is going to get it's more than likely Trump gets a landslide. I don't think it's going to be a landslide. There's absolutely no chance Biden wins. The only way Democrats even have a chance is if Biden steps down. I don't know. My money's on Biden right now, man. I bet a little bit of it. Or I didn't bet any money because fucking PredictIt wouldn't let me. Didn't verify my ID. I probably should try again. But on Biden's chances have already gone. I could have bought the dip, bro. Look, Biden's at 51 cents right now. Oh wait, this is the Democrat nomination. Hold on. But it was lower before. It was 29 cents. Okay. Zila went up a little. See, it's rebounded a bit. Well, he's at 29 cents right now. That's pretty. I think it was at a lowest at like 21 cents almost. But yeah. But if I can predict it and verify my ID, so. Can't bet
here. They could see what Biden looked like, what Biden's performance looked like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN, I believe at this point 9 months ago, that Biden has to go. Someone else has to come in and potentially win this race. You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. You have issues, especially post October 7, with the supposed blue wall that's obviously destroyed. You got Michigan, that's a potential problem for Joe Biden. All of these swing states that the Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers right now.
Was it this guy?
Blue wall that's obviously states that Biden has. Michigan, that's a potential problem.
Piers Morgan.
Bad performance last night. It's just a contest. Having said that, Donald with like Reagan numbers right now are in contest. Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented. So when the other guy's talking about immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight, people didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver and tried to push him over the finish line and are hoping that you don't notice.
Okay. I'm going to come to your two panelists in a moment. We're going to join right now by Republican U.S. Senate candidate for Arizona, Carrie Lake. Carrie, what did we watch last night?
A train wreck combined with a dumpster fire and a huge, massive victory for President Trump and really America first. That's what it's about. It's about putting our country first. And we've watched for 4 years as Joe Biden has caused the most high levels of inflation that I've seen in my lifetime. We've watched, and I'm not just going to blame Joe Biden. The National Democrats have stood behind this guy. And to act like last night, oh my goodness, finally they're just seeing for the first time there's problems with Joe Biden. We've been
Definitely
seeing this
winning.
for a long
Arizona,
time.
I don't know about Arizona. Georgia, even Georgia, I don't know. Wisconsin, probably. Pennsylvania, I don't know. The polling there is pretty split too. Obviously, the polling is going to change after the debate. But the only toss-ups to see in Minnesota, Nevada, Michigan. Minnesota probably stayed Biden, but Michigan and Nevada have a strong chance of going for Trump.
People have been seeing
Michigan does a good chance. Gavin
decline for a long
I mean, am I? I don't know.
And I think we need to all come together.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I like the Democrats would have to go through a very undemocratic process to do a coup against Biden. The convention would really have to just choose a new candidate without like a Democratic primary, which would like make the Democratic Party look kind of bad. I think a lot of people would be upset. And then I mentioned earlier, apparently Kamala Harris doesn't like that she wasn't included, but yeah, I don't know. People overestimate the cost, or sorry, underestimate the cost of not gonna lunge at me and claim me. Cool. Underestimate the cost of opening up the Democratic Party to a lot of infighting, and overestimate the cost of running Joe Biden. At least if they run Joe Biden, not committing to him serving a full 4 years. Yeah, like at this point, like it'd probably be better for them to run as a Democratic coalition, and like if Biden can't serve make it clear that if Biden can't serve his full 4 years, that he'll step down and Kamala Harris will take over with like Gavin Newsom as the VP or something. Yeah.
Together at this moment in history and recognize that we need to make a major change. That debate performance was a debacle. We cannot trust the National Democrats or the mainstream media. None of them, especially not the guy I'm running against, Ruben Gallego. He's been part and parcel, voted 100% of the time with Joe Biden, and they've allowed him to spend 4 years destroying our country. They haven't lifted a single finger. And now, after all the inflation, 20 million people invading our country, the disaster.
All the inflation, 20 million people invading the country. 20 million people, Jesus. That's a wild number. To be honest, before October 7th, I believed it was a toss-up, but after October 7th, got a lot of Biden chances because young and progressive voters are too dissatisfied with his handling. Also, Trump carrying such power with the Republican base doesn't help Biden. Why do politics always look melted into form? I don't know, bro. Go Lake GG, baby. True. Welcome to the stream, Turbo. Oh boy, okay.
Withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a terrorist attack, October 7th. I could go on and on and on. Now they're starting to criticize Biden. I don't know. I'm just not buying it. I'm just thinking they're using this moment to try to spin things.
Could it be careful what you wish for, in the sense that what at the moment is obviously a spectacularly good day to be Donald Trump, because nobody's talking about him other than by comparison to Biden. He was a sort of whirlwind of dynamism and youthful vigor and energy. But of course, Biden was so bad that there's now a concerted effort. You can feel it from the mainstream media to Democrat supporters to donors and so on to try and force Joe Biden to give up. If that was to happen and the Democrats were to parachute in a much younger, much more dynamic person, maybe somebody a lot younger than Donald Trump, could that actually be bad news news in the longer term of this election race?
Well, first of all, I think the Democrats are stuck with Joe Biden. I don't see a way out at this point. You know, the money he's raised would have to stay with him. They wouldn't be able to transfer that over. And, you know, honestly, I don't think you can bring anybody in. I mean, you could bring someone younger in. They still have destructive policies, Piers. This isn't just Joe Biden. It's the Democrat policies, which are not Democrat policies of yesteryear. This is a new wave of socialism hinging on Marxism. This is an
But my favorite Marxist, Biden.
open border, changing the entire demographics of our country. This is a dead-end economy. This is crime on the streets. This is
Dead-end economy. Dead-end economy. Highest real GDP growth in the G7, by the way.
Indoctrination of our children. No matter who you plug into that, it's still the policies of the Democrat Party that don't work for everyday Americans. I think what we saw last night was America collectively coming together saying we want President Trump
PPG is Vegas on the floor like Fat Elvis because of this.
back in the White House. He can turn this around.
Open instead of stepping out, Biden passes away and is getting Kamala Buttigieg getting crushed by Trump.
Economy, safe streets once again.
Do you really
a
think?
secure border?
Do you really think? I think, dude, if Buttigieg is running on his own, Buttigieg should probably win easily. I think if I could go back, and let's pretend I was old enough to vote in a 2020 primary, I think I'd do Buttigieg.
World peace. Who doesn't want that?
There was fact-checking going on with both the candidates, and a lot of the statements that Donald Trump made were fact-checked to be untrue or exaggerated, but so were many of Joe Biden's. And although you say he's going to carry on with the ticket, surely, if that was your candidate, you would want that candidate removed. Isn't that exactly what's going to happen here? I mean, you say it can't be done.
Pete is horrible. What's wrong with Pete?
It can be done. There's still 5 months to the election. Why wouldn't they try and get rid of Biden now?
Well, if that were
I'm just saying Pete would probably stand a better chance against Trump, right? Because Pete is like relatively moderate, so he appeals to centrist, and he's also a lot younger and a lot sharper, right? Like some of the Pete Buttigieg is pretty good in all the debates and interviews I've seen.
my candidate, I'd be switching parties right away and going to the party that wants to actually do something.
Objectively, Kamala and Pete are unpopular with the Democratic base. I don't know if Pete's unpopular with the Democratic base. Kamala definitely is, but especially Kamala, so Trump would beat them. Is Pete really? I'm pretty sure Pete is relatively popular with the Democratic base right now. Stop lying. He's into drunk tank by now.
For the American people. Let's remember that when President Trump, if not for the media, the entire country would have been behind him. We had an incredible economy. As I said, a secure border. We didn't have people pouring across our border, committing heinous crimes on the American people, killing a mother of 5 children, leaving her dead, and those 5 children to be orphans. That was an illegal who came across our border because Joe Biden opened it up. So if people who went into the debate last night wanting to vote for Joe Biden, I would say to them, come on over to the America First Party. Let's put our country first. Let's turn this thing around.
Bernie bros hate Pete. Well, I know Bernie bros hate Pete, but realistically, the Bernie bros aren't voting for the Democrats anyway because they're saying the Democrats are doing a genocide in Gaza, and they're never, ever going to vote for anyone who's going to do the genocide in Gaza. So,
economy, let's bring back safety and security on our streets. You don't have to be tied down to the
Pete is verbal trapped. You have to be careful
Democrat
what you
Party
say.
anymore. Let's
just PPG didn't make it to Vegas with his drunk driving. That would be unfortunate.
Turn around rather quickly here in America, and prosperity and safety and security for all.
He was good for content.
I appreciate it.
Before he was banned.
Let's go back to the panel. I want to talk to Jenna Ellis. Now, Jenna, you're a former lawyer to Donald Trump. You're pretty guilty in the election subversion case in Georgia in October. You were the 4th of 19 co-defendants to plead guilty in a deal with prosecutors. Trump, of course, has pleaded not guilty. So that's the background to your appearance today. Look,
wait,
Trump,
he pleaded guilty to the Georgia case?
I mean, I just looked at them both guilty. So that's in October. Now, Jenna, you're a former lawyer to Donald Trump. You're pretty guilty in the election subversion case in Georgia in October. You were the 4th of 19 co-defendants to plead guilty in a deal with prosecutors. Trump, of course, has pleaded not guilty. So that's the background to your appearance today. Look, Trump, was Trump. I mean, I just looked at them both. I watched the whole debate from start to finish without any break, and I just saw in Trump the same guy that I've known pretty much for 20 years.
I think it's an evil rendition of him.
Frankly, the same way he's always behaved. If anything, he was slightly less combative and confrontational than he normally is. He was a bit more on message than he normally is.
Doesn't surprise me.
He was fact-checked. He did tell a number of
PPG
untruths.
moment.
But when you've got an opponent like Joe Biden, if he continues to be the opponent, surely Donald Trump is just heading straight back to the White House, isn't he?
Well, I've said for a while that the first party that is willing to substitute either Trump or Biden is likely to be the victor, because you have people on both sides that absolutely hate Donald Trump and absolutely hate Joe Biden. And after last night, and Trump was clearly the winner just because he was able to be coherent and measured and show.
See, because you're blocking it. Oh, hold on. Let me quickly. You see him? So it's hard to, you can't really see all of it. Should I leave it down? I don't really like it when it's in the very corner. I might do it just for now.
And that's a really low standard. After last night, what you really saw, Piers, was the Washington corruption on full display, because we have been lied to by the White House, by Democrats, by the media, who have continued to prop up Joe Biden and say there's nothing wrong with him. He's perfectly capable. Of course, he's running the White House. Kamala Harris herself, in that very just shocking interview with Anderson Cooper right after, couldn't even answer the question, his last question to her, of whether this is the same Joe Biden that she sees every day, because she can't answer. What is the response to that? If she says yes, then that's really bad for her. If she says no, then she's admitting that he is not fit for office. But on the same hand, if there is a replacement, and I think that the Democrats are right to push for that, then I think that that ultimately does hurt Donald Trump in the long run. And even Republican friends of mine and people who I worked with on the 2020 campaign, who've been there since 2016, don't support Donald Trump anymore, and for very good reason. And so if Joe Biden is replaced, then I think that this debate will have been a mistake for Donald Trump to have participated in, because he may end up losing if they do replace Joe Biden. And I think we have to remember that now in America, our entire election system is run by a two-party, ultimately corrupt system. This isn't of the people, by the people, for the people that our founders intended. This is a two-party system that needs each other, that feeds off each other, and is both thoroughly corrupt. And I think that we all, as Americans, need to take a very hard look at our republic, the path forward, and ask ourselves, why were these the two candidates on the debate stage? As an independent now, unaffiliated, I supported Governor DeSantis in the primary because I've seen the corruption out of the Trump side.
They claim to jerk off to his own reflection in the mirror. Oh, what's wrong with that? That's based. Dude, blowing yourself and doing that are based. Why do we have issues with this, guys? If I could blow myself, I would absolutely do it.
And I have very serious concerns about him going back into the White House. And I wish that the Republicans would have a long conversation about their convention. But I think that that is going to happen for the Democrats. And they're wise to do that openly and publicly now. But we have to remember, they are the ones that have lied to us about Biden's mental capacity. And there is another way to take him out. If his cabinet members, a number of them, a sufficient number of the majority.
But that's if he is. That doesn't change who's the nominee is. What she's talking about is the cabinet members can declare the president unfit for office, but that doesn't change the Democratic nominee. That just changes who the president is. It would just make Kamala Harris acting president. Sometimes anything else. Broken mirror really cries.
25th Amendment. And it's not about unfit. It's not about policy. It's not about liking him or not. The term constitutionally is unable to fulfill his duties. Okay. He clearly is unable. If they stood up and actually said that, they could take him out.
Okay, let's bring in Vinny Ashana. I want to play a little clip. This is of Gavin Newsom speaking last night.
There is panic. Do you think it's unfounded?
Well, I think it's unhelpful, and I think it's unnecessary. We got to go in and got to keep our heads high. And as I say, we got to have the back of this president. You don't turn your back.
You still support your boy Biden, right? Yeah.
Because of one performance.
I mean, better than Trump at the end of the day. Like realistically, I don't give a fuck if Biden's propped up by his cabinet as long as his cabinet supports policies I like.
What kind of party does that?
And if Biden steps down like a year into his first term, well, so what? That good, I guess. Yeah. Trump wins Republicans.
It's been a masterclass. 15.6 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. The only thing the last 3 Republican presidents have in common is recessions. Democrats deliver.
I know. I've never played.
We need to deliver for him.
Now, Vinny, here's the thing.
He does kind of
Trump had a great night. I mean, even the CNN poll, 67% of CNN viewers felt that Trump had a better performance than 33% for Biden. God knows who the 33% were. But he obviously won the debate very comfortably, despite just not doing very much particularly special.
What you asked me?
But if they do get rid of
Republican
Biden,
wins, will a Republican succeed after him?
Like Gavin Newsom.
I'm not qualified to comment on what the Republican Party looks like after Trump. I have zero clue. After Trump, I have no clue what the Republican Party looks like. I really don't know.
He's young, he's dynamic, he's not afraid to get into the horses, into the lion's den. He went on Fox News with Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very well. He's eloquent, he's sharp. Yes, he's got a record that can be attacked. But in terms of the visual optics, would that not concern you a bit as a Trump fan, as a Republican, that you might end up out of this victory with a far more difficult opponent to try and defeat in November?
Oh, I think don't put anything past the Democrats. The fact that Gavin Newsom can sit there and literally look at somebody in the face and say Joe Biden's presidency has been a master class. That Gavin Newsom is one of the most disgusting snakes in the grass. Just look at California. Okay, I even have to write this down. Pierce, highest taxes in the nation. Thousands of businesses have left. Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing child custody over if your child doesn't transition. $7 gas. This is, and I'm telling you right now, Pierce, it's scary as hell. And I don't care what anybody says. This is.
I don't know enough about that. He could be right. I mean, Gavin Newsom's probably more progressive than I am. I imagine.
Okay, they moved the debates up early. All right, they didn't give him any whatever he was on the State of the Union. Pierce, that 60 minutes he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment. This was the time when they put him out there like a sacrificial lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe any drugs. We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost. He had no idea what he's going to do. I think the shift is going to happen 100%. There is absolutely no way they're going to stay with him. And that is going to be a huge challenge for the Republicans because we've had a case study, Pierce. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing. The country is shit right now. And I know Hassan said, Trump is talking about
country is shit right now. Dude, and Hassan's not even gonna fight against that, dude. Hassan fucking hates America. He probably is gonna say the country's shit right now. We can look at him fucking smirking here, 25 and global tensions are rising. True.
Border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem.
I can't speak right now.
Okay, they are. Kerry mentioned one story. There's been
Biden killed in a debate. I could almost make out what he said twice.
this week, 4 of young girls getting raped and murders, and people like that say, oh, it's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family or your daughter or your mother.
Oh my
okay?
God, he is already about to explode. Listen, at least he didn't wasn't like the other guy in the border debate where he ceded his time to take a moment of silence for Lincoln Riley.
The whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California. We are a
I know, it's a hellhole. Yeah.
It's a hellhole.
California is a shit show.
Look at your tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And look, I want the audience to know, this guy, Hassan, has said in the past that America deserved 9/11.
I think he does, yeah. Oh my God, he's bringing up the deserve 9/11 thing.
Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
Shut up.
I'm a big
Just do me
fan
a favor
of
and shut up.
you. I'm a big fan of you.
Oh my God, they're already this heated? They're like the first.
I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11 Hassan, you shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge. Huge challenge for
Should we
Democrats.
invoke Donald Trump right now and say let's not be children?
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're trying to keep things.
Let's not play that
Do you know what was
game.
interesting? What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job. But also, I liked the format where there was no audience to manipulate.
You know, someone's trying to ban off stream on his chat. I mean, I would imagine.
Or save a candidate
Why is the marker
for themselves,
what?
or to
Why
overreact
is
to
what?
try and drown out a particularly salient point. And the mute button worked very well. You can see both candidates trying to speak at various times when their mute button was on. I don't know what you thought, but I actually thought it was a pretty good format for showing us what the reality was of these two candidates.
So Piers,
If you consider fighting for Ukraine and Israel, not really. I don't even think Ukraine wants foreign people really, because or untrained. I think at one point they were asking for veterans. Fighting losing wars. I don't think Israel is really losing, but Israel has enough people. Ukraine probably doesn't have enough people, but they're I don't even think they don't even want foreign fucking people. I remember because at the beginning they were asking for U.S. veterans, but they didn't want untrained people, and I'm untrained, and I don't really have the military physique, unfortunately. I don't know if Ukraine wants me.
So a lot of people are criticizing CNN.
Maybe
now.
I could do
admitted that maybe we should have
something
fact-checked
for them.
Trump once or twice. When he said like
Intelligence or
deranged
logistics
things
and
like,
shit. I don't know enough math to do it or anything. Maybe I could. What I'm trying to think, what could I do for Ukraine? They're using as cannon fodder.
oh, there's post-birth abortions. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Post-birth abortion.
Joe Biden should have done that. Right? Biden should have called him out on all those things, but he wasn't able to do it.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting to. Right. So, when somebody says something so stupid like that, and like Trump says, oh, they let out all the mental institutions, the prisoners of countries, the opponent has a responsibility to say, which countries? Yeah. Tell me which countries released all their prisoners and mental inmates, etc. What are you talking about post-birth abortion? That doesn't even make any sense, you deranged lunatic. So, yeah, I'm not getting on Jake Tapper or Dana Bash. The guy opposed to you is supposed to make those super obvious points. Yeah. Look, at this point, this conversation about whether Joe Biden's going to drop out is over. He's definitely going to drop out. The donors no longer think he's a good investment. And think about this, Piers. If he doesn't drop out, imagine what history is going to say about him. That he put his monstrous ego. Maybe
you would fight for Ukraine. If I was in Ukraine, I probably would. But no, as an American, I don't think I would go over if I were Ukraine now. But
an ego even larger than Donald Trump's, above the needs of the country, the party, the voters. It's an unbearable thought. He would become one of the great villains of American history. And there's actually a really easy way to replace him. All he has to do is say, I'm out. And then we go back to a traditional convention where the delegates decide. That's almost always how Americans decide their candidates anyway.
We discussed it before, but two incumbent Democrat presidents since the end of World War II have both stood down in election year, Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. So there's a precedent here for this to happen. It just hasn't happened where the incumbent president doesn't want to go. General, I want to bring you in just on one point, which is the behavior of Jill Biden after the debate.
Would you fight for Russia? Maybe you're dumb enough to do that.
Answered every question you know.
How much is Russia paying? Who pays me more, Russia or Ukraine? Maybe I will. And Maya Putin for holding back so much.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
God.
I mean, I found that pretty painful to watch. She then led a child of 4 more years. And the reason it's painful is she's Dr. Jill Biden. This is her
What's
husband.
your thoughts on USS Liberty? I haven't done like a ton of research into it, but it was bad that Israel attacked it. But I don't think I would assume that it was a mistake. I haven't done a ton of reading into it, but I don't think it being attacked would necessarily have dragged the U.S. into the '67 war anyway. So I don't think they really had a good motive to attack it. I assume differently, but fair.
In front of maybe 100 million people in America alone, tens of millions more watching around the world, being utterly humiliated, clearly has onset dementia and is being dragged through an incredibly embarrassing, humiliating process of this debate, being mocked and laughed at around the world.
Well, I mean, it happened long enough ago that I don't really care. Like, what, like, even if they, like, let's say Israel attacked it to try to bring us into the 67 war, like, that doesn't really change my position on what should happen now.
Rather than do what any normal spouse would do, I think, in that situation, which is be protective and save Joe Biden from himself, she seems even keener than he is for him to carry on and to perpetrate and continue to perpetrate the lie that there's nothing wrong here. He answered every question. Well, he didn't even understand most of the questions, from what I could see. What did you think about her as the First Lady and her responsibility here?
She's clearly married to power, not to Joe Biden. Wow, I'm so glad you noticed, Robobot. Wow.
Personally, and that's incredibly tragic. I mean, I was watching this debate with my parents who have been happily married for almost 50 years, and my mom was almost in tears looking at how frail and tragic of a figure Joe Biden was on stage. We all said our heart went out to him. I mean, I could sympathize with Dan Jones on the panel after CNN moved to tears, saying he just looked terrible. Everybody knows that he clearly is sick. He is unable to fulfill his duties, and yet here is Joe Biden, the one person in his life that should be telling him, listen, you've got to step down, helping facilitate that, looking out for his best interest, not to mention the country as the First Lady, but his own best interest, and she's the one who's standing up, treating him like a child. I mean, it was like she was in a preschool class and telling him as a toddler, he did a good job, little one. I mean, he was so.
Palestine if elected. You what, Biden? I hear ye promises. Oh, Kanye West. Ye 2024. Sorry, yeah. I thought you were just using all the time you speak. I forgot that's Ye's name now. Yeah.
That this woman would prioritize this.
I've got 4 kids. It's like when your 4-year-old comes last in a race on sports day, and you tell them you did a great job. That's really what it felt like to me. It's an absolute obvious lie. Everyone saw your kid come last.
I mean, realistic. I mean, it's his cabinet, right? Like, it's the people he appointed. Like Soros. It's not Soros. It's his cabinet. Like, he appointed people. The cabinet members are the ones who make most decisions anyway. Like, realistically, the U.S. has had fucking, what, FDR was hidden from the public eye for like a year when he had fucking polio and he was paralyzed, dude. Like really, like, honestly, I think I posted this on my Instagram story. I used to like the freedom of speech picture, and I just said I would rather Biden be propped up by his cabinet than Trump install a loyalist in his cabinet. Like, honest to God, like for all the talk of English and grammar chess are non-existent, bro. No one. I mean, some of the viewers are Russian, and then I can't fucking speak, and I bet half the viewers are drunk too. For all the talk that Republicans do about the administrative deep state or whatever, they seem to have no confidence in it. Like, the deep state exists. If you're saying like the deep state exists to subvert Trump or whatever, like it exists to subvert Biden. Biden would tight image in 8 months. Like, it's literally like the deep state exists to keep the country running even without a president, right? That's what the administrative state does. Like, it's like his cabinet is disgusting. I like most of his cabinet. We're going to disagree there, obviously, but
you don't want him to be.
And the Biden NLRB, which I should make a Notion page for that. Blinken and those are trash. I like Blinken. I think Blinken might be a future president, which would be cool. I don't know a ton about Blinken actually, but I would say Blinken probably didn't do enough to support Ukraine. I know we disagree on Ukraine, but I think Blinken could have done more to support Ukraine. And I think Blinken. That's all I know about Blinken. That's all I know about criticism because I don't know enough. I don't know enough to criticize
the immediate. Because I used to work at CNN for 4 years. I was there on election nights in 2012 and stuff. I have never seen a CNN panel react the way they did at the immediate end of that debate. John King absolutely lacerated Biden's performance in a way I've never seen him do. Van Jones, like you say, was sort of tearful. David Axelrod pounded him, but they all did. And I was really struck by. Wow, we've got to take about some of this. Let's take a look.
We speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers.
You like Blinken? Dude, Blinken's fucking sick, dude. Have you seen him shredding the guitar? I don't know like a ton about Blinken. All I know is like he's relatively charismatic. He, I don't know, he's mostly supportive of Ukraine. He's supportive of Israel at the same time, making sure to pressure Israel to like accept ceasefire deals, which I think is good. Yeah, I don't know. Blinken guitar video. Look up his band on Spotify.
Got my black cat bone.
What's this band? Not fun, less charismatic men. True. I'm gonna call it Abe Lincoln, yeah. 870 monthly listeners, wow. Okay, I don't fucking care enough to. I have Spotify open, but it's. You won't be able to hear it if I do this. Never mind. Okay, well, don't care enough. All right.
They're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket, and they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this
welcome to the stream.
debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates.
It wasn't a little halting. The end of that debate, the summary by Joe Biden was incomprehensible gibberish. Well, joining me now is Joe Biden's former White House advisor, Mo Vela. You know, Mo, I wrote a column for the New York Post, which is just going up now, where I said I genuinely felt very sad. I've never interviewed Joe Biden, but I had a phone call once with him after his son Bo died.
It was very lip service. Why? All men yelling lore. That's all. That's all U.S. history. I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike, dude. I get muted. What? Headphones fucking disconnected. Okay, I fixed it though.
And then I came on to you, but you said let's just be friends, yeah.
Wow.
Lip service tonight.
That's a song I can tell. How many views? It has 100,000. I think it had close to 100,000 streams on Spotify as well. Bro, think he's Ziggy Stardust.
Moving and emotional conversation we had. He was vice president at the time. It was 10 years ago, and I remember every word of that. And he was somebody I just was very impressed by, actually, in the way he handled that call and the reasons that we had it. When I watched Joe Biden last night, I didn't recognize that person. He is not the person he used to be, and I felt a real sense of sadness, as I would for any old person clearly suffering now from some form of senile dementia.
Thinking to copyright strike you? I don't think I played enough of it, but I'm sure he would if I streamed enough.
I don't think it's something you.
I have to be careful now, because if I get another strike in the next 90 days or whatever, I can't upload for 2 weeks. It's going to be fucking annoying.
Feel jubilant about. You just feel sadness for him and real discomfort. I've got to say, from here in London, watching America's president basically self-imploding like that on a world stage was pretty scary. I mean, this is a guy with his finger on the nuclear button for America. You, as his former advisor, what were you thinking?
Well, I share your sentiment of sadness, Pierce, to be honest with you. I was sad for a variety of reasons. One, Joe Biden is somebody I love very dearly. I know him quite well. He and Dr. Biden are beautiful, beautiful human beings. He has literally dedicated his entire adult life to this nation. Arguably, he saved our democracy already once. But he has dedicated his life to public service in our country, and you can't help but love this decent, beautiful, warm human being. So it was sad for the reasons you stated. I was also mad, Pierce, because I thought this was a political blunder, an absolute strategic mistake from his campaign to put him out there like that. Whether he was feeling well or not, or whatever the reasons were, as you allude to, possibly early onset, whatever, it doesn't matter. You don't put your candidate out there if you're not absolutely confident that they are ready to perform. So I was angry. But you know what? I know him, Pierce. And I'll tell you what I know about him. He's decent, as I said before. And I think he's going to meditate, and I think he's going to reflect, and I think he's going to surround himself with his family, who he loves. By the way, to Jenna, I appreciated so many of the things you said a while ago, Jenna, and I want to say this to you, though. It was sure nice to see a wife love their husband enough to be at the debate and to come out and actually kiss her husband and to love him. And most wives, I hope all of your spouses, I'm a single gay man, but if I had a spouse, they sure to help better defend me in my worst moments in life, because that's what I think love is about. So,
Top animal mortar torture. Welcome to the stream. Senator Lindsey Graham said she didn't care about how many dead kids it would take for Israel to win. What a staunch Israel supporter! It's not like that kind. It's not like that kind of talk ever backfired.
Stage though, she had to.
Well, I'm about to.
Why is the bald man oversharing?
I'm going to show that. I'm going to show that very clip. Actually, let's watch that clip.
That's all the politics.
Now you see what you're seeing there is Dr. Biden guiding Joe Biden, the president, down literally 2 steps because she's worried he's going to fall over. And only 2 weeks ago, we saw Barack Obama take his former vice president's hand and guide him off a stage at a fundraiser in LA. And I actually tweeted at that time with that clip. I posted on X that I thought this was just so awful to watch. Why are the Democrats going to carry on allowing this to happen and stand by Biden as a candidate? And an interesting series of things happened. Bill Ackman, the billionaire hedge fund guy, sent me a long response in which he talked about, it was obvious to him that Biden's mental and physical acuity now was just simply not up to the job of being president of the United States. And he carried on explaining why age is relevant here and how he just doesn't think he can do the job anymore. And we were talking all like this, and then we had an enormous kickback from all sorts of people, led by Mark Cuban, who another billionaire business guy, who pounded into me and Bill Ackman and said that we were playing to the gallery, playing to our followers, that we were denying the reality, which is both Trump and Biden were equally frail and infirm and so on. And I did message him today, and I said, Mark, do you want to reevaluate what you tweeted us and the attack you made on us? Because it turns out, if anything, we understated how bad the situation is. And I think, Mo, the reality for the Democrats surely is, if they go ahead with Joe Biden now as their nominee, then Donald Trump is going to win, I would say, extremely easily in November. Whereas if they get rid of him, they have got a chance of getting somebody younger, more dynamic, who just might re-energize the whole Democrat election campaign.
You know, Pierce, here's where I come down on it. I slept on it last night, and here's where I woke up feeling about it. I know this gentleman. I love him. I respect him. I appreciate what he's done for our country. He has earned the respect and the right to go now and make his decision. I really believe that he will reflect on this, and he will do what is right for our country. He's dedicated his whole life to this nation. I cannot imagine that right now he's going to,
Is it Biden like it freaky? I bet.
Point,
well, didn't you see the Hassan clip where he's talking about the Biden's penises, their long slongs, which he was right about. I mean, Hunter Biden's got a big one. Fucking, was it Beau Biden? I think it was Beau Biden, his brother. I mean, like,
right for our democracy and for our country. So I'm scared because this is
I'm
very
not.
clearly when I left last night. When
I want to.
All I could think was old man versus con man. Old man versus con man. You've got the convicted felon who just lied for an hour and a half, unchecked.
By the way, Mo, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Joe Biden was also fact-checked last night, and a lot of the stuff that came out of his mouth was total nonsense too. Including, by the way, we saw Joe Biden literally try to convince the world that his golf handicap is 6. I am a 16 handicapper at golf. I will hereby bet, I put this on X earlier, I'll bet $100,000 to a charity of Joe Biden's choice. Not only will I beat him off my 16 handicap, so 10 worse than him, apparently, then not only will I beat him, I don't want any shots off him. In fact, I'll give him a shot a hole, and I will still beat him. There is no way Joe Biden can even play golf these days, right? So that was another whopper he told. So when it comes to whoppers, most of what came out of Joe Biden's mouth was a load of old baloney.
Listen,
I don't think he's a
or as he would call it malarkey. As he would call it malarkey. But Pierce, you know I have a lot of respect for you. I was with you.
Oh, here it is.
Joe Thick 8. I mean, for sure, the Bidens have cock meat. Like, that's not in contest here. That's not contested. That is 100% proven, okay? I have seen not one, but 2 Biden cocks at this point. Both Hunter Biden and even Joe Biden's brother. And both of them are hanging dong, okay? It's true. They have nice dick meat. It's facts. So, you know, it's not a wild estimation to make that Joe Biden is also hanging dong meat.
You 4 years ago or 3.5 years ago on election night.
Yeah.
By the way, there's new people here. I see there's some new people. I will shill. Drop a follow if you haven't. Can we sub for this one, chat? I will shill. I will do it. Thank you guys for watching.
You know, I respect you, your incredible talent. But listen, if anybody out there's worried about golf, right? When we have the Ukraine, or not the Ukraine, but Ukraine, we have the Israeli situation. We're paying too much for eggs and a little bit more than we should for gas, and so on and so forth. These are the issues that people are worried
but
about.
Actually, I think, Mo, here's the thing, and I appreciate your comments, and I feel the same about you. I think you've been great whenever you come on. But here's the point. It's not about golf. It's about Joe Biden lying about his golf handicap, about how good he is. And it's also about the fact that actually you can't imagine him play golf. Bryson DeChambeau, the US Open champion of last week, has tweeted he'll put on the match Biden-Trump at golf. Can you imagine them trying to play golf against each other? So the point is Joe Biden fit mentally and physically to do the job? I don't think anyone with half a brain can conclude after last night that he is. It's very sad. It's very sad, but actually very selfish if he continues to pretend he can.
Okay, so very quickly, I don't want to hog up any of your time, but one thing first. Please, I love you so much. Please be an equal opportunity criticizer, because I am. And I love Joe Biden.
I've been very critical of Trump over the years, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. I think last night Trump definitely said loads of things that weren't true. As he does, he embellished, he exaggerated, all those things. But here's the thing, though: no one today is talking about Donald Trump. What they should have been talking about is Joe Biden, the president, holding Trump to account on a massive stage
Biden
and all the lies
character.
he was telling. But he couldn't do it. So instead, everyone is talking about
Can't vote for Biden because he lied about his golf handicap. This is a reasonable standard. True.
Ability to hold him to account.
And that is why I'm sad and mad, Pierce, because I'm upset because the president deserved the opportunity to do that. He clearly was not on his game last night. He clearly, it was abysmal at best.
Okay.
And so I'm not going to come on your show and try to spin out of that because it's not possible.
No, well, listen, Mo, it's been good to have you on the show. I appreciate you joining me again. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the panel. Cenk, let me ask you about this. I mean, look, I can see people trying. A lot of people in the Democrat Party like Biden. I've read Thomas Friedman saying he cried last night in the New York Times columnist when he was watching it. Frank Bruni was sort of tearing up. Everyone's tearing up. I don't really feel emotional, I'm afraid, and I find it very hard to feel sympathy for Joe Biden. I think it was very sad what we watched, but I also think we're now at the stage where this is actually willfully selfish and harming to the Democrat Party.
They have barely talked about anything, bro.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so I only have one point that I have sympathy for Joe Biden on.
Nightbot did not like that he was spamming cap. Sorry.
First of all, these guys, I mean, look at the people in power, whether it's media or Democratic leaders. They're all crying because, their beloved Joe Biden didn't look good. I mean, this guy just sent $20 billion to slaughter more Palestinian children. I cry for them. I don't cry for Joe Biden. Joe Biden has taken corporate donations his entire life. He used to be known as a senator from MBNA. This guy's a classic corporate corrupt Democrat. So I don't join any of this like, oh my God, he was such a good person. And think about this. This guy, and even if you disagree with me and you think, oh my God, no, I love establishment Democrats that sell us out to the donors. Oh, you're so radical for saying things that are obviously true. But think about this. Even for those guys, he was willing to risk all of us, the Democratic voters, the Democratic Party, the entire country, just to satiate his ego. Oh, I want to be a 2-term president. That's better for my legacy. So he's an egomaniac that I have no sympathy for, except one thing. Last night was elder abuse. And it was elder abuse by the entire Democratic leadership, the DNC, and yes, sorry, but Jill Biden. If Jill Biden wants to run for president, she should do it. But I mean, there's no way that a loving spouse
That is kind of true.
lets that happen.
No, I agree.
And thinks, oh, great, push him out there, push him
He
out
is
there.
a little.
We got this. You don't have it. This is absurd. But the one piece of good news out of all this is it's over. We're going to get a new candidate, and hopefully we're going to kick Donald Trump's ass.
Before I
If
go
you
to
want to do that,
before I go to Hassan, who would your preference be for who that person should be that could actually be the nominee and potentially beat Trump?
So the problem with the Democratic Party is that they never pick a populist in a populist time. They keep picking the most establishment candidates there are when the American people keep telling you they don't want establishment candidates like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Oh, then why did Biden win the primary, dude? I mean, he's just gonna say the primary is rigged, but like, dude, why did they have to get the worst people for this panel, dude? So they're all just circle jerking about hating Biden so much. This is Trump versus Biden, and they haven't talking about.
So they should pick a populist, but they won't. Of course, the top candidate is Bernie Sanders, and he would easily beat Donald Trump. Everybody actually knows that. They just don't. And let's be honest.
Bernie Sanders is like way more progressive than most Americans. Do we really think that? Do we really think? First of all, Bernie Sanders is fucking old too. Oh my God. But Bernie Sanders is way more progressive than most Americans. Do you think most Americans want the type of wealth taxes Bernie Sanders talks about, or the types of or the single payer healthcare? Well, it depends. Single payer healthcare thing depends how you pull it, because some polls show that people want single payer healthcare, but like Americans don't know shit about what single payer healthcare is, so like the polls are misleading, because if you actually explain what single payer healthcare is, most of the polls show that only like 20% of Americans support Bernie's plan or whatever. Oh my God. Chunk Yogurt Hassan, didn't they used to work together? Was there falling out? I don't think they don't hate each other or anything. They disagree on some things. What we need is Medicare for all. I mean, I agree. I think we should have some type of public option.
The Democratic Party would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. So, but if you say, no, Bernie Sanders is too old or we can't have it, you can go to Ro Khanna, you can go to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is beloved by everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredibly smart, incredibly principled. He would eviscerate Donald Trump in a debate. Let's pick someone who can win and actually represent the people.
Okay, before I come to Hassan, actually, just get Vinny's reaction to that. One name?
I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Jake there.
Yeah, go on then. Okay, Hassan, you respond, yeah.
Okay, first of all, Big Gretch, that's it. That's the method. That's the movement, okay? Put Mama Gretch in office, okay? She's popular. She's in a pivotal state. She would absolutely crush it. I don't like Gavin Newsom at all. I think he has a lot of weaknesses. I think he's horrible. He's done an abysmal job refusing to fix the housing crisis in California that's obviously contributing to the homelessness crisis, so that, guys like Vinny can complain about how much of a shithole California is or whatever people talk about. Like, that would stick on a national level on Gavin Newsom. Don't turn the rest of the country into California would be the attitude. Another good guy, I think, another great guy, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. We need a big boy in office. We need a dynamo. We need a guy with a kind heart. He could even, I'm not exactly a fan of him being a billionaire, but ultimately, maybe we got a real billionaire against Donald Trump's phony billionaire status. Who knows? Anyone would be better than Joe Biden at this point. Even Hillary Clinton.
Well, okay, let's
better than Joe Biden at this point.
That's interesting.
Hang
on. For those who don't know who the Gretch is, by the way, it's the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But I want to come to Vinny. Hillary Clinton's name is being talked up here as potentially the unfinished business that she comes sweeping back and she does what she failed to do in 2016.
Well, we're really trying to listen to a Hillary Clinton debate now.
You know what? Piers, I think she's finished. Hillary Clinton has no chance. I think every single time she gets in front of a camera, it's hurting the Democratic Party. I think she's the worst from her history with her.
California is the best femboys. This is true. This is
accurate.
accurate.
Foundation and Epstein and her husband. That's a whole different can of worms. But I think it's funny how everybody on the left is so, this whole failed presidency is because of Biden's age and this dementia, which he definitely has. Whoever's going to come in, it's the Democratic Party's policies. Plain and simple. I don't give a damn who you put in there. Gretch, Bernie Sanders, communism, you want socialism, you want all that crap. It's not going to fix anything. That shit's going to keep going.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because they literally brought two fucking socialists on to discuss Trump versus Biden, dude.
Last night solidified even more for the independents in the middle that are kind of on the fence. I would much rather vote for the convicted felon than this poor old moron that they wheel out there now on purpose like a sacrificial lamb with no drugs and everything to turn. You notice, Piers, every other debate, every CNN anchor, everybody that was moderating would cut Trump off, they would yell, they would stop. Notice how they sat there.
They haven't even talked about RFK yet, dude. What the hell? What the hell is
Hillary
this?
Clinton's on the table. I think Gavin Newsom, for sure, he was the only one there. You notice that? He had good gel in his hair.
I've said for 2 years that I think Newsom is the one that could put up the best fight, and I was persuaded when he went off.
Dude, dude, we're fucking 48 minutes in. I haven't heard a single policy position discussed between any of these people. They've just yelled about Biden being there's been absolutely zero policy discussion. There's just been is Biden old? Yes, Biden's old. Let's all circle jerk about how old he is and how bad the Democratic Party is doing.
Fox News into the heart of the enemy lair and sat there with Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very, very well. I mean, Jenna, to bring you in.
Healthcare put American debt. It probably won't. Universal healthcare probably reduce the cost of healthcare because basically, at least a public option would. We already spend twice as much per capita on healthcare compared to other countries because like Medicare, well, Medicare finally now can negotiate for drug prices, but we used to not be able to negotiate drug prices. Basically, if there was a big government insurance company, that government insurance company would have negotiating power over the price of drugs, and it would probably bring down the cost of drugs. American pharmaceutical companies charge way more for their drugs here than they charge for the same drugs in other countries, and they are perfectly profitable in those other countries. They can just charge more here because they can get away with charging more here. That's the reason. So a government public option for healthcare will probably reduce the cost of healthcare. Yeah, would not put us in debt or more debt. We're already in that debt.
But if you were a Democrat right now,
also spend more than anyone in the military and lose to Afghan goat herders. To be fair, everyone loses to Afghan goat herders, but America isn't known for getting bang for its buck currently.
Would you think had the best chance of actually taking Trump on? You know Trump very well. You know his weaknesses, his strengths. Who of all the Democrat names you've seen touted would you fear most potentially as being the one that could win it for the Democrats?
Well, actually, Growth Sink said that we really need a populist on both sides that actually speaks to what the American people are concerned about. And if the Democrats can put up someone who isn't so far extreme leftist establishment, then I think that they have a real chance of actually getting disaffected Republicans as well. And I think that they should put up someone like an Andrew Yang. They should have gone with RFK Jr. I mean, he acquitted himself very well in the debate, and neither side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he's going to rise in momentum after last night's debate. And anyone, realistically, that the Democrats put up now, if it's not someone as far left as a Gretchen Whitmer, for example, has a real shot at winning. But what I think the American people need to do is take a hard look at the U.S. Constitution. We have a minimum. Because look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns. Can you give me, like, look at how she has...
COVID lockdown stuff. Oh,
so
no.
Look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns. Look at her position on extreme on abortion.
Dude, I hate Hassan so much. Hassan doesn't realize, like, because he's in fucking California, he's a socialist streamer, and he does this shit all day. Like, I don't think Hassan realizes that Americans really are not that progressive. Like, there are some progressive policies that, like, most Americans support, like whether it be universal healthcare is probably the biggest one. I think most Americans support universal healthcare, but that's because they don't know what universal healthcare even is. It's just so, like, the Democratic base is not all centered around Bernie Sanders and Gretchen Whitmer. Believe it or not, there are plenty more centrist people out there.
Abortion. Look at how she's run her state as basically taking legislative power into the executive. So look at her position on queer. So she is for abortion. So her position on abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in third term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
no restrictions on the third trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with Republicans unfortunately revolves around
hang on.
hallucinations of Republicans.
My former home state of Colorado allows abortion until the day of birth. That is the law in 7 states right now, including California, where Gavin Newsom is the governor.
There is no state in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a doctor giving you a medical exemption. No, you still have to get a psychiatric evaluation and a healthcare evaluation.
It's still allowed.
That's the point.
Women are going around.
Okay, you're a woman. You're a woman. Have you ever been pregnant? I have a question for you. I don't know. Have you? Okay, so you know.
Okay, I don't know why we're doing the abortion thing right now. I think Hassan is mostly right, but I think the point she's making here is that there are Democrats that are for abortion all 9 months, and the majority of Democrats abortion third trimester whole. I'm pretty sure even most. Why is it printing? Most Democrats. 47% identify themselves pro-life, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what the fuck is this site? I don't know if I trust this site. This looks like a random, okay. Gallup News. Broader support abortion continue, okay, don't care. I want to pull the Democrats specifically. By subgroup. Oh, right, Democrats. Last 3 months, 44%, yeah, so the majority don't want abortion to be legal last 3 months. But I think Hassan is right in that most of the, at least to my knowledge, most of the states that require or technically allow third-term abortions require a doctor to approve it.
My medical history is not relevant here,
but I don't know. I think I don't know if the doctor can approve it for. It might be the case that doctors can approve it for non-medically necessitated reasons. It could be the case that the doctor could approve it even if it's just a totally voluntarily viable pregnancy. Yeah.
Have you ever been pregnant? How are you?
I'm from saying to put down a cheeseburger.
It's obviously
the point
I don't
pregnant,
know.
but it seems like I understand it as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually
If
don't
no woman
understand
is carrying a
it because
pregnancy
the law
for
in
9 months,
some
so they can have a regular.
Saying that you can't.
You're
talking over each other. Let me. I just have some breaking news. I have some breaking news for everyone. The Biden campaign spokesperson Seth Schuster says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no basis for that. There's nothing that voters have indicated that they agree with that. Senior White House correspondent at CNN, Kayla Tausch, said on X, not only does POTUS not plan to drop out, Biden remains committed, incredibly, to a second debate in September. An advisor tells me, I cannot see that happening. But we actually have now somebody joining us who is pro-Biden and thinks that he won last night. It's the TikToker Harry Sisson. Harry, you think Biden won last night?
1%.
Yeah, no, I did, definitely. On the substance of the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic, it was logical, and Donald Trump just lied the entire time. Is incapable of telling the truth, is incapable of actually laying out policy. He didn't talk about how he's going to make the American people's lives better. He just, said that, January 6th didn't happen. He talked about the election. He said that overturning Roe was a great thing, and forcing 10-year-old girls to give birth is a fantastic thing. That was Donald Trump's debate. So on the substance of the conversation...
Is it like Asians have put the noodles down? I don't know if that's a real fucking thing, dude.
Joe Biden absolutely prevailed.
Right, but the problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, that he gets every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them wrong.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single thing he talked about. Lying doesn't win debates.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're going to use lying or misleading the public with statements against a candidate, you've got to make sure your own candidate speaks with unforked tongue. I mean, Biden, barely a week goes by without him saying something which is immediately proven to be untrue. I mean, only like 2 weeks ago, he was claiming that his uncle was shot down and eaten by cannibals. None of that ever happened. It wasn't shot down. He wasn't even...
Overturning Roe is certainly a great thing, and Trump most certainly did bring up W policies against illegal immigration and inflation. I don't think you understand that. Panda, do you acknowledge that Trump's policies, at least the ones he plans to enact in a second term, are more inflationary than Biden's policies? Do you acknowledge that, or do you disagree with that? Because they're objectively more inflationary.
My cannibals. I mean, this idea that Trump's the only one whose statements can't be trusted is just not true. Last night.
No. Okay. So here's a question: are tariffs inflationary? Is pushing interest rates down inflationary? Which Trump wants to do, and is deficit spending inflationary? Because Trump is pro all of those three things. Tariffs are inflationary. Oh, and deporting migrants as well. Deporting migrants would also be inflationary. So the deporting immigrants is inflationary. Tariffs are inflationary. Trump wants to erode the independence of the Federal Reserve, and he wants to force the Fed to push interest rates down. That's inflationary. And deficit spending, which Trump did massively during his first term, extending the tax cuts and doing more deficit spending would also probably be inflationary. Those four things are inflationary, and they are way more inflationary than the policies Biden proposes. Tariffs, tax cuts, not inflationary. You're just right. Tariffs are inflationary. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Tariffs inflationary, tax cuts not inflationary. Tax cuts aren't necessarily... Well, it depends if you cut spending as well. Do you think deficit spending is inflationary? Deporting migrants is deflationary. No, it's not, because fewer spenders. It also means fewer workers, right? You know that, right? Lowering interest rates can be inflationary, but not necessarily. Lowering interest rates is almost certainly that's probably going to be the most inflationary policy out of all of those. It does mean fewer spenders. It also means fewer workers, which means businesses, there's increased competition for workers, right? Well, first of all, it's going to disrupt a lot of production. It's going to literally disrupt labor supply. That's going to be inflationary in and of itself. And two, it means businesses are going to have to push up wages, which means because there's increased competition for jobs, right? I noticed your slight lisp. Oh, I have a horrible lisp. Yeah. What was I saying? So either the increased wages are going to be inflationary through demand pull inflation, or I don't favor independence Federal Reserve. Trump supports that. True. Or when businesses increase wages, when businesses increase wages, it's an extra cost for them that they push onto consumers. Yeah. Also, do you know online politics in online politics, liberals who aren't partisan leftists are arguably the most shit on group. Yeah. Unfortunately. Abolish the Federal Reserve. I know that's your thing. I never notice your lisp. How? I'm really bad at speaking, dude. I stutter and I say words incorrectly, and I have a lisp, and I say the wrong words at the wrong time. Yeah.
Again and again. And listen, I'm not denying that Trump made a series of untrue statements. He does that. He barrels through and hopes that the big messages about the border and so on kick home, and they probably do actually with many Americans.
Probably Trump isn't on that one, but Trump will make Trump will not make radical criticism of the Fed. Can we pull up his allies literally like want him to be included on making interest rate decisions. Do we think that is something that should happen? Do we think the president should have any control over the interest rate that the Fed sets? Or do we think that's not important? Oh shit, what the fuck? He literally in his first term he already tried to pressure the Fed to lowering interest rates. I know, Panda, you don't think we're general rank. I'm aware. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that lowering interest rates is inflationary and Trump wants to force the Fed to lower interest rates. Okay? Not this. Growing inflation, tariffs, inflation. Yeah, Trump literally repeatedly attacked the Fed. He tried to get them to lower interest rates. And then this article that I think we read. There's literally like a 10-page document that Trump allies drew up to try to have the president literally included on interest rate decisions. Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
But if Biden's going to play the lying card as a pro-Biden thing against Trump, he's got to tell the truth and get his numbers right. He can't then have a fact check from CNN, which was painful to watch last night. It went on and on and on. Almost every statistic he came out with was completely wrong.
Yeah, but Pierce, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying, one sec, Vinny, you look like a relax, buddy. If you're getting a number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very small.
7 years ago,
Hold on, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
You
right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry? How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7 years ago, you were 10 years old, bro. You know what the hell you're talking about.
That's not relevant.
Listen, I know Hassan's a big fan of mine. He was going to call you out for looking like you're about to explode. It's okay, no problem here.
Yeah, you were 10 years old when Trump won.
Get him, Harry. And what are you, like 80? Like, relax, buddy. Take a breather. You're okay, I promise. It's okay.
That was so good.
Can I just say, I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the real reality, which is I care about the age of the president because he looks like he's 180. So, Harry, I'm just bemused.
Will we go over a single Biden versus Trump policy in this entire thing? Will it happen, guys? Place your bets. Will it happen?
3% of people watching it apparently think Biden won. I don't know. Harry, hang on. Harry, I don't know how anybody honestly could watch that debate and honestly conclude that Biden won. You'd have to be so deeply embedded in the Democrat partisan tank that you can't crawl out long enough to see the wood for the trees.
So first thing, I want to respond to your lie comment. I think that, yeah, we want both candidates to be honest, but we have to weigh the lies here. Like, if Joe Biden gets a statistic incorrect, that is vastly different than Donald Trump still pushing lies about January 2nd and about the election. So that's first and foremost. But second of all, as I said, the substance of the conversation is what matters. Trump can scream the loudest, he can lie the most. It doesn't mean you win a debate. When Joe Biden's up there saying, like, you know what, my policy is pragmatic. I want to give women their reproductive rights. I want to continue to lower healthcare costs. I want to expand healthcare for veterans more and more. That's pragmatic policy. That's logical.
Harry, the problem. Okay, but Harry, here's the problem. Harry, here's the problem. He couldn't articulate his views in a way that anyone could really understand. And secondly, and more crucially, in Trump, he has an opponent who tells a lot of untruths. And what you want the President of the United States to do is to be quick-witted enough and sharp enough and intelligent enough to, every time he does that, leap on it and tell the American people why what he said was untrue. Biden was simply incapable of doing any of that. And that's what a lot of Democrats have said overnight. Is the most problematic thing. It's not that he's old or anything. It's that he was incapable of either articulating policy in a way that resonated or holding Trump to account. And if you can't do that with a candidate like Trump, there's no hope.
Yeah, except here, that was the method that Biden was...
Hang on a second, I'll come to you in 1 second. Let Harry respond to that.
Sorry.
Well, all right, what I was going to say is if that's the method that Biden was going to go with, then all of his answers would just be fact-checking Trump. Every 2 minutes he has, he's like, okay, Trump lied about this, and that's not any way to win a voter over. Biden, I would think it's more of the moderator's job to fact-check as opposed to Biden dedicating his entire debate to fact-checking. Biden should be laying out the policy, which he did. He seemed pretty coherent when he called out Donald Trump for assaulting and raping each...
Pragmatic policy. Ban abortion in all cases except for mother. Deport illegals and false asylum claims. Abolish welfare state.
Gene Carroll.
What did you think?
No,
okay,
we know
that excruciating moment when Joe Biden froze and mumbled his words and said complete gibberish, and then Donald Trump just said, I don't think even he knows what he just said. Let's just watch this clip. I'm going to ask you to explain to me what he said.
Dealing with Biden incarcerated for his
everything we have to do with look, if he doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA.
I mean, Harry, what was Biden saying there?
It's a very nice, selectively edited clip. I like it. Yeah, I don't think that every person ever is going to speak perfectly. So highlighting Biden not speaking perfectly.
No, but I watched the whole thing, Harry. I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole 90 minutes. I don't come at this as on the left or right. I'm not a member of either party. I don't promote either party over the other. I simply come at it as a journalist. I didn't understand 90% of what Biden was saying. I did understand Trump and understood that he was misleading me a lot of the time, but also understood on the big picture messaging, which he kept ramming down the viewers' throats about the chaos at the border, the state of the economy, particularly on Black Americans and Latino Americans who were gravitating to Trump, and so on and so on. On those big picture messages, he was hitting home hard. I don't know what Biden's messages were. I don't know what he was talking about.
Pierce, did you not understand President Biden when he talked about how the PACT Act now has 1 million people signing up for it?
No, really, no.
I didn't know. You not understand him when he talked
about the because he spoke in this kind of weird, croaky... No, because he spoke in a weird... I'd understood it. If you had basically translated him in real time, I'd have understood it. If Gavin Newsom had done the translation for us and articulated what Biden was trying to say, I'd have understood it. But Biden spoke for 90 minutes in a croaky, monotone, drone-like manner that honestly, for most average viewers watching, was utterly incomprehensible. And the problem he's got is that Trump sounded and looked exactly like he did in 2020 and 2016. Like he's always done.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
he did not sound exactly like he did in 2020.
I promise you, go back and watch Trump in 2016. Go back and watch Trump in 2016.
Correct.
Compared to last night, it's the same guy. You may not like him, but he's an embellisher, and he'll tell lies, but he'll ram home the messages. And one of his Trump cards, literally, is that he can hit home messaging in a way that resonates with people at home.
Yeah, it's certainly not the same guy when the Trump in 2024. The Trump in 2024 is talking about boats sinking and like sharks and batteries and all that stuff. And he's telling these insane lies about the election. I mean, in 2020 he was claiming that China was bringing in bamboo ballots. I mean, this is like your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving who's screaming in the corner. This is not a presidential candidate. This is a dude who just rambles incoherently on the debate stage as he did last night.
And do you believe, Harry, finally, do you believe in your heart that Joe Biden is the right person to lead the Democrats into the election in November? And do you believe he can win?
Wait, I'm pretty sure. Well, it depends on what you count welfare. Hold on. Depending on what you count as welfare, the military is a bigger. It depends if you count like some of the Medicare stuff as like, yeah, okay. See, this is welfare 7% compared to defense 12%, but like I'm assuming that you would probably count healthcare and some of the education stuff as welfare. Trump encourages Israel to end Palestine completely. God bless. Then we can end it to Israel as well. Yep, we all know that you think Palestine's a fake nation and they should just be ethnically cleansed. We all know it. Yep, we're aware. We're aware.
He can win. He's going to win. And as Vice President Harris said, we don't let a 90-minute performance negate 3.5 years of progress. Biden's the only man who's beaten Donald Trump, and he's going to do it again. I'm looking forward to convicted felon Donald Trump facing justice.
Why are you the only person I've heard in the last 24 hours who's not crying because the performance was so horrendous on the Democrat side?
I don't know. You have to talk to the people that you're surrounded by.
They're not Thomas Friedman and Frank Bruni and all the Democrats supporting writers for the New York Times and so on. Literally all of them, Van Jones, they're all crying because it was so bad it brought tears to their eyes. You appear to have watched a completely different debate. You're happy. You thought it was great. He's going to win a triumphant victory. No, he's not, Harry. Wake up.
Yeah, I don't have the mentality of like, oh, something didn't go our way.
My money's still in Biden.
Pout and cry.
Let me correct you, giving you some knowledge. The military spending was over 50% of federal debt, approaches 60% before COVID. That is not because Social Security. And that is because Social Security did not run a deficit all the time. Hold on. If we look at percent of federal, I don't know why I went and counted at federal percentage GDP spending on military versus health and education. US. I'm pretty sure we're higher on health and education than we are military. Yeah, federal expenditures as a percent of outlays. See, education. It's way higher than defense now. We saw this graph too, right? Defense is 15%, and then Medicare and all the health and education stuff is more. Anyway. Okay. Okay, even if that's the case, more than 40% of spending, which we cut, and I'm fine, blah, blah. Okay, but I don't know why I'm talking about this. The only place it could have gone because Social Security has massive surplus. Social Security does not have a massive surplus. What?
I have the mentality of, well, if something didn't go our way, and that's
Social Security is literally going to have to reduce benefits by 2034, I think, right?
Let's get to work. Get out there and get a clipboard and go get some signatures and go door to door. Don't sit here and sit in our own sadness. Let's get to work as opposed to writing in the New York Times that it didn't go the way we wanted it to.
Actually, I agree with you. Actually, that is the right response, and I admire that attitude. So thank you for joining me, Harry. Thank you very much. We're joining me now as Republican National Committee spokeswoman, Elizabeth Pipko.
Harry wants Trump to win. I just want that to be clear.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining me. I'd imagine that you're
Oh, wait, are you just talking about the government raiding the Social Security fund? Is that what you're talking about?
extremely happy.
Are you
today.
just talking about like that they've raided the Social Security fund, which they do have to pay back? But yeah.
No, I'm not extremely happy, actually.
Who is this? What?
Happy for
You're Republican National Committee spokeswoman, Elizabeth Pipko.
Harry wants Trump to win. I just want that.
Republican National Committee.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining me.
What?
I'd imagine that you're extremely happy today.
No, I'm not extremely happy, actually. I'm extremely happy for Donald
I
Trump.
feel bad for
I agree
Biden.
that he had a resounding win last night, but I'm actually really upset. I'm upset for the country. It was not a good night, obviously, for Joe Biden or the Democrat Party, but it wasn't a really good night at all for the American people. We just had, I believe his name was Mo, a former Biden advisor. I was listening to your show, and he said that this was a blunder, right? A blunder on the part of his campaign to have him out there on the debate stage. I'm wondering why it's a blunder to have him on the debate stage, but not a blunder to have him leading the country for the last almost 4 years. It is a really sad time. We're in uncharted territory. It's almost like we are a ship in horrible waters without a captain, and somehow it's the first time the American people are allowed in on that secret. It's a horrible time in this country, and I really can't believe that we're here.
You know, I almost believed you when you said you were sad then.
Pierce, I don't know if you know my story. My parents are immigrants to this country. I swear to you, this is genuinely a sad time for people like me. No one wants this, right? My mom was crying last night. She's a supporter of President Trump. This is a rough time. Who wants to watch that? It wasn't just Van Jones. It was people around the world, by the way, who support this country and everything that it stands for. No one wants to see the commander-in-chief of the United States of America embarrassed the way that he was last night.
Listen, I felt sad too, actually, and I agree with you about that. If I'm the Republican National Committee spokeswoman, I'm pretending to be sad on camera in interviews, but quietly I'm doing a conga.
Well, I don't know how to Congo, but no, genuinely, I do want to meet you sometime. Never in my life. But no, I'm an American first, and this was a rough night. I think anyone that watched it would agree with that. But no, it's a great night for Donald Trump to prove himself, to prove to the American people that he is the obvious choice in November. But that does not mean that we don't have to think about who has been leading this country the last nearly 4 years and who's going to lead it through November.
Who keeps you awake at night thinking they might replace Biden before the election? Is there someone that you just slightly apprehensive about? You think, actually, that could cause us problems?
It's a good question. It's all people talk about right the last 3.5 years. Now we know they're actually serious about it. I've heard Michelle Obama's name quite a bit. I do not believe she would do it. I believe she's incredibly popular, but I genuinely do not believe anyone can be Donald Trump right now because, as we know based on last night, it's not Joe Biden that's been leading this country. It's actually just Democrat policy.
You're looking this up, non-font, but the budget distortion comes from the budge pie distortion comes from the budget. I said debt, not budget. What are they smiling about?
These people clearly show
smiling about the fact that Trump. I don't know, bro.
They don't want those policies anymore, and they want Donald Trump back in the White House.
Have you spoken to President?
So debt, not budget. I don't know if there's. If you can link something that shows the exact percentage of the debt that is military versus welfare, then that's fine. But like, I don't like. Look at the $2.5 billion Social Security article. The government has raided the Social Security fund a lot before, but they do have to pay it back. Now they do. When they pay it back, they don't pay it back against inflation, but extra meeting grants. Does it matter? Like, whether the Treasury sells bonds to pay for welfare or whether the Treasury sells the same amount of bonds to pay for the military doesn't matter. But does that matter? Like, whether the Treasury uses the tax dollars we have to pay for the military or the actual debt coming from military spending. Can you link me something on that? Like, I just don't think it I don't think it matters. I think what matters is the percentage of budget. I don't think it matters whether the Treasury decides to use Treasury bills to pay for the military or for welfare, right? Because like with what you're saying, like the Treasury could tomorrow just say, let's use all the tax dollars we collect to pay for the military, and then let's sell bonds to pay for everything else. And then the military would be 0% of the debt, but it would still be really high military spending. Like, I don't see. $2.5 trillion Social Security. Oh, the Congress steals from Social Security? Nothing about stolen. Interest is being paid, not a penny is missing. Hypothetically speaking, the government or forced to repay nearly $2.6 trillion outstanding bonds and certificates of indebtedness. Social Security missed out on tens of billions of annual interest. Yes, it absolutely matters. Why does it matter? Like I just said, would our military spending be any better if we used the tax money to pay for the military spending and then sold bonds for everything else? Why would that matter? Like, regardless, we're still spending the same amount on the military and we still have the same amount of debt. It's just what debt is going to pay for what and what taxes is paying for what. I don't see why that matters at all. Not fun. If they steal the money from Social Security to pay for war, it doesn't matter. What you're switching to paying with Social Security now. I'm talking about the debt. You're saying that whatever. Okay. They have to pay back the money they take from Social Security, and they pay back the money by either selling bonds or raising taxes. Okay. Anyway, I don't even think you're right on this, bro. Okay. Has Congress billed for trillions of dollars for Social Security coffers? Just the Sun. Okay. Every prominent Social Security article on the internet comments section is destined to be filled with claims that the program Sharkey Foundation has resulted in Congress stealing trillions from Social Security, not paying interest on what they've taken. Even working with Biden is used to say all the time. Can you stop smelling though like that? It messes me up. Show me your budget and where the money goes. Can you link something about the percentage of debt that's in you haven't linked it, bro. You haven't linked anything, man. The thesis claims that the government were to return the trillions they've taken with interest. Social Security would no longer be facing budget shortfall, but it's a claim. The very direct answer is no. When Social Security signed into law in the mid-1930s, it required the program's asset reserves be invested in special issue bonds and certificates of indebtedness. In other words, all excess revenue that isn't being distributed to eligible beneficiaries is invested in super safe government bonds that bear an interest rate that generates the program's interest income. Does the government use the money received from these bonds for various line items, including spending on defense, education, and so on? Absolutely. But has the money been stolen by Congress? Nope. Every cent is accounted for via the bond certificate of indebtedness. Wow, that's wild. In fact, the Social Security Administration publicly updates its portfolio of investment holdings each month. As of the end of July 2023, the program has held $2 trillion in asset reserves with an average interest rate of 2.396%. Extrapolated out 12 months using the 2% interest rate as the average interest rate would yield $68.45 billion in net interest income for Social Security. Let me offer a more relatable way you can think about how Social Security treats its asset reserves. Imagine you have $1,000 in cash. Yes, if you limit the money. Dude, why do you keep spelling that like that? I hate you, so I'm going to ban you. Spend on military and what you spend on war, it matters. What we were talking about is the percentage of the debt. I agree that military spending matters. I would never disagree with that. What we were talking about is, does it matter that it's a higher percentage of the debt or not? Like, does it matter if the money is coming from bonds or coming from tax revenue? Because either way, the amount of debt stays the same and the amount of tax revenue stays the same. It completely matters. Come on, man, think about it. No, it doesn't. Why does it matter? Imagine you have $1,000 in cash in your pocket and you deposit cash at your local bank. Your bank has no intention of sitting on the cash and letting it collect dust. Rather, to use your cash with the cash about the depositors to generate interest, income, or make loans. The bank hasn't stolen your deposit and your $1,000 is there anytime you want to take some or all of it out. Same premise is true for Social Security. The U.S. government is responsible for making interest payments to the program, and every previous bond maturity throughout history has been repaid in full. Nothing has been stolen. Interest is being paid. Not a penny is missing. I want to see politics rest a little bit tight forever. As one final note, if hypothetically speaking, the government was forced to repay its nearly $2.68 trillion in outstanding bonds and certificates of indebtedness, Social Security would miss out on tens of billions of dollars in annual interest income. In short, it would be far worse financial shape. Yeah, wild, crazy. Okay, whatever. Not funny. You got a haircut, or am I saying? No, I did get a haircut. Yeah.
President Trump today?
I have not spoken to him, but I've spoken to a lot of members of our team, obviously.
And how is the general mood?
It's a good day to work for Donald Trump.
The Republican woman Elizabeth Pico is a good example of a hot Nazi Drew woman. I thought there was going to be something. Why did I ever think it was going to be something reasonable, dude? Oh my god. No way did he get a haircut. It's not an optical illusion. Yeah, wild. I thought it was going to be like something reasonable, and of course it just turned into an example of a hot Jewish woman. Oh my god, dude.
Certainly.
So you've all dried your tears long enough to celebrate.
Oh my god.
We don't cry over here, but yeah, look, the fight continues. Obviously, I worked.
I did get a haircut. I don't know how to fucking style it. Oh, look at the headphone dent. How to style it though, dude? Because this just looks like a fucking bowl cut when I do this. I don't know, but like the middle part doesn't really work either. I don't think. Well, I don't have like a good me to do a middle part. Dented more than my track. No, that's not the side profile's absolutely cooked with the headphone dent and the big nose. It's cooked, dude. Oh boy. No, it doesn't say the same. Okay, I don't even know what you're on about right now. If you keep spelling that way, though, I'm just not going to reply.
2016. So we know that there are good days and bad days, but the fight continues to November 5th, no matter what happens.
Will he do another debate? I mean, there's a lot of speculation that he just won't bother. Why would he? I mean, one and done, right? I mean, would he do another debate? Particularly if there's a new nominee that's not Joe Biden, would he agree to
do a debate? I need it.
Someone like Gavin Newsom, if he turns out to replace him?
I definitely think so. Look, Donald Trump has said for months now that he would debate Joe Biden any place, anytime, anywhere, and that's because he thinks the American people deserve it, right? This is how our
democracy
works.
That's Joe Biden, but what about if it wasn't Joe Biden?
Panda, I'm going to ban you.
Like somebody a lot younger and more dynamic. Would you be keen to expose himself potentially to a more difficult debate?
I do believe that he would be. I think he'd be ready to take on whoever the Democrats choose to replace Joe Biden with.
Elizabeth Pico, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I don't know if that. I think Trump probably doesn't want to debate any other candidate other than Biden, and I think if the Democrats switch their nominee, Trump would have a good excuse not to debate them because he'd be like, "Oh, the Democrats switched their candidate, so unfair, undemocratic, whatever. I'm not debating." Yeah,
so back to the panel. Check your response to. I mean, look, the Republicans, they're pretending to be sad. Of course, they're not sad. They're absolutely jubilant because it couldn't have
possibly splitting it in the middle. You like the other way better. The side part.
any better. I mean,
I don't know shit about hair. Dude, Adam told me this poverty years. I just rely on my friends for everything. I don't really care that much about what it looks like. Okay, whatever. You want to become a Congress aide?
Headline,
probably not.
From the moment that debate was over, is catastrophe for the Democrats.
Yeah, except there's one giant caveat to that, which
yes, looks decent. Only side part. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel. Cenk, your response to, I mean, look, the Republicans, they're pretending to be sad. Of course they're not sad. They're absolutely jubilant because it couldn't have possibly gone any better. I mean, every headline from the moment that debate was over is catastrophe for the Democrats.
Yeah, except there's one giant caveat to that, which swallows up what you're saying, Piers, which is that the night was so terrible for Biden that it wound up being terrible for Trump. The reason is Biden can't continue. They put out that lunatic statement that you read earlier in the show about how he's going to continue and how he's a dynamo and all that stuff. No, the only person who believes that is your earlier guest.
If none of them bulks up, I would gladly be his friend. Okay,
and wants Trump to win, right? Like,
I appreciate
if we
it.
keep Biden in the race, Trump victory is guaranteed. Look, when I said that Biden had a near zero chance of winning, everybody went crazy. And I said that 6 months ago, 9 months ago. Oh, that's nuts. He's got a 55, 60%. I'm like, you guys are living in an alternate reality. It was always obvious how old he was. It was always obvious that he couldn't do this. And I want to thank whichever Democrat made the decision to put this before the convention, because thank God the debate was before the convention so we could pick someone else. If you say at this point that we shouldn't pick a different candidate, you're saying I'm super happy to have Donald Trump as president.
Remember when Hassan had long hair? I hated Hassan's long hair.
Destroy this democracy. It's a betrayal of the Democratic Party. But right now, the RNC should be panicking, not celebrating, because they're going to get a new candidate, and that new candidate is going to kick Trump's ass. That debate turned out to be a disaster for both of the candidates.
Okay, Vinny, I can see you not entirely agreeing with that assessment.
I'm just so curious. What threat to democracy? Why didn't he do and burn the country down when he was the president? Why didn't he? All that Putin stuff, all that.
Are we finally in the last like 10 minutes getting to any actual policy position? You find him hot? I mean, I'm not attracted to men, but I think Hassan is definitely hot.
It's all these Democrats, you guys all have Stockholm syndrome, okay? You guys have all fallen in love with your abuser, and the abuser is the Democratic Party. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care. They don't care. We allow whoever you want. It's going to be the same policies. Everything that's happening right now is going to keep happening. What's going to change? You had Harry come on here. The kid, what was he, 10 years old? 8 years old? He's talking about like he's lived a life and he knows what he's talking about. And for us, for nobody to talk up, what's so good about Joe? What has Joe Biden done? Can anybody give me one thing? And don't say infrastructure. It's absolute shit show. And it's not him running the show, as you saw yesterday.
Right,
hold on. It's the them. It's the them. It's the them.
I think Hassan wants to give you one thing, Hassan.
It's not even just one thing. Here's the problem, okay? I don't like Joe Biden. He went from Jim Crow Joe to Genocide Joe, and he is a...
There were so many things he could have said. Chips and science, he brought back American manufacturing. That's like the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction, all these green energy things that Hassan should even be in support of. Hassan should be in support of the Chips and Science. He should be in support of the Inflation Reduction Act, especially because it had a lot of green energy shit. But he doesn't care because he hates Biden and he hates America, so he's just gonna fucking be a fucking socialist dude. And he's gonna, oh my god.
Monstrous person for the most part, as are many American presidents. Having said that, however, one of the key factors here is that the administration is competent. I use the example of Twitter, right? Twitter used to be run by liberal Jack Dorsey, right? That's his name, I think. I can't really remember. And it wasn't exactly the greatest website. It wasn't the best website. It still had a litany of issues, right? Still breaking people's brains. But at least it functioned. And then Elon Musk took over, and we saw exactly what happened to Twitter. It is now a right-wing...
Oh my god, Hassan is such a fucking retard, dude. Are you kidding me? What the hell, dude? Oh my god, you just had to give him one example of a Biden policy that you liked, and then you called Joe Biden dumb, and then you fucking mentioned Twitter? Oh my god, he's just a fucking terminally, like, online. Oh my god, I can't believe he fucking did. What a absolute fucking retard. Oh my god. Dude, I don't even like you. I don't use that word lightly, but oh my god. Holy shit, he should fucking hang himself. You're that terminally online. You can't name a single good Biden policy. You just fucking... Dude, you fucking mentioned Twitter, dude? Are you kidding me?
Shithole filled to the brim with gore porn and just the worst imaginable positions that you've ever heard.
Okay to hate U.S. first.
And just open white supremacist Nazis getting hundreds of thousands of likes. And that's basically the difference between at least like a Democratic administration, which does fill the agencies. You have the NLRB doing phenomenal work. You have Lena Khan doing phenomenal work at FTC. You have the EPA, at least relatively competent. These are all issues that are going to become massive complications down the line when you have something like Project 2025 openly talking about abolishing the Department of Education.
I don't know, and I haven't seen any.
And that's precisely why people like Cenk and myself, who are not exactly big fans of Joe Biden and haven't shied away from criticism, see the writing on the wall, see exactly how damaging someone like Donald Trump's second term is going to look like, and see how damaging Republican policies have become and how reactionary the Republican Party has become, even more reactionary than before.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would also say that.
What that says
Hang on, don't talk at once. I'll come to you. Hassan, I think you hit on something there, which is it was not only Biden's inability to hold Trump to account for the lies he was telling, but also his inability to sell himself and what he's achieved. Because there are achievements there, but actually he's been capable. Gavin Newsom in that 1-minute clip I showed earlier was able to articulate better achievements by Biden than Biden's been able to do. That's why Biden's approval rating is in the tank at like 37%. Jen, I want to bring you in here for a kind of summary of where we are with this. What do you think happens now?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what's remarkable that we've seen in just the last 12 hours since the debate is that the Democrats are finally telling the truth. And I give them credit for that, better late than never. They are actually looking at their candidate and openly saying, guys, we've got to figure out a solution here. And the Republicans are not doing that.
Dude, we had one policy discussion, one policy thing. They mentioned infrastructure bill, and then Hassan fucking is a retard and just mentioned Twitter. I'm gonna I become the Joker,
with Donald
dude.
Trump. And I would just like to say, as someone who, for a lot of personal cost, has stood up and told the truth about Donald Trump, I think that the Republicans need to do the same thing. And if everyone in America was willing to actually stand up on both sides and tell the truth about both of these individuals, we would have better people running for office from the top all the way down. And so this is about a power grab from both sides. And so I think where we're at right now is that Donald Trump should be very concerned about the debate last night because the Democrats are going to replace Joe Biden and they're telling the truth about their candidate. And that's going to be detrimental to his campaign. Republicans aren't doing that right now. There are definitely people that I've talked to, even in the Republican Party, I know the spokesperson isn't willing to admit it, that have very serious concerns about Donald Trump. I would encourage everyone to go and read the letter that I wrote to the Colorado bar about my concerns of Donald Trump because I was there and I saw all of it and I was willing to stand up and tell the truth. And nobody in the Republican Party has been willing to stand up and say that. That is a detriment to our country. So I give the Democrats, just honestly, a lot of credit for actually saying this guy cannot continue.
Well, okay,
I hope they replace him with someone else. And I think Michelle Obama actually is the one that I would
she would be an amazing candidate, but she doesn't want to do it apparently. And look, you say you give them credit. They haven't done it yet. Let's wait and see because the big question now.
But they're talking about it.
They're talking about it, which is definitely very unusual.
And it's a huge public pressure campaign.
Yeah, but remember,
I mean, it's a huge public pressure campaign.
But remember,
and
Joe Biden.
I think what they should just do is tell Biden, hey, you've already agreed to step down, and he'll probably think, oh yeah, I did. And he'll just go away. That should be their plan.
Sadly, that is actually probably true, and that is the problem right there in a nutshell. Thank you to my panel, much appreciated. You've been with me a long time today, but it's a moment in history. I feel like what's going to happen post this debate is historical, and I'm glad you're with me. Thank you very much indeed.
That just made me depressed, dude. Oh, we're so cooked. Oh my god, nothing has made me more fucking depressed than that, dude. Oh my god. That was the worst debate, dude. That was the worst. That was literally. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even. Dude, I can't believe that Hassan fucking mentioned Twitter too. That was just. Dude, I'm so done. I'm so. They had one fucking TikTok pro Biden guy the whole time. He didn't even do shit. They just circle jerked about Biden being old. Oh my god. Okay. Sick, dude. Managed to prove he cares about youth by focusing on turnoff. I'm just so dude, that actually made me just depressed. All right, I gotta edit the reactions now, guys. So finally, thank you everyone so much for watching. Okay, I appreciate all you guys. I love all the Twitch viewers and the YouTube viewers too, and the Kick viewer if he's still here. Any of the Kick viewers and the Rumble viewers, if any of them are real, and the Trovo viewers. I don't think there's any Facebook or Twitter viewers. I really like people watch me. I really like doing it. Yeah. I like all you guys. I'll stream again tomorrow. Follow the YouTube channel if you want to see stuff. You love you in a haircut more. True. All right. Thank you guys. Yep. Goodbye. Let's see. We'll raid. Radius is live. That guy's live. Who is this? I don't know who this is. Does anyone know who Agent Eat Bean is? Is he? I might have followed him, and I don't know. Red Radius is good at raid. I feel like I'm rated like Red Radius like every time because he usually streams when I in stream. He's not even doing politics right now. And no one else that I know is live or anything. Alright, well. Head over to Red Radius then.